What's the point of cultivating immortality if you don't have money? This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326 Dao Heart and Heart Demon. Looking at the figure who was attacking, Zhang Yu's eyes moved, and he turned around suddenly. The formless cloud energy surged out, and it slammed out with spirals. With a loud bang, accompanied by a collision of the energy of both sides, Zhang Yu retreated several steps and looked at the other party with a serious face. Is it you? The person who appeared in front of Zhang Yu and suddenly attacked him was the leader Tianyang. Zhang Yu felt the surging mana and blood in his body after the collision just now, frowned slightly, and thought to himself, my mission was assigned by Tianyang. This area is relatively remote, and I am the only one here, and it happens to be a blind spot for surveillance. Did he plan it in advance, waiting for the opportunity to be alone and then attack me? Zhang Yu's mind was racing, and Tianyang said lightly, Boss Wang asked me to say hello to you. Zhang Yu was shocked when he heard this. Is it Wang Yin? He remembered Boss Wang of Oasis Group, the rich man who had fought with him many times on the first floor and finally sent people to retaliate. At the same time, Tianyang's offensive was like a violent storm, and he kept attacking Zhang Yu. He seemed to want to crush Zhang Yu in a few moves. The martial arts he was using was called the Windy Sky Dust Palm, which was a technique based on dust pollution, and dust control work at construction sites. At this moment, when he attacked, the martial arts energy was like rolling dust, unpredictable, and always shot towards Zhang Yu from incredible angles, just like the overwhelming and pervasive dust pollution at the construction site, trying to completely engulf Zhang Yu. Originally, this windy sky dust palm was very difficult to deal with because it combined the real and the fake, and it was ever-changing. If facing an opponent weaker than himself, he could take an absolute advantage and play with the opponent in his hands. Tianyang thought so before he attacked. Zhang Yu should not be able to withstand 10 of my moves, but at this moment, when the battle reached the 15th move, Tianyang was more and more surprised. With the cooperation of the Time Remnant Demon Eye and the Three-Eyed Divine Power, Zhang Yu could see every move of Tianyang clearly. But it was useless to just see the moves clearly. After all, Zhang Yu was just a college student who worked hard on weekdays and did not have much experience in fighting. With Zhang Yu's actual combat experience and martial arts skills, even if he saw Tianyang's moves clearly, it would be difficult for him to come up with a way to crack them in an instant. But he did not need to crack them. After entering the Wanfa University City, Zhang Yu had an idea in his mind, that is, although the ability to fight and kill is not as important to him as the ability to work at this stage, he must have a skill to protect himself in a place like Kung Fu. It's just that in the constant practice, he had no extra time to hone his actual combat ability. Until he obtained the Three-Eyed Divine Power. Zhang Yu had a new solution to the battle, a method that did not require him to invest too much time and energy at this stage to quickly form combat effectiveness. He called it a 55-50 combat method, meaning that he could fight anyone 55-50. At this moment, Zhang Yu shouted and activated the Battle Demon Meteoric Life Art, which increased his physical strength. At the same time, the imitation ability of the Three Eyes Divine Power was fully activated, and the target was Tianyang in front of him. So in Tianyang's surprised eyes, Zhang Yu seemed to have become another him in the mirror, fighting him head-on with the same moves again and again. Even so, Tianyang was confident that his cultivation was enough to surpass the opponent in strength and beat him down with one palm after another. But Zhang Yu's Wuxian Yun Gang was already extremely profound in unloading force, and combined with the 9 sky clouds and sky force's use of force to fight force, the various resistances brought by the earth and wood holy body, the bones strengthened by the number 20 secret steel, and the body activation brought by the Kanyushi body and mind art. All of this made Zhang Yu show terrifying toughness in this kind of head-on battle with the same moves. And this toughness was now felt by Tianyang. At first, he thought the opponent was imitating his martial arts. Has he learned the Windy Sky Dust Palm, or is he relying on his strong aptitude to secretly learn martial arts in front of me? But soon, he found that Zhang Yu's moves were just the same as his, and the movement of his mana and energy was completely different. The opponent's energy was mainly based on dissipating force and using force to fight force. He didn't steal my martial arts, but just imitated my moves? But this is too much, isn't it? Tianyang looked at Zhang Yu, who was full of energy and didn't show any signs of weakness. He felt the opponent's extremely hard hand, and the feeling of one palm after another like a drop in the ocean. The more he hit, the more disgusted he felt. This kid is too fucking weak. Fighting him is more tiring than working overtime on a construction site. Who the hell designed his combat system? Isn't this just disgusting? Forget it. Forget it. That's enough. Thinking of this, Tianyang rolled his eyes, stomped on the ground, and the whole person had left a series of afterimages, flashing dozens of meters away. Okay, let's stop here. No more fighting. Tianyang waved his hand, and there was a hint of strangeness in his eyes when he looked at Zhang Yu. You are worthy of being a freshman valued by Director Gao. With this physique, you will definitely be a leader if you use it to work overtime at the construction site. Zhang Yu looked at Tianyang, who stopped with some surprise. Aren't you invited by Wang Yin to take revenge on me? Tianyang laughed and said, I have a friend at Nether University. I heard from him that Wang Yin really wants to find someone to teach you a lesson. At this point, Tianyang thought to himself, but my friend doesn't want to help Wang Yin. Tianyang said righteously, you and I are both from Wanfa University, both from the Department of Civil Engineering, and both are Director Gao's disciples. How could I help outsiders deal with you for a little benefit? You are asking Wang Yin for some benefits under the excuse of teaching you a lesson. I'm quite interested. I came to you to record a battle video, because I was worried that your acting skills were too poor. I made a surprise attack. Thinking of this, Tianyang shook his head. He wanted to make a few random moves to force Zhang Yu into danger, but he didn't expect Zhang Yu to be so strong that he could withstand dozens of his moves. Although it was unexpected, Tianyang felt that this video might be more effective than he originally thought. Zhang Yu was slightly stunned and said, what do you mean? Tianyang said, I will pretend to teach you a lesson, and then ask Wang Yin for benefits, like the battle video we just recorded. After I send it to him, I can ask him for something. After the transaction is successful, no matter what I get, I can give you half of the spirit coins at the market price. To be honest, I still need something from the Nether University. If you are willing to continue to cooperate, we can get more benefits from Wang Yin together. Watching the other party wave his hand and leave, Zhang Yu still couldn't tell whether what the other party said was true or false. Zhang Yu said in his heart, I'm at Wanfa University. Hasn't Wang Yin given up yet? Fuji laughed and said, generally, in such a persistent situation, in addition to hatred and conflict of interest, there is another possibility. Could it be that your existence has affected his Tao heart? Speaking of which, what you did on the first floor is in strong conflict with Wang Yin's style of doing things, and it has ruined the big things he wants to do on the first floor. He must hate you to the bone, and if you have affected the operation of his mind method and become his inner demon, then his persistence makes more sense. Not only is there hatred between the two of you, but it is also related to his immortal cultivation. Not long after, Zhang Yu received 0.5 spirit coins from Tianyang. I've earned 0.5 spirit coins so soon. Zhang Yu felt even more energetic when he thought that this spirit coin was earned from Wang Yin, a super rich man who had suppressed him many times. The white bull in the sea of consciousness seemed to roar, and the operation of the Kanyushi body and mind art became smoother, and the activation of the body seemed to be more vigorous. So the next day, Zhang Yu asked Yu Xinghan and Li Xiao to help him keep an eye on the place agreed with Tianyang. What are you going to record today? Zhang Yu asked. Are you going to beat me up? Do you want me to spit some blood? Tianyang waved his hands and said, the fighting video is at most the same as yesterday's exchange, and I can't shoot any depth. This is in the university town after all. I can't even shoot you seriously, let alone beat you to death. Even if I shoot it, Wang Yin has his own other channels of information, and he won't believe it. What I want to shoot today is to make you work overtime. Nether University Town. After leaving the first floor, Wang Yin did not go to the headquarters of the Oasis Group, but returned to his mother's workplace, temporarily taking a sinecure to recuperate and heal his soul injuries. Because he lost the opportunity to have a divine root, Wang Yin could only re-enter the foundation building realm with a heavenly root and began to restore his cultivation step by step. Facing his mother again at Nether University, Wang Yin had to admit that what she said to him was right. You can't be too nice to the dogs down there. These dogs are fed too much, so they won't obey discipline and even want to be on the table. In Wang Yin's heart, every time he thought of the failure of the plan on the first floor and the loss of the divine root, a strong hatred surged in his mind. Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen. However, Wang Yin didn't need to care about Bai Zhenzhen anymore. Instead, it was Zhang Yu. When he thought that the other party was still learning and practicing in Wanfa University, and continued to move forward on the path of immortality every day, Wang Yin felt extremely uncomfortable. Zhang Yu was now like a thorn piercing deeper and deeper in his heart, and after Wang Yin re-entered the foundation building realm, his progress in rebuilding the Dao heart level was getting slower and slower. He remembered that when he practiced the Emperor's heart, he used his huge wealth to subvert a city and dominate the people, and finally forged a body of extreme boxing. But when I was at the first level, I was rich, but I still couldn't control the fate of a mere Zhang Yu. This lowest level person, who was cultivated by me, not only didn't know how to be grateful, but also ruined my big plan. Now I am worth many times more than him, but I still can't suppress him. Whenever Wang Yin thought of this, he felt a sense of suffocation in his heart, and the mental method of the Emperor's heart that he practiced began to function poorly. Wang Yin understood that the matter of Zhang Yu had become his inner demon, a flaw in his heart, and conflicted with his mental method, his thinking, and his will. Either I can slowly resolve it myself, use the grinding technique to change my thinking, and eliminate this evil in my heart, or, at least insult and play with him severely to relieve my hatred. Under such circumstances, Wang Yin established contact with Tianyang through the matchmaking of others. Not long after, he received a video from Tianyang. Looking at the strength and extraordinary tenacity shown by Zhang Yu in the battle video, Wang Yin frowned. So after giving Tianyang 1 spirit coin, Wang Yin made higher demands, hoping to humiliate Zhang Yu severely, play with Zhang Yu, torture Zhang Yu, and even asked for a live broadcast. Tianyang refuted many of Wang Yin's demands and made a high offer. Just when the two sides were deadlocked, Wang Yin received another video from the other party. Watching Zhang Yu working overtime and practicing crazily in the video, his cultivation level improved little by little, making more and more money, and his eyes full of fighting spirit. Wang Yin felt that the Emperor's heart in his mind stagnated again. At the same time, Tianyang sent a message: if you don't agree to my request, I will let Zhang Yu work overtime every day, and his cultivation level and savings will continue to increase every day. The winners of the monthly ticket lottery should register as soon as possible according to the top public notice post in the book review area. Chapter 327 Playing with Zhang Yu. Seeing the message from Tianyang, Wang Yin's eyes turned cold and he replied, "Are you threatening me?" Tianyang did not answer, but sent a screenshot. That was the class ranking of Zhang Yu's class, and the praise of Zhang Yu by the head teacher Jiaolei in the group. Seeing Zhang Yu's second place ranking, Wang Yin's eyes narrowed slightly, and his heart was unhappy, and there was a trace of anger brewing in his mind. Even the Emperor's heart running in his mind was jumping, like a stuck network, full of a sense of stagnation and blockage. Wang Yin's feeling now is that if he sees Zhang Yu earning 1 spirit coin, it will be more uncomfortable than him losing 10 spirit coins. At the same time, Tianyang replied, "I am not threatening you, I am just stating a fact." Tianyang, if there is no accident, Zhang Yu will definitely work overtime every day, make money every day, and become stronger and stronger. Tianyang, and I have a way to make him not take medicine, not work overtime, and sleep for a full 8 hours every day, turning him into a useless person bit by bit. Wang Yin's first reaction was impossible. Wang Yin, who would be so self-degrading? Tianyang, I will feed him 3 meals a day, so that he will become addicted to eating and faint for more than 8 hours every day. Wang Yin was slightly stunned and thought to himself, with Zhang Yu's strength, he will faint if he eats more, and the more you eat, the more your stomach and intestines will be stretched, the digestive ability will be stimulated, and your appetite will become bigger and bigger. If you eat less, you will be hungry and your addiction to food will become more and more serious. If there is no strong digestive strength to support it, it will be easier to faint if you are addicted to food. Thinking of Zhang Yu's daily addiction, he felt that his mind seemed to be a little more relaxed. But he still had a question in his mind. Wang Yin, where does he get the money to eat every day? Tianyang, this requires your support. Wang Yin, I want to watch the live broadcast, see him eat and sleep. After ending the call with Wang Yin, Tianyang looked at Zhang Yu beside him and smiled. Your screenshot of the class teacher praising you is good. I am afraid it has caused a flaw in his heart. Zhang Yu was not surprised by this. In a university that attaches so much importance to rankings and grades, rankings can be used to intimidate classmates, and naturally it can also be used to stimulate opponents. Zhang Yu asked, what should we do tomorrow? Tianyang looked at him and asked, you should have a good appetite, right? The next day, Wang Yin saw Zhang Yu being pulled by Tianyang to have a meal in the live broadcast. Under the temptation of the fragrance of shining rice, Wang Yin could see Zhang Yu's Adam's apple moving slightly and swallowing his saliva. Wang Yin sneered and thought to himself, this poor guy must be starving in the university town. The next moment, Zhang Yu in the live broadcast fell to the ground and fainted after drinking 3 bowls of shining rice. Wang Yin couldn't help laughing at this scene. In the next few days, Wang Yin watched Zhang Yu being fed by Tianyang every day. He watched Zhang Yu unable to resist the strong appetite again and again, and fell asleep after eating again and again. He felt indescribable joy in his heart, and the emperor's heart in his mind was running more and more smoothly. Especially when Wang Yin was practicing every day, as long as he saw Zhang Yu still sleeping, he felt a sense of comfort and peace of mind. The longer Zhang Yu slept, the happier he felt, and the smoother his cultivation became. With this level of strength, he still eats 3 bowls of rice for every meal? He's addicted to food again. I'm afraid he'll be upset if he doesn't eat a meal every day. This man is already half useless. Thinking of this, Wang Yin felt that the effect of the mental method was improved again, and his heart of Tao became more and more rounded. He could feel that the recovery of his heart of Tao would be smoother. Under the camera, Zhang Yu swallowed the shining rice in the bowl one by one, and also swallowed the medicine hidden in the rice into his stomach at the same time. Feeling the fierce power of the medicine surging in his body, Zhang Yu hurriedly began to operate the breathing method, collect his spirit, and refine his magic power. From the surface, Zhang Yu just fell to the ground motionless, as if he had fallen into deep sleep. Zhang Yu thought to himself, what a vicious Wang Yin, he actually wants me to sleep more than 8 hours a day? When he is watching my live broadcast now, he must be practicing hard. I can't relax either. With the potential of fierce medicines such as Dixuzan and Lingjin stimulant, and the shining rice that is strengthening the foundation and replenishing the deficiency, plus the high concentration of spiritual energy in the cemetery. All this made Zhang Yu's breathing efficiency soaring, far exceeding his breathing at any time in the past. Feeling the magic power galloping like a giant dragon and roaring like a river, Zhang Yu had to speed up the activation of his body to repair the constantly damaged meridians. Wang Yin, he sleeps too little now, and he can still work and study for more than 16 hours a day, so let him sleep longer. Tianyang, sleeping too long can easily arouse suspicion, but I have other ways. Tianyang, I will praise his talent every day, cultivate his confidence, constantly flatter him, lead him astray, make it difficult for him to make progress even at work, and develop the habit of just getting by. Wang Yin is full of doubts about this. Zhang Yu cannot be bewitched by words alone. But in the camera not long after, Wang Yin saw Tianyang pointing at the work done by Zhang Yu, praising him and saying, 10 centimeters away? Passed, this one passed, 2, all passed, don't be so nervous, it's not like you're making a fairy weapon. It's rare for a freshman to be able to achieve this level. Wang Yin watched Zhang Yu's inferior work results being passed one by one, and he couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. It seemed that he had seen that he would muddle through in the future, fish in troubled waters at his job, and have difficulty getting promoted for many years. But it's not enough. Wang Yin, I want him to be even worse. Tianyang, then I have another way, but the price is not low. Wang Yin, tell me your way first. Tianyang, I want to surround him with beautiful women who like him, pamper him, take care of him every day, and provide him with a lot of emotional value, so that he can indulge in women, indulge in emotions, be distracted, and no longer be able to concentrate on work and study. Wang Yin, as far as I know, Zhang Yu can practice to this point without being sterilized. He is probably not a person who is easily addicted to women. Tianyang, civil engineers wear out their bodies all day long on the construction site, so how can they not like massage? Off camera, Zhang Yu is reworking and repairing his work results. Hearing that Tianyang is going to take him to a massage parlor, he couldn't help but hesitate and said, am I sacrificing too much? Tianyang, do you still want to make money? Zhang Yu, let's go. Inside the massage parlor, Yu Xing'an said impatiently, why haven't the technicians arrived yet? He looked at Li Xiao and said, go and see what's going on. We've been waiting for almost half an hour. A moment later, Li Xiao sent a message, all the technicians were booked and are now serving Zhang Yu alone. Yu Xing'an's eyes condensed, and he stood up immediately after hearing this. He wanted to see it for himself. A moment later, Yu Xing'an saw technicians surrounding Zhang Yu one by one. Each of these technicians had amazing physiques, each of them was full of patience, each of them contained the beauty of strength and speed, and had different charms of strong and thin, tall and short, and massage skills accumulated over many years of work. At this moment, surrounded by them, every inch of Zhang Yu's skin seemed to be cared for, and his whole body was constantly moved under these pairs of hands. Yu Xing'an was shocked when he saw this scene, and then he saw Tian Yang on the side. The last time Zhang Yu and Tian Yang talked about the deal, Yu Xing'an was called to follow and scout, but he vaguely knew that the two sides had a deal about Mr. Wang. Looking at this scene, Yu Xing'an's eyes flashed with a thoughtful look, and for a moment he felt envious and disgusted. What a vicious Mr. Wang, with so many technicians at once. Is he trying to corrupt Zhang Yu's fighting spirit and soften his determination? Based on my observation of Zhang Yu, he may not be able to withstand it. No, I have to find a way to block it for my good brother. Although Li Xiao was also called by Zhang Yu to raid the battlefield last time, he was farther away and didn't know what happened. He just looked at this scene in surprise and secretly remembered it in his heart. Is this the secret of Zhang Yu's rapid improvement? At the same time, Wang Yin was looking at Zhang Yu surrounded by many technicians through the camera provided by Tian Yang. Massage is good for the body, Wang Yin thought to himself. If I can't make Zhang Yu addicted to it, there's no need to continue with the arrangements. The next moment, Wang Yin looked at Zhang Yu, whose body was gradually covered with technicians. Seeing the changes in the other party, his eyes lit up slightly. There is a reaction. Zhang Yu, this kid has a reaction. Ha ha ha. It seems this trick is effective. Under the camera, Zhang Yu sighed to Fuji in his heart. Alice, in order to deceive Wang Yin, I used my magic power, boosted my blood, and pretended to be tempted. The sacrifice was really too great. Fuji asked curiously, Zhang Yu, now I am the only one who can hear you talking. Let's tell the truth. Are you pretending? Or, Zhang Yu said angrily in his heart, you have been with me for so long, don't you know me? Can I really be tempted by so many technicians? In the next few days, Wang Yin watched Zhang Yu eat and drink, enjoy massage every day, and watch Zhang Yu muddle through at work. Wang Yin felt that he was right to spend money. Relying on his amazing wealth, a little bit of money can make a poor genius like Zhang Yu fall into the quagmire. This is in line with his will and in line with his mind. This is just the beginning. When I stop using spirit coins in the future, what will happen to Zhang Yu, who is already used to these? Whenever Wang Yin thought of this, his heart was full of expectations. Although at this moment, the operation of the Emperor's heart was already very smooth, Wang Yin could feel that if he went further, his control over this mind method and his grasp of his own thinking would be deeper. By then, the speed at which I can recover my Dao heart level will also increase again, so Wang Yin made another request to Tian Yang. He wanted to use the first-person perspective to enjoy Zhang Yu's servility, begging, and begging in front of him. So a few days later, Wang Yin saw Zhang Yu standing in front of him through Tian Yang's eyes, begging, my overtime application. As Wang Yin's voice passed through the spiritual network and reached Tian Yang's ears, Tian Yang repeated, there's still a problem with the 6th version of the overtime application. Send it back and redo it, Zhang Yu. But what? But, Wang Yin shouted, I tell you, from today on, not only do I want you to leave work on time every day, I will even let you leave work 10 minutes early every day, without my permission. Don't even think about staying at the construction site for a minute. Looking at Zhang Yu leaving in disgrace, Wang Yin felt relieved and felt that his inner demon had gone away. Tian Yang smiled slightly and said, how is it, Mr. Wang? Can we complete the deal we agreed on? No problem, Wang Yin said, but next, you have to continue to let Zhang Yu eat 3 meals a day, sleep for more than 8 hours, leave work early, and not work overtime for a second. And arrange a few technicians for him every day. I will pay for all the expenses. I want him to be completely disabled and completely cut off the possibility of rising on the road to immortality. At this moment, Wang Yin was sure that it would not take long before he could restore his Dao heart level to level 20. He secretly sighed that the money he spent was worth it. He not only taught Zhang Yu a lesson, but also improved the recovery speed of his own Dao heart. Tian Yang listened to Wang Yin's request and thought to himself, I'm afraid it won't be long before my friend will take the next step, right? Chapter 328 Wang Yin's heart is broken. During the time when Zhang Yu cooperated with Tian Yang, relying on Wang Yin's daily sponsorship, Zhang Yu had food to eat every day to replenish the essence of food and strengthen his body. There were professional technicians who massaged him to help him repair his body and accelerate the recovery of his body functions after each practice. As for the side effects of the masseurs, of course I overcame them with my supreme will, combined with a large amount of tiger and wolf medicine, as well as the rich spiritual environment of the cemetery. His training conditions have never been so good, and the speed of his cultivation improvement can be said to be far beyond the past. If Wang Yin knew that Yang and I were just acting to cheat him of his spirit coins and never left the construction site after get off work every day, he would be even angrier, right? He would probably hate me even more. After hearing what Zhang Yu said, Fuji said, after knowing the truth, I'm afraid he will be the first one to suffer, Zhang Yu said in surprise. He himself, Fuji said, the most important thing to cheat someone is to let him get the benefits. Only when people have made profits and got the benefits will they get deeply involved in the scam, getting deeper and deeper, and even unwilling to face it in the end even though they know it's a scam. Wang Yin is a rich man. His hatred for you alone won't make him participate so actively, I think, Fuji speculated. I'm afraid it's the same as I guessed before. You have become his inner demon. He needs to use you to make up for the flaws and improve his Tao heart, and if he knew the truth of the matter and realized that you were not played by him, but instead used the resources he invested to practice better, then his inner demon would probably get worse, and the flaws in his mind method would be aggravated. Not to mention recovering his Tao heart, it might even regress. Zhang Yu's eyes moved when he heard this. Doesn't that mean I have an extra card to deal with him? Fuji said lightly. But this card is not just in your hand, Zhang Yu thought to himself when he heard this. Tian Yang, and his friend from Nether University? Could it be that someone from Nether University is setting a trap for Wang Yin? Lacking sufficient information, Zhang Yu still had a blind man's grasp of the whole picture of the matter, and it was difficult to find out the truth. He decided to put away these distracting thoughts and continue to concentrate on his own practice. After all, grades, rankings, and cultivation are what he relies on to make a living in Wanfa University. He took a deep breath and started to practice the breathing technique again. In the following days, Zhang Yu practiced, worked, took online classes, ate, and had massages every day. From time to time, he spent spirit coins to receive various practice services, and also took time to help Yu Xinghan and Li Mulong practice. Every day, he felt that 24 hours was simply not enough, and he wished he could split a few more clones. Under such circumstances, his cultivation also made great progress. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed. On this day, Zhang Yu was practicing at the construction site as usual. His Dao heart has now reached level 14, 25.3%. Feeling his increasingly firm will and the white bull in his mind stepping on the rolling black mud and holding his head high, Zhang Yu thought to himself. After reaching level 15 Dao heart, I can try to operate the second mental method. Come to think of it, I haven't tested it yet. I don't know what the best mental method is for me and the Kanyu Shishen Wuju. At the same time, the flow of mana in Zhang Yu's body became more and more turbulent. The mana has reached 610.9, and the quality of mana has reached 165%. As soon as he made a move, the Genki rolled out and turned into a sea of clouds, bringing up waves of whirlpools, twisting the steel mesh, disassembling and assembling sundries, or cleaning up garbage. And in the next moment, Zhang Yu's flesh and blood suddenly shook, and he felt that his body, mana, and Genki were like a perfect blend. My physical strength has reached level 15, although Zhang Yu's main goal of cultivation during this period was breathing, he would still take time to train his physical strength whenever he had time and opportunity. Especially when he had food to eat and massage every day, and the Jiuayu's Henai belt had been used to train him at 30 times the gravity every day. His physical strength finally reached level 15 at this moment. Just like what Lang Gaogang said, Zhang Yu flicked his fingertips, and saw the energy spreading like water waves, spreading the power of his finger flick far away, and finally hitting the wall more than 10 meters away, making a light snap. As his physical strength reached level 15, Zhang Yu could feel that his magic power and body were increasingly blended, and the energy seemed to have become an extension of his body. The power of every punch and every kick he made was transmitted far away by the energy. Afterwards, he conducted a measurement in the teaching area, and his energy conduction rate was 35%, and the farthest distance of energy conduction was 38 meters. In other words, through the martial arts energy, he could transmit at most 35% of his power with one punch. This 35% of power is transmitted far away along the ki, and can be transmitted up to 38 meters away. Beyond 38 meters, the power transmitted by the key will rapidly decay. To improve the key transmission rate and the maximum transmission distance, it is related to my magic power level, magic power quality, physical strength, and martial arts skills. Zhang Yu thought to himself, it needs to be improved in all aspects, so take it slowly. Zhang Yu opened his 5 fingers and exerted his power slightly. The Wuxian Yun Gang formed the shape of his palm, more than 10 meters away, and gently grabbed the piece of brick and stone. The key was like his new hands and feet, and it could transmit power between thoughts. It's much more convenient to work now. In addition to the improvement in strength, Zhang Yu's biggest gain during this period was the spirit coins. Although it cost a lot, the spirit coins sent by Tianyang several times still made his balance continue to grow. Especially after the last time he failed to apply for overtime, Tianyang and Wang Yin traded a magic weapon produced by Nether University. Afterwards, Tianyang paid Zhang Yu 22.5 spirit coins at half the market price. This made Zhang Yu sigh from time to time. Wang Yin is really a big fat sheep. How many people and jobs does this one person support? Zhang Yu's current spirit coin balance has therefore increased to more than 29.1. As for how to spend this spirit coin next, because there are too many places to spend it, Zhang Yu has not figured it out for a while. At this time, 2 figures came over excitedly. Yu Xinghan, brother, Li Xiao, brother Yu. Yu Xinghan couldn't wait to say, let's go, it's time to go for a massage. Although Li Xiao didn't say anything, he also looked at Zhang Yu eagerly. During this period, thanks to Wang Yin's extravagance, not only did Zhang Yu hire many technicians for massage every day, but even Yu Xinghan and Li Xiao could take advantage of the fact that Zhang Yu could not arrange too many technicians, and occasionally use the free technicians. Anyway, Wang Yin paid for them. Zhang Yu called up Tianyang's head portrait in his eye skeleton and said, it seems that they haven't been arranged yet. Now, Tianyang will notify him to go there after he is ready for his daily massage. Yu Xinghan was slightly disappointed when he heard this, and the third eye in his mind turned, thinking, Alice, I have almost learned the techniques of those technicians. I won't be able to arrange it today, right? Through the imitation function of the 3-eye supernatural power, Yu Xinghan has been secretly learning the massage techniques of the technicians. At this time, Zhang Yu received a message from Tianyang. The situation may have been exposed. Nether University. Wang Yin looked at the video that emerged in his eye skeleton, and his face became more and more gloomy. In the video, Zhang Yu was eating a big bowl of rice, eating meat with big mouthfuls, and swallowing bowls of shining rice and plates of dragon liver and phoenix gall into his stomach. After finishing 5 bowls of rice and 3 plates of meat, Zhang Yu showed no signs of sleepiness, showing his amazing digestive ability. The video Wang Yin was watching at this moment was a video recorded not long ago when Zhang Yu attended a banquet hosted by Yi Xingli and ate meat and rice. Looking at the video of Zhang Yu's face not blushing and breathlessness, Wang Yin thought to himself, haha, so, is this guy's real appetite? In addition, more news about Zhang Yu's recent situation appeared in front of him. Tianyang. Zhang Yu, Wang Yin gritted his teeth and said, are you kidding me? Thinking that he was as rich as himself, but was actually teased by the other party, and the money he spent not only failed to tease Zhang Yu, but also greatly helped Zhang Yu's practice. Wang Yin's anger erupted like a volcano. And with the outbreak of anger, Wang Yin felt that the mental method of the Emperor's heart in his mind was almost stopping, and the Dao heart that had been restored to level 16 was even more shaky. As his face turned blue and white, Wang Yin felt that his mana, blood and flesh were out of control, and his internal organs felt a cramp. Poof! He suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, and felt that his Dao heart had regressed to level 15, and there was a trend of further regression. Damn! Tianyang, that beast, actually teamed up with Zhang Yu to deceive me, and Mo Xingzi, he introduced Tianyang to me. Did he do it on purpose? Want to dig a hole to ruin my Dao heart? Wang Yin knew that the more it was at this time, the more he should think about it, but he couldn't control the thoughts that kept flashing in his mind. Instead, thinking about how he was being played by others and how Zhang Yu was secretly proud these days, Wang Yin felt that his Dao heart was becoming more and more unstable, and the power in his body was at risk of continuing to get out of control. But at this moment, a female voice came into his ears. My son, don't think too much. I asked Mo Xingzi to do this, Mom. Wang Yin was slightly stunned, and he was shocked and angry, but also puzzled. Did you let Mo Xingzi deceive me? The woman said lightly. I just asked him to point out the flaws in your heart, but I didn't expect that he could really let someone find Zhang Yu to provoke you." Without giving Wang Yin a chance to speak, the woman continued quickly, "My son, you have been smooth sailing since you were born, and later you even practiced a mental method of the Emperor's heart. I have always been worried about one thing. After all, this mental method is derived from the mental method practiced by the emperors of ancient dynasties. If you go with the flow, you will succeed, and if you go against the flow, you will fail. But in life, even immortals have unhappy times, let alone us. As the saying goes, human power is sometimes limited. Even if you have countless wealth, you will eventually fail. The key is not to avoid failure, but to know how to get up from failure. Zhang Yu who defeated you this time is a poor guy. You can spend money to retaliate. But if the person who defeats you next time is someone richer and more powerful than you, what will you do?" Wang Yin murmured, "Mom, do you want me to change my mind and make up for the flaw in my heart by myself?" "That's right," the other party said lightly. "The mind method is to help the cultivators, not to kidnap the cultivators. You have to control the mind method, not let it bind your thoughts." Wang Yin still couldn't let it go, gritted his teeth and said, "But Zhang Yu," the woman said lightly, "Zhang Yu is like an ant, destined to dig for food on the construction site. He has been someone else's knife from beginning to end. Think about it, is it this knife that ruined your big plan? Or is it the person who held the knife at that time? Zhang Yu, I don't care about him at all. Compared to him, I value the flaw in your heart more. Although your Taoism has regressed this time, it has also completely exposed the flaw in your heart. This is your best chance to improve your thinking and make up for the flaw in your heart. If you can't make up for it, you will have no hope of becoming a golden elixir for life. It means that you are just so-so, and there is no need to waste spirit coins. If you can make up for it, I will arrange a tutor for you, and you should prepare for the postgraduate entrance examination in the next year. In the future, when you break through the golden core and attack the nascent soul, you will look back and see that Zhang Yu is already a dead body in a grave." Ever since he knew the news was exposed, Zhang Yu has been on high alert, guarding against possible revenge from Wang Yin. But in the blink of an eye, a few days passed, and it was almost May, but Zhang Yu felt that everything was calm, as if nothing had happened. At the same time, his sixth breathing method was finally mastered, and the first level of the effect of the long flow of Qi meridians was activated. Chapter 329 Everyone misses Mr. Wang. Primary, long flow of Qi, 6/6. The more breathing techniques you master, the faster your mana will recover. Looking at the first level of the effect of long flow of Qi, Zhang Yu's heart moved slightly. It's simple and crude. With a number of breathing techniques I currently master, I wonder how much the recovery speed can be increased. Zhang Yu wanted to give it a try, so in an instant, a surge of Qi burst out from his body, turning into arms to grab the surrounding steel bars. Originally, when using Qi to work over long distances, the longer the distance, the more serious the consumption of Qi. So in order to save mana, Zhang Yu kept the Qi working at a short and medium distance while breathing. And this time, in order to consume more mana in a short time, Zhang Yu directly sent the arm transformed by the Qi to a distance of more than 30 meters. The mist-like Qi turned into 8 arms in one breath, rushing out from behind him, like 8 giant pythons, shooting in all directions. These arms of energy were either building walls, twisting steel bars, or cleaning up garbage. It made Zhang Yu seem like he had transformed into several people, working on this construction site. Such a large scale and long-distance consumption also made Zhang Yu feel that his mana was being consumed at a very fast speed. With my full consumption, I'm afraid my mana will be exhausted in 10 minutes at most. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu opened the chain method diagram of Yushu and switched the university holy body to the long flow of Qi. In an instant, Zhang Yu felt that the exquisiteness of the breathing method flooded into his mind. The meridians used by the breathing method seemed to be completely opened at this moment, accommodating the spiritual energy at a faster speed and wider. He felt that his Danshin had become a huge black hole, and along with the circulation of mana around him, it swallowed up all the surging spiritual energy, and then spit out mana. The recovery speed of mana was skyrocketing. If I had used up all my strength just now, I would have exhausted my mana in 10 minutes. Now I can at least hold on for an hour. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu was shocked and looked forward to the effects of the last 2 levels of the Qi pulse flow. It's a pity that I can't rely on this to sell a large amount of mana, Zhang Yu thought to himself. After all, this recovery effect is too amazing. Such a large shipment will inevitably attract unnecessary attention, but although it's not possible to ship in large quantities, it should be okay to sell a little every day, and Li Mulan, Zhang Yu thought that he could feed Li Mulan more mana every day to speed up the improvement of her mana quality. According to the current progress, with my diligent infusion and her own continuous spending to improve the quality of her mana, Li Mulan's deep cold mana will be completed next month. While thinking, Zhang Yu still switched the key pulse flow back to the University Saint body. After all, he is still in the development stage, and he needs the University Saint body to speed up the progress of cultivation and improve the effect of cultivation, rather than quickly recovering mana. So the next moment, Zhang Yu took back the bursts of energy and resumed the medium and short distance working method, trying his best to maintain the balance between mana consumption and recovery. In the following days, Wang Yin never showed up again. He did not launch offline revenge, nor did he threaten to refund, nor did he go to his house to argue, and he did not even contact them, as if nothing had happened. Without Wang Yin's funding, Zhang Yu could no longer eat and massage every day. He just felt that his practice speed had slowed down a lot, which made him very uncomfortable. Is there no news about Mr. Wang? That day, Zhang Yu could not help but ask Tian Yang the same question again. Tian Yang shook his head. He blocked me. At least I can't contact him. According to the information I know now, he should be disconnected from the internet to concentrate on studying and practicing, preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination. Zhang Yu sighed in his heart, feeling that he was now like an anchor who had lost his top brother on the list. Not only did his big brother not come to watch the live broadcast, but he also blocked the chat agent. In particular, the spiritual coins earned from Wang Yin during this period were more than all his wages since he came to the university town, which made Zhang Yu deeply feel that live streaming made money much faster than working. And similar feelings have long emerged in Yu Xinghan's mind. Is there no news from President Wang? Seeing Zhang Yu shook his head, Yu Xinghan sighed, thinking that the days of getting massages every day like before might not be here anymore. Forget it. Anyway, the materials I have accumulated in the massage shop are almost there, and it should be enough for a short time. During this period, in addition to learning massage skills with a 3-eye supernatural power, Yu Xinghan also recorded a lot of materials for visiting shop videos, and took time to edit and upload them every week. My daily civil engineering work and store exploration videos have seen a slight increase in views recently, but I'm afraid it won't be possible to make a living from videos in a short period of time. I also need a job that can make some quick money now, but I just learned the massage technique not long ago, so I still need to practice it. Thinking of this, Yu Xinghan looked at Li Xiao on the site and said, "Do you want to try the massage technique I learned?" Li Xiao nodded in agreement when he heard this. He was lying on the ground, enjoying Yu Xinghan's unfamiliar massage skills while chatting casually. "Xinghan, what kind of eye bones are you using?" "Xiangong, what a coincidence. I'm also using Xiangong eye bones." "What kind of eye bones does brother Yu use?" "Time remnant demon eye." "Oh, then where are you going to go to the next construction site?" "Can I go with you?" After spending a few days, either trying it on Li Xiao or asking Zhang Yu to try it out, Yu Xinghan quickly completely digested the massage skills that he had learned from the 3-eyed divine power, and integrated the skills accumulated by the technicians over the years. Then he contacted Li Zulian. "Yu Xinghan, senior sister, I want to join the dark massage world." "Li Zulian, you want unlicensed massage? Can you do it? When did you learn massage?" "Yu Xinghan, my skills are absolutely fine. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try." "Li Zulian, it's not that I don't believe you, Yu Xinghan. Senior sister, give it a try. Give it a try and you'll know." "Li Zulian, no need, I'll arrange it for you." Yu Xinghan looked at Li Zulian with disappointment when she rejected his massage invitation. But when he thought about joining the dark massage world soon, he breathed a sigh of relief. Whether it's civil engineering videos or store exploration videos, although they both have great potential, they are also long-term investments that require a long period of accumulation. It may take 1 to 2 years, 3 to 4 years to gain something, so I also need a job that can make some quick money. The dark massage world and unlicensed massage are the solutions that Yu Xinghan came up with after he had the ability of the 3 eyes and visited stores again and again. With the massage techniques I learned quickly, I will make some quick money in the dark massage world first. If the video goes viral in the future, I will clean myself up and get out of trouble. After practicing massage techniques on Zhang Yu again that day, Yu Xinghan followed Li Zulian's instructions and started working on his first order. The local environment was relatively simple, because the orders arranged by novices were of poor quality, and they were outdoor massages below the 100th floor of the university town. Using him, I have to go out to work. You don't have to wait for me if you have anything today. Zhang Yu looked at Yuzing's departing back and thought to himself, this guy's massage skills are improving so fast. Could he have used the 3i supernatural power to learn it? How many times has he been to the massage shop? Shaking his head, Zhang Yu also stood up, felt the relaxed body, and temporarily left the construction site. His figure flashed, and a moment later he had jumped into the anti-gravity channel, then rushed all the way to the dormitory level, and returned to the dormitory in a blink of an eye. At the same time, Li Mulan on the other side was also on the way back to the dormitory, and received a message from Zhang Yu in his eyes. Zhang Yu, Yuzing is busy with work today, and the senior sister is also preparing for the competition with her classmates. Neither of them will be back. Let's hurry up. Li Mulan, okay, I'll be there soon. At this moment, a sturdy, dark-skinned man blocked in front of Li Mulan, smiling and said, Classmate Li, please give me a chance, I will definitely make you satisfied. When Li Mulan frowned, Zhuanjie had already blocked in front of him, snorted coldly and said, Get out. The sturdy man took a few steps back, smiled bitterly and said, Classmate Li, just treat it as a reward for me, I can pay 1 spirit coin. The sturdy man saw the increasingly strong cold light in Zhuanjie's eyes, sighed helplessly, turned and left. Zhuanjie thought to himself, Li Mulan's magic power has been getting higher and higher in quality recently. Her innate ice magic power has gradually attracted the attention of many students, and they all want to practice dual cultivation with her to improve their cultivation. When she goes to the foundation establishment class next semester, I'm afraid it will attract more people's attention, and more people will want to practice dual cultivation with her. But Zhuanjie felt the chill coming from Li Mulan's body, and thought to himself, they don't know that the man behind Li Mulan is a better dual cultivation partner. Thinking back to the rapid improvement in the quality of Li Mulan's magic power these days, Zhuanjie couldn't help but feel a little envious. It must be all Zhang Yu's work. Watching Li Mulan's disappearing back after she walked into the dormitory door, Zhuanjie looked lost. When will it be my turn to go in? Just then, the dormitory door opened again, and Li Mulan's head stuck out. Zhuanjie, can you help throw away the garbage? Okay. Li Mulan turned around and handed the unpacked medicine to Zhang Yu. This is the discounted tonic you bought at the School of Pharmacy. I brought it to you by the way. The medicine is not urgent. Let's start first. Zhang Yu nodded slightly, and couldn't wait to sit behind Li Mulan, pressed his palm on the other's vest, and passed his mana to him. Li Mulan felt the mana that Zhang Yu passed on endlessly, and felt that this time the other party passed it on fiercely and urgently, and the amount was far more than before. After a long time, just when Li Mulan felt that his body was almost pushed to the limit, Zhang Yu withdrew his palm. Li Mulan couldn't help but say, so much? Is it really okay? Chapter 330, Passionate Civil Engineering. Zhang Yu switched to the long flow of qi, feeling the rapid recovery of his mana, and said indifferently, it's okay, just improve the quality of your mana quickly, you should be able to feel it, the mana in your body is about to break through a bottleneck. Li Mulan nodded. Recently, she felt that the mana in her body was becoming more and more cold. Although it would not hurt herself, it would sometimes leak out uncontrollably, causing all kinds of strange phenomena in the outside world. Li Mulan had a feeling in her heart that if she continued at this pace, in another week or two, her mana would undergo some kind of qualitative change. And such a rapid improvement in the quality of mana is also inseparable from Zhang Yu. The improvement of the quality of mana also made her practice more efficient, accelerated the improvement of her grades, and made the Li family on the second floor invest more resources in her. Thinking of this, Li Mulan looked at Zhang Yu and sighed slightly in her heart. She didn't expect that the money she spent on the other party would be doubled back to her in this way. At this time, Zhang Yu handed another measuring cup to Li Mulan. By the way, I'll give you the goods this time too. Li Mulan nodded and said, I'll transfer it to you when the spirit coins arrive. Feeling the warmth coming from the measuring cup, Li Mulan immediately judged with rich experience, it should be produced not long before I came, so it's very fast. Zhang Yu's recent production efficiency is so high. Is it because he took too many tonics? After Zhang Yu recovered his magic power, he hurriedly left the dormitory and rushed to the construction site again. The renovation of the cemetery has been completed for the most part. Now he has to seize the remaining time and try to breathe more spirits in the cemetery construction site. It's a pity that there is no company from Mr. Wang for the rest of the time. Walking in the familiar underground passage, Zhang Yu came to the workplace where he was assigned today. Then, as usual, he activated a detection ritual in his body and glanced at the location of the nearby cameras. After all, there are many secrets on him. Zhang Yu has habitually checked and memorized the location of the cameras to avoid unnecessary trouble. But this time, feeling the feedback of the ritual power in his body, Zhang Yu looked at a wall on the left and suddenly frowned slightly. Is there a hidden camera here? Is it here to take pictures of me? Thinking of this, Zhang Yu activated the power of the monitoring ritual in his body and tried to control this camera. The next moment, he obtained the monitoring angle of the camera. Looking at the content in the monitoring screen, Zhang Yu found that this was a multi-angle camera, which could see the construction site and the secret passage behind a wall at the same time. Is there a secret passage here? Zhang Yu controlled the monitoring camera and looked at the messy pit behind the wall. He thought to himself, this doesn't look like a formal project, but it looks like someone dug it secretly. Zhang Yu became curious. Who dug this secret passage? But after thinking about it, Zhang Yu still didn't care about it. Who knows what kind of secrets are involved, what interests will be involved, and what kind of dangers will there be. So in the next few days, Zhang Yu just pretended that he didn't find this secret passage and continued to work and breathe as usual. On this day, he received a message from Master Jiaolei in the class group to everyone. Master Jiaolei, students who want to participate in this year's architecture competition can sign up now. Students who are interested can tell me. Zhang Yu's eyes moved when he saw this message. He knew that with the holding of various competitions, students' comprehensive scores would have more channels to improve. Therefore, it is impossible to always rank at the top of the school rankings by relying solely on academic performance. So Zhang Yu asked Master Jiaolei to learn about this architecture competition. Only then did he know that this is an important annual competition for architecture and civil engineering students, covering two parts, architectural design and civil engineering. As for the arrangement of the competition, first, the selection competition will be held within the College of Wanfa University, and then the selected teams will be sent out to compete with the representative teams of other universities. This year's finals will be held at Xian'ai University at the end of the year, but the department selection competition will start in the second half of the year, although the official competition will start next semester after the final exams of this semester. The registration for team formation has already begun. After all, after the competition team is formed, it still needs to run in, soon. Tulushan also sent a message to Zhang Yu. Tulushan, do you know about the architecture competition? Tulushan, there is a team recruiting people, you can give it a try. Tulushan, after all, you are only a freshman, don't worry about the results, just accumulate more experience. So under Tulushan's recommendation, Zhang Yu took time out the next day and came to the construction site of the 667th floor. After arriving at the agreed location, he saw a slender girl doing warm-up exercises. Looking at the other party's not-so-strong body and the ranking above her head, Zhang Yu was surprised. Are there any girls with this body type in the civil engineering department? Kong Na, a senior foundation building student in the civil engineering department and ranked 5th in the class, said lightly. Zhang Yu, right? This is what happened. From the other party's explanation, Zhang Yu realized that this participating team had already gathered 5 students, and now they had to recruit another student from the civil engineering department to be responsible for the implementation of the project. Kong Na twisted her arms and legs, making a series of crackling sounds, and chuckled, saying, I am here to give you a test. Although you are a student recommended by teacher 2 and ranked 2nd in the class, you are still a freshman after all. Although she didn't say it explicitly, in Kong Na's opinion, putting a freshman in the competition team, isn't this a pure burden? The other party is here to do odd jobs, and maybe he wants to get a rank. Even if the other party is really strong, Kong Na is more inclined to choose a senior student with the same strength. After all, senior students have more construction experience. So Kong Na's idea is very simple. Let him give up when he sees the difficulty. Kong Na thought to herself, let this kid know that competitions are not for freshmen. Zhang Yu nodded and asked, how to test? Kong Na handed the blueprint to Zhang Yu, then pointed to a bracket and said, I have already sent you the blueprint. Within 10 minutes, you will have passed the test if you finish putting up the steel bars in the blueprint. But just like the competition simulates a wartime environment, When you put up the steel bars, I will attack from time to stop you from working. Are there any problems? Zhang Yu looked at the blueprint and thought to himself, damn, you are using the test to make me work for nothing again, right? It is worthy of being the team introduced by Tulushan, and we are of the same lineage. Having said that, Zhang Yu still nodded and said, no problem. Then, with a countdown of 3, 2, 1, Zhang Yu flashed and rushed out with a surge of energy. He slapped out with one palm, and the steel bars more than 10 meters away were swept over and fell on the bracket one after another. Then he flicked his fingertips, and waves of energy flashed by. The strands of wire a few meters away had already jumped up and wrapped around the steel bars. Looking at Zhang Yu's swift movements, Kong Na nodded slightly. Your movements are not slow, then I'll give you some more pressure. Kong Na took a step forward and slapped Zhang Yu's back with a palm. It was the tendon-breaking palm that could twist most of the steel bars. With the tendon-breaking palm power contained in Kong Na's palm, she was confident that if she hit Zhang Yu with one palm, she could twist all the steel bars that Zhang Yu had set up, making the opponent's work completely in vain. Even if she hit Zhang Yu a few times, Kong Na felt that the opponent's bones might be broken by her. Zhang Yu, who had the magical power of the 3 eyes, had long been observing Kong Na's situation. Almost the first moment Kong Na moved, he also slapped out with a palm, and the energy brought layers of spirals to the opponent. With a bang, Kong Na slapped Zhang Yu's energy with a palm and continued to approach without stopping. She snorted in her heart, the conduction rate of the Genki is too low. This little power can't even slow me down. It turns out that freshmen are unreliable. With a cold snort, Kong Na had already come to Zhang Yu's side, and brought heavy palm shadows to kill the opponent, forcing Zhang Yu to turn around and parry. Zhang Yu thought to himself, this competition is a passionate civil engineering, right? Construction and fighting at the same time, but under Kong Na's interference, Zhang Yu found that it was difficult to continue construction. As an excellent senior student, the opponent's strength and speed are superior to him. Once the battle begins, even if Zhang Yu uses a 55-50 combat method, imitates the opponent's movements, and fights the opponent head-on, he can only parry the opponent, but it is difficult to continue working, let alone repel the opponent. At this time, Zhang Yu showed the defects of his combat system. He's quite strong. Kong Na suppressed Zhang Yu while judging in her heart, but in a competition, it's useless to just be strong. Seeing that the other party's work progress had completely stopped under her attack, Kong Na thought to herself, just because of fists and feet, the project has come to a standstill? A real competition is countless times more dangerous than this. Kong Na secretly said, it's too far away, I should give up when I see the difficulty. Right, just as Kong Na was thinking this, a human-shaped aura flashed in front of her and pounced on her. With this little aura conduction rate, what's the use of turning into a human form? Just when Kong Na wanted to break this human-shaped aura with her hand, she found that this human-shaped aura actually performed the same moves as her. Using aura to imitate my moves, I don't know what it means. With a loud bang, Kong Na's palm and the palm of the human-shaped aura collided fiercely, and then she was surprised to find that not only were the moves exactly the same, but even the power of the aura was exactly the same, both of which were tendon-breaking palm power. After just one strike, the humanoid aura dissipated into the air. But the next moment, just as Kong Na stepped out, another humanoid aura rushed over and blocked her. Boom! As one humanoid aura dissipated, another one came. In Kong Na's stunned eyes, each humanoid aura used the same moves and the same palm power as hers, but they blocked her like this. Under the protection of the aura, Zhang Yu turned around and continued to work, his hands leaving many after images, sweeping back and forth on the steel bars. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331 Secret Weapon, Deep Cold Vein. 9 Cloud Sky Power is the most powerful and valuable martial art among all the combat martial arts that Zhang Yu has mastered so far. This military-grade martial art can open up a hole in the Genki, allowing each hole to absorb its own power and burst out when needed. When the 9 Cloud Sky Power is pushed to the 10th level, it can open up 10 holes, each of which can accumulate the power of an opponent's attack and burst out the power of 10 attacks in one breath. Later, When Zhang Yu pushed the 9-cloud sky power to the 20th level, in addition to the number of holes that can be opened increasing to 20, the upper limit of the power that the holes can accommodate also greatly increased as Zhang Yu's body's tolerance increased. Zhang Yu still remembered that when he fought Wang Yin with the 9-cloud sky power, Xing Hou Zhenren once instructed him that the different palm power, fist power and other powers absorbed in the holes need to be combined with different moves to maximize the power. Soon after Zhang Yu obtained the 3-eye supernatural power, when he created the 55 open fighting method, he also realized that this fighting method could be integrated into the 9 sky clouds and space force, greatly enhancing his counterattack power when facing strong enemies. When Zhang Yu's physical strength broke through to level 15, and his body and the energy gradually blended, he had another new idea when he was working on the construction site controlling the energy. Just like at this moment, with the 3-eye supernatural power and the Wuxian Yun Gang, he simulated a series of human-shaped energy and performed the same moves as Kong Na. In the Wuxian Yun Gang, the empty cavity opened up by the 9 sky clouds and space force released the tendon-breaking palm force that Kong Na had just hit. So in Kong Na's surprised eyes, a series of human-shaped energy emerged from behind Zhang Yu, and hit after hit, with the same moves and the same palm force, they were intercepted in front of her. He has also practiced a broken bones palm, and he has reached a very high level. Kong Na's first reaction was, of course, not that Zhang Yu had secretly learned martial arts, or absorbed her palm power, but that the opponent's broken bones palm was of a very high level. Faced with this situation, Kong Na chuckled, and layers of energy burst out from her body. It seems that I really underestimated you before, then I will be a little more serious. Kong Na punched out, bringing up spiral energy, like a huge drill, and blasted towards Zhang Yu fiercely. It was the Xingxiao Chongmei Dafra of the Civil Engineering Department. When practiced to a high level, it has the effect of opening mountains and drilling the ground, and digging tunnels in the mountains and underground at a high speed. At this moment, Kong Na punched out, and wherever the spiral energy passed, the atmosphere exploded everywhere, and the human-shaped energy blocking her was torn apart like pieces of paper. But the next moment, another human-shaped energy rushed over, with the same fist clenched, elbow bent, and then blasted fiercely. Boom! The same spiral energy burst out. As Kong Na's fist and the fist of the humanoid Qi collided fiercely, the bursting Qi energy exploded in all directions with a collision point as the center, setting off gusts of wind. He also knows the Xingxiao Chongmei Dafa. Kong Na was surprised again, but she reacted quickly. No. Kong Na recalled the process of the battle just now in her mind like lightning, and thought to herself, he absorbed my power and then released it again. What a powerful use of force to fight against force. What kind of skill is this? There are many skills that can attract force, use force to fight against force, and even rebound offensives, but Kong Na thought about it in her mind, but for a while she couldn't think of which one had such a miraculous effect. Not only could it absorb and release her power, but also simulated her moves with Qi. However, although the humanoid Qi in front of her released the Xingxiao Chongmei Dafa that she had just absorbed, it was not as strong as Kong Na after all. After a stalemate, it was shattered again. Kong Na took a deep breath, and the fighting spirit in her eyes burned more and more. I didn't expect that there is a genius like you among the freshmen this year. Hey. I'm talking to you. Looking at Zhang Yu who didn't even turn his head and was still concentrating on his work, Kong Na grinned. Arrogant freshman, then try this move again, can you imitate it? Kong Na shook her arms, and holes appeared in the part below the elbows. The martial arts energy was accelerated by the artificial meridians and released at high speed from them. At the same time, the part below the elbows began to rotate faster. In the foundation building period, it is useless to have powerful martial arts. Powerful martial arts, coupled with the appropriate Dharma bones, can exert the strongest power of a martial arts. Kong Na understood that most college students did not have the qualifications to learn and use military-level martial arts, and expert-level martial arts were the upper limit of what everyone could learn. In this case, if you want to further improve the upper limit of your expert-level martial arts, using the Dharma bones specially adapted to the martial arts to enhance the power of a martial arts is the direction that many students will choose. At this moment, as Kong Na's Xingxiao Chongmei arm was activated, the power of her next punch would also greatly increase. But just when Kong Na was about to attack, a message popped up in her eyeshell. Ma Zhuan, stop, Kong Na, why should I stop? I will definitely defeat him with my next punch Ma Zhuan, it's just a test, Why use the starry sky arm Kong Na? Even if I don't use the hand shell, I can still defeat him if I give me some time Kong Na, abusing the inner energy to use the opponent's force to fight back. How long can his magic power last? Mahjuan, Kong Na, this is just a test, not a real fight, don't get carried away. Kong Na wanted to refute, but the opponent's next sentence calmed her down. Mahjuan, after such a fight, the outer shell of your starry sky arm will be worn out, right? And how many times do you need to use your impact joints before they need to be replaced? Mahjuan, it's time-consuming, laborious and expensive to fight Zhang Yu. Thinking of the maintenance bill of the shell, Kong Na immediately felt that it is better to spar with classmates in moderation. As the fighting spirit in her heart were suppressed, Kong Na also realized that what Mahjuan just said was right. This guy is very durable, he's the kind who can fight head-on with the opponent's force. If I keep fighting him, my body will be worn out a lot. If Kong Na had played games, then when she looked at Zhang Yu at this moment, she would feel that the opponent was like those monsters in the game who were particularly good at consuming the durability of equipment. Even if she won, she would have to spend a lot of money to repair the equipment. Kong Na, so what? Do you plan to recruit him into the team? Mahjuan, if you meet such an opponent in the department's selection competition, would you feel uncomfortable? Kong Na narrowed her eyes slightly. It's a bit disgusting. Mahjuan, that's it. This Zhang Yu can not only disgust the opponent in mentality, but this kind of skill of using the opponent's force to fight is also a surprise weapon, which is very suitable for him to delay the opponent's strongest person. Kong Na was slightly happy when she heard this, as if she had seen the constipated faces of other senior students when dealing with Zhang Yu. Mahjuan, moreover, he has only been in Wanfa University for less than a year. When the department selection begins in the second half of this year, his strength will definitely increase significantly. At the same time, on another floor of Wanfa University City, Mahjuan, who was communicating with Kong Na, thought to himself, using the inner energy to absorb and rebound the opponent's power, this technique seems to be the Nine Heavens Cloud Force, right? He can actually master the former military-level martial arts. Although this technique is now rated as expert level, it is not something that can be bought casually. This Zhang Yu can be used as our secret weapon. On the other side, after finishing his work, Zhang Yu turned his head to look at Kong Na and asked in surprise, "Why don't you do it?" Kong Na smiled slightly and said, "The strength you have shown is enough to pass the test. And I don't like meaningless battles." Coincidentally, me too. Zhang Yu smiled when he heard it, and subconsciously touched the Kingxi flying sword on his index finger. If the opponent had just cooperated with Fa Hai to blast out the Xingxiao Chongmei Defa, he could only use the Kingxi flying sword given by Bai Zhenzhen. Then Zhang Yu asked, "So, I passed, as an outstanding student of Wanfa University." Kong Na is also a person who accepts reality very quickly. After learning about Zhang Yu's strength, she changed her attitude towards ordinary freshmen and said politely, "I personally think you have no problem at all. You are welcome to join our competition team, but we have to wait for the other team members to agree. Add a friend first. When they agree, I will add you to the group." After saying goodbye to Kong Na, Zhang Yu flashed and rushed to the underground cemetery again. I didn't expect it to be so smooth. In this way, I can participate in the competition next semester. At this time, the news of Li Mulan appeared in his eyes. Li Mulan, Zhang Yu, I feel that my magic power seems to be undergoing some kind of transformation. Zhang Yu was shocked when he saw this message, thinking that today is really a double happiness. "Zhang Yu, where are you? I'll come." A moment later, Zhang Yu rushed to the dormitory and saw Li Mulan sitting cross-legged in it, emitting waves of coldness all over his body, and even the temperature of the entire dormitory was brought down. After seeing Zhang Yu, Li Mulan said, "It feels like it's almost there, but it seems to be a little short." Zhang Yu strode over and said, "Sit still, I'll help you." As a stream of magic power was transferred into Li Mulan's body by Zhang Yu, Li Mulan slowly digested this magic power and suddenly felt a shock in her danshan. The next moment, a terrifying chill swept through her meridians with her danshan as the center. Wherever the chill passed, the magic power that was running in Li Mulan's body also changed suddenly, and a qualitative change occurred. In this change, her blood and magic power seemed to be stagnant, and she was drowsy and fell into a state of half-sleep and half-wakefulness. At this moment, her whole body seemed to be frozen, and her consciousness seemed to have entered a hibernation state. I don't know how long it took, but when she came to her senses, she found that her meridians and magic power had undergone earth-shaking changes. But before Li Mulong could carefully sense the changes, she found that Zhang Yu behind her was stiff and motionless. Zhang Yu was frozen. Li Mulong was shocked. Could it be that when he passed on my magic power just now, he was affected by my body? Chapter 332, Bai Zhenzhen is practicing swordplay, Zhang Yu is thawing. After Li Mulong awakened his Dao Seed deep cold vein, Zhang Yu could not wait to copy this Dao Seed into the Dao Seed chart. So in addition to the three eyes divine power, spiritual root, level 1, the Dao Seed chart also had a deep cold vein, mana, level 1. After Zhang Yu activated the deep cold vein, his whole body fell into stagnation, his consciousness became drowsy, and his perception of the outside world became vague. At this moment, his mind seemed to have fallen into an unprecedented stagnation because of the deep cold vein. Zhang Yu could only barely feel that his body was undergoing some inexplicable changes under the astonishing deep cold. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Yu suddenly felt a warmth on his back, as if something soft was sticking to him, driving away the coldness in his body and bringing him a hint of warmth. Zhang Yu, whose mind was frozen, could not think. He just instinctively longed for this warmth. After his body gradually regained its mobility, he subconsciously hugged this warm and soft thing. Gradually, Zhang Yu came back to his senses little by little, and felt something jumping in front of his eyes. Someone is contacting me. Zhang Yu clicked on the other person's avatar in a daze, and suddenly thought of something. By the way, is it time to talk to Zhen today? Zhang Yu, whose thinking was still a little slow, subconsciously accepted the communication request. The next moment, he saw Bai Zhenzhen's spirit world projection appear in his eyes. Seeing Zhen's face full of sweat, his whole body steaming, and white steam constantly coming out, Zhang Yu said, "Just finished training." Zhen nodded, wiped the sweat from his head, and asked in confusion, "Just finished practicing swordsmanship. Why did you take so long to answer the call today?" Zhang Yu was slightly stunned when he heard this, and thought to himself, "I just seemed to be." As his thinking ability gradually recovered, Zhang Yu's mind flashed with various experiences of today, and finally stopped at Li Mulong's Tao Seed. He thought to himself, After I used Li Mulong's Dao Seed, I seemed to have fainted for a while." At this moment, Zhang Yu looked at Bai Zhenzhen, who was steaming hot in front of him, and suddenly felt that his body was also hot, as if there was constant heat coming from Bai Zhenzhen in front of him. "Why is it a little hot? It can't be that Zhen's heat has affected me through the spiritual world network." The next moment, Zhang Yu suddenly reacted. With the activation of the three-eye magical power, he saw Li Mulong behind him, hugging him like an octopus, and sticking close to him. Zhang Yu quickly chatted with Li Mulong through the Dharma body. "What are you doing?" He was about to stand up, but he felt a pair of slender and powerful thighs clamping his waist tightly, and waves of hot heat continued to come from him. At the same time, the message sent by Li Mulong also flashed quickly. "Li Mulong, don't move, you are frozen by my magic power. I am using my power to warm you up." "Li Mulong, it's like your magic power is frozen just now. It's too dangerous." In order to keep Zhang Yu warm, Li Mulong specially boosted his blood to raise his body temperature, and the whole person seemed to be extremely hot. At this moment, there was still a sticky sweat on his legs and chest and abdomen, staining the skin between the two people. "Li Mulong, your body is now mostly thawed. I will help you warm up your danshan." "Li Mulong, don't move in a hurry, so as not to leave hidden injuries." The next moment, Li Mulong's hands stretched out from behind and gently pressed on Zhang Yu's lower abdomen. "Zhang Yu, hiss," Bai Zhenzhen said in confusion. "Yuzi, what's wrong with you?" Zhang Yu thought to himself, "I must not tell the truth, otherwise if Zhen finds out, he will definitely laugh at me and despise me." Zhang Yu frowned and said, "I'm practicing." At the same time, he silently adjusted the communication mode, showing only the image of his upper body. At the same time, Li Mulong's little hand reached down, and her somewhat surprised voice came from behind Zhang Yu's head. "You're not cold here." Zhang Yu took a deep breath, and suddenly squeezed Li Mulong's hands, telling her not to move anymore. "Zhang Yu, I'm fine. If you move again I'll charge you." "Li Mulong, I should have given you the money a long time ago. How much do you want?" Fuji looked at this scene and thought to herself, "Tisk? You want to go to Hedhong University with this little willpower? What a little fool." At the same time, Bai Zhenzhen looked at Zhang Yu's weird look and showed a hint of contempt. "You kid, are you doing that again, Tisk? No wonder it took you so long to connect." Are you fucking connecting with me while you're doing that? Bai Zhenzhen sighed. Alice, as expected, as soon as you go to college and I'm not around, you start to indulge yourself. If I had known, I should have helped you cut off the root of trouble before I left. Zhang Yu blushed and said, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm not using him, Bai Zhenzhen said. Then stretch out your hands, both of them together. Zhang Yu, who was pressing Li Mulan's hands with both hands, was slightly stunned. The next moment, just when he reacted and was about to use his internal energy, he saw the contempt on Bai Zhenzhen's face became even heavier. She curled the corner of her mouth and said, okay, don't I know you? If you want to watch me do it, then do it. We are brothers. If I don't help you, who will? Fuck you, Zhang Yu said angrily. I didn't do it. Yak. Bai Zhenzhen squinted her eyes and started the next topic. After a while, with the communication interrupted, Zhang Yu looked at Li Mulan beside him. You, Alice, my good reputation in my life has been ruined by you. Zhang Yu thought to himself, how will Zhen see me in the future? I feel that I will never be able to raise my head in front of her again. Li Mulan hesitated. Were you just communicating with someone? Yes, Zhang Yu said unhappily. I'm telling you, don't touch me again without my permission. Do you hear me? Li Mulan explained. I'm afraid that your body will be frostbitten. Your condition just now is really scary. Hearing Li Mulan's words, Zhang Yu also remembered, by the way, it's the deep cold vein. He quickly sensed the changes in his body, and saw that the magic power in his body was cold, flowing in the meridians like a group of ice crystals. And the meridians all over his body seemed to have become ice and snow, making his body temperature much lower than usual. Then Zhang Yu tried it a little bit and found that his current magic power could stimulate a kind of cold poison. The cold poison could be injected into other people's bodies along with his magic power and its derivatives, such as martial arts ki. This cold poison was not noticeable at first. But after gradually accumulating, it suddenly broke out and could freeze other people's ki, blood, and magic power. Cold poison? It has increased the power of my ki. Zhang Yu thought of himself and Li Mulan being frozen one after another. It should be the result of the first time this cold poison appeared in their bodies, and even they themselves could not adapt to it. However, after adapting this time, this problem will not occur when using this deep cold vein in the future. Zhang Yu thought to himself, when I copied the deep cold veins and then froze, even if Li Mulan didn't come to help, nothing would happen in the end, but Li Mulan didn't know that I could copy her Dao seed. Oh, forget it, I can't blame her. Zhang Yu thought of the fight with Kong Na today, and thought to himself, if I had this deep cold veins when fighting Kong Na today, it would probably be a little easier. Then Zhang Yu tried it on himself again. Looking at the frozen Genki in his palm, and testing the hardness of this ball of Genki after being frozen, Zhang Yu thought to himself, freezing Genki, it seems that it can not only be used to deal with enemies, but also to change the form of one's own Genki. Just as Zhang Yu was thinking in his heart, Li Mulan beside him said in surprise, you also have my ice magic power. In this regard, Zhang Yu didn't have any idea of hiding it. After all, this thing is different from the three-eyed magical power, and it is too easy to be exposed. Then Zhang Yu nodded and said, maybe it was affected by you when you broke through. In the following attempts and inductions, Zhang Yu also found that under the effect of this deep cold vein, his magic power could disinfect bacteria, freeze wounds, and play a therapeutic effect. Not bad, but how to apply it specifically needs to be studied, Zhang Yu thought to himself. In addition, I also need to see if there are other effects, whether I have discovered them. At this moment, Zhang Yu's eyes slightly condensed, feeling the location where the ice magic power flowed, and said in disbelief, no way, since taking a large amount of life-shortening drugs, strengthening the body and constantly repairing the body with physical activation, Zhang Yu has a more acute sense of the loss of his life, or the loss of life energy in his body. And at this moment, he suddenly felt that under the influence of the deep cold vein, the loss of his life seemed to have a slight slowdown. This deep cold vein can slow down the loss of life. Can it prolong life? Zhang Yu was not sure. He felt that the details needed to be slowly studied. After thinking for a while, he told Li Mulan beside him about this possibility. Li Mulan was also shocked when she heard it. My magic power has this effect, she thought. Then we need to study it carefully. I will use the conditions of the School of Pharmacy to experiment. Zhang Yu nodded and said, before that, don't disclose the relevant information to avoid unnecessary trouble. While speaking, Zhang Yu looked at the Tao seed on Li Mulan's chest. In his perception, The next step of upgrading the deep cold veins requires the quality of magic power to be increased to 200%. This is not something that can be completed in a short time. I don't know what kind of changes will be in the next level of the deep cold veins. In the next few days, Zhang Yu kept trying the effect of the deep cold veins in addition to work and practice. On this day, on the construction site in the tomb, a human-shaped aura appeared behind Zhang Yu. But it was different from the erratic human-shaped aura that Zhang Yu had created casually in the past. This time, the human-shaped aura not only exuded a chill, but also had a special texture. In Zhang Yu's perception, there were ice-like bones inside the human-shaped aura, which were the aura frozen by Zhang Yu. Use frozen aura to make bones. Zhang Yu looked at the human-shaped aura doing all kinds of chores under his control, and he thought to himself, in this way, the efficiency of aura transmission is higher, but the consumption of mana is greater, and the speed of the human-shaped aura is also slower. Suddenly, a aura swept in front of him, as if it had caught something. Zhang Yu's eyes focused, and he saw a trace of white powder falling from it. Is this medicinal powder? No, this is flour. Where does the flour come from here? After searching, Zhang Yu suddenly looked in the direction of the dark passage. With the activation of the ritual power in his body, the picture of the camera appeared in front of him. Looking at the scene, Zhang Yu was shocked, and a thunder flashed through his mind. Dark Farmland. Chapter 333, Discovering a Farming Site. In the surveillance video, a man was using his key to wrap up wheat fields that were gleaming with fluorescence, and eventually they were ground into piles of white flour. Then another man urged his key to compress the flour into blocks, and piled them up like bricks. They are actually processing flour here, Zhang Yu thought to himself, although I don't know what kind it is. It seems that like the Xinjiang rice, this flour is not ordinary. Fuji also saw this scene with the help of the power of the ritual, and thought to herself, is it shipped in this shape? Well, it does save more space and is more convenient for transportation. The 5 characters Dark Farming Realm kept flashing in Zhang Yu's mind. Dark Farming Realm? This was Zhang Yu's first day in Wanfa University City, and Zhang Pianpian warned his younger brother that he must not get involved in the Dark Realm. After living in the university city for nearly a year, Zhang Yu knew very well that farming here was a serious violation of school rules and laws. Once caught, it would result in bankruptcy and every bit of flesh and soul being squeezed dry. It seems that they are not just processing flour, are they also farming here? It's so audacious. However, the more Zhang Yu thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. After all, Hulong Garden was built on a spiritual vein. It contains sufficient spiritual energy and is a very suitable place for farming. He thought of the cemetery renovation project again, and said in his mind, could it be that the destruction of the cemetery this time is also related to the dark farming world? Fuji agreed, it is really possible. After all, farmers have their heads hanging on their belts, and killing people to silence them is commonplace. It's not surprising that they resisted fiercely when they were arrested. They would rather die than be arrested. It's normal for them to destroy the cemetery during the battle. Zhang Yu looked at the bricks of flour on the surveillance screen, his expression changing continuously, his brows sometimes relaxed, sometimes frowned, his eyes full of hesitation and reluctance. Fuji seemed to sense Zhang Yu's entanglement and asked, why? Do you want to grab this batch of goods? Zhang Yu said as a matter of course, in the university town, who wouldn't be tempted to see so much flour? But I'm afraid it's too dangerous. Zhang Yu looked at the flour on the surveillance screen and thought about the days when he had food to eat every day. He couldn't help but saliva in his mouth. If I report it, will there be any reward? But how should I tell you how I found it? I found it through the power of the ritual, which is a bit hard to explain. In the next 2 days, Zhang Yu observed the flour processing through the surveillance camera from time to time, and weighed back and forth in his mind, thinking about what he should do. Fuji said, we still lack information. We don't know how many people there are in this group, how strong they are, and what to do with the flour. We don't know what the consequences of reporting it will be. Why not talk to your sister? She is in the university town patrol team now, right? She must know more about the dark farming world than we do. Just ask her. You found flour on the ground at the construction site, and see what she says. Zhang Yu thought about it and felt that what Fuji said made sense. It seemed that this matter could be discussed with Zhang Pianpian. So that night, while Yu Xinghan and Li Mulan were not there, Zhang Yu put the white powder he picked up in front of Zhang Pianpian. Zhang Yu said, sister, look, is this what I picked up? Flour. Zhang Pianpian took a curious look, reached out her hand to dip it in the flour, licked it slightly, and then said in surprise, "It really is flour, 99% pure local wheat." Zhang Yu puzzled, "What does 99% purity mean?" Zhang Pianpian explained, "The flour from the place of origin is generally more than 99% pure, with not many impurities, but after it is distributed, the shippers will add materials to it and then sell it in order to make more money. The more conscientious ones will add some medicinal powder and some cement, the more unscrupulous ones, then they have everything. Generally, the ones that are finally sold to individual customers have a purity of more than 50%, which is a good product." Hearing Zhang Pianpian's knowledge of the flour, Zhang Yu thought to himself that he had asked the right person. Zhang Pianpian asked again, "Where did you pick up this flour?" Hearing Zhang Yu say that it was the construction site of Hulong Garden, Zhang Pianpian immediately said, "Take me to the site." So with Zhang Pianpian's swift and resolute actions, the two of them arrived at the location of the cemetery construction site a moment later. "Brother, if you catch the people from the dark farming world this time, you will really help me a lot. Wait until I catch these crazy people who dare to farm in the university town, and then I will thank you." Zhang Pianpian tapped her fingertips, and a virtual talisman appeared in front of her in the form of a projection of the spiritual world. As Zhang Pianpian's fingertips passed through the virtual talisman at high speed, an invisible wave had already radiated in all directions with her as the center. Dharma Eye Talisman, activate. Zhang Pianpian's eye bones flashed slightly, and the next moment, the scene seen in Zhang Yu's eye bones had already appeared in Zhang Pianpian's eyes. With the activation of the Dharma Eye Talisman, Zhang Pianpian can directly obtain the vision of other people's eyes and observe the world through their eyes. While activating the Dharma Eye Talisman, Zhang Pianpian explained to Zhang Yu briefly, and then said, "The Dharma Eye Talisman forcibly invades other people's eyes, which is not polite. You must not use it. It will be troublesome if someone finds out. Not only is it not polite, it's also illegal, right?" Zhang Yu thought to himself, "And how can I do this?" Zhang Pianpian continued, "But the talismans I will use today are all private talismans that I modified myself. Although they affect the power of God, they will not be easily recorded by the spiritual world network, and will not be noticed by the gods, so don't record what happens next, and don't spread it casually." While speaking, more pictures appeared in Zhang Pianpian's eyes. It was the vision of the eyes of the extremists who were processing flour in the secret passage. Looking at the bricks of flour in front of these people, Zhang Pianpian was first happy, and then shocked. Zhang Yu on the side had been observing his sister's expression, and said at this moment, "Sister, what did you find?" Zhang Pianpian said solemnly, "There are indeed people from the dark farming world processing flour here. And the quantity is very large. I'm afraid I can't handle it alone." Zhang Yu was also shocked when he heard it, and said, "You can't handle it either? Then do you want to call some colleagues from the inspection team?" Zhang Pianpian said, I can't finish this batch of goods by myself." Zhang Yu, he thought to himself, "No, aren't you here to arrest people?" Zhang Pianpian explained, "If it's just a small fight, just arrest people directly, but this time the amount is not small. We will arrest some people and hand them over, and keep the rest for ourselves." Zhang Pianpian glanced at Zhang Yu on the side and said, "Brother, I will teach you another truth today. In Kung Fu, you can't be too adventurous, but you can't be completely risk-free. Too risky, often putting yourself in danger, constantly taking risks to gain excessive profits. Sooner or later there will be a day of overturning, but not taking risks at all, expecting to continue to climb up by working honestly, that's even more unrealistic." While speaking, Zhang Pianpian's fingertips moved again at high speed. And the monitoring talisman was activated, which had already taken control of the surveillance cameras she saw through the other party's eyes. Then he activated the Dharma Eye Talisman again through the surveillance camera, taking in the vision of the eyes of other people in the camera. In this way, through the jumping back and forth of the Dharma Eye Talisman and the monitoring talisman, Zhang Pianpian had completely mastered this dark farming den in a blink of an eye. Dozens of images jumped back and forth in her eyes, constantly observing the situation in the den, and said at the same time, "It's not a big problem, I have monitored their cameras and eyes. In the next 2 days, I will observe their personnel and schedule and make a plan to take action, but it's a bit troublesome for the two of us to suppress this group of people and transport the goods out at the same time." Zhang Yu thought to himself, "No. I was pulled in now." Zhang Yu couldn't help asking, "Sister, didn't you tell me not to get involved in the dark farming world before?" Zhang Pianpian said lightly, "I told you not to farm, But catching farmers and robbing farmers, that's no problem. Zhang Yu pulled the corner of his mouth, but he had originally thought of snatching this batch of goods, but he was not sure. At this moment, with Zhang Pianpian leading him to snatch the goods, Zhang Yu suddenly felt much more confident. Zhang Pianpian asked, "What do you think of using Han and Li Mulan? Are they reliable?" Zhang Yu's eyes moved. "Do you want to recruit them?" Zhang Pianpian said, "I checked their chat records and browsing records. Although I don't understand some of them, I feel that they are trustworthy after the overall assessment. What do you think?" Zhang Yu's heart sank when he heard this. "No. Sister, you didn't check my browsing history, did you?" Zhang Yu didn't ask this question after all, but said, "They are all friends who are willing to lend me money, it should be okay." Zhang Pianpian said, "Then test them after you go back, I'll monitor their communication records. If neither of them leaks the news, we will prepare tomorrow and take action the day after tomorrow." Wanfa University City. In the area below the 100th floor, in an alley without surveillance and even more difficult to be detected. "Sister, what do you think?" "Well, try harder." "Okay." Yuzhinghan wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued to massage hard. At this moment, a message jumped in his eyes. "Zhang Yu, Lao Han, I have something to discuss with you. When will you be back?" "Yuzhinghan, I am busy. I am not going back today." "Zhang Yu, it is very important. I can make money." Just as Yuzhinghan was hesitating, a woman's voice rang out, "Don't stop. I am enjoying myself." Yuzhinghan hurriedly continued to move, and then replied, "Is it higher than 0.06 spirit coins?" "Zhang Yu, it is higher than this." "Yuzhinghan, wait for me." Chapter 334 Enthusiastic Citizens. In the dormitory. Yuzhinghan asked, "What's the matter? You called me here in a hurry, can't you tell me online?" Zhang Yu said, "I found a target and want to rob him." Yuzhinghan was slightly stunned, and did not rush to confirm or deny, but planned to ask who he wanted to rob first. If the target is Ji Yuanshu or some 6th, 7th or 8th level master, Yuzhinghan plans to persuade Zhang Yu to be patient, telling him that if he is patient for a while, everything will be fine, and if he is patient for a night, he will gradually get used to it. But if the target is some first-level fellow villager or some class slacker, then he will have to show his brotherhood. "What kind of level dares to mess with my brother?" And Zhang Yu then set his own target. Dark farming community, Zhang Yu said, "I found a den of dark farming community and I plan to rob it." Hearing this answer, Yuzhinghan was slightly relieved. It turns out that it is a case of gangsters eating gangsters, not just robbing the upper-class rich people. "But are you sure that the two of us are enough? Will there be masters on the other side?" Zhang Yu said, "Don't worry about these. Anyway, I have a reliable source, and the success rate of this matter is very high." Reliable source, Yuzhinghan thought to himself, "It is probably Zhang Pianpian. Based on my observations over the past year, this senior sister Zhang Pianpian should not be the object of Zhang Yu's fantasy." As an experienced person, Yuzhinghan made this judgment with full confidence. Without sterilization, living with such a beautiful and powerful woman every day, but without any fantasy, there are only two possibilities. Either Zhang Yu doesn't like women, or the relationship between the two goes beyond the relationship between men and women, and Yuzhinghan is very sure that Zhang Yu is definitely not the kind of person who doesn't like women. Forget it, the specific relationship between the two has nothing to do with me. Anyway, if it is Zhang Pianpian, a top student in the talisman department, does that mean that the righteous gods are going to take action against the dark farming world? Thinking of Zhang Yu, who once stood on the side of the righteous gods to fight Wang Yin when he was on the first floor, Yuzhinghan became more and more certain of his judgment. Helping the righteous gods to clean up the place, the thieves eat the thieves, then there is no problem. Thinking quickly, Yuzhinghan thought he had figured everything out, so he nodded and said, "No problem, I'll do it." After confirming it, Yuzhinghan left the dormitory and went to work overtime again. Not long after, Li Milan came to the dormitory. Hearing that Zhang Yu was going to rob the dark farming realm, Li Milan frowned and said, "I heard that the people in the dark farming realm are all extremely vicious and cruel. There have even been cases where a large number of civilians were kidnapped and forced to farm, and then killed to silence them. Robbing them, is the risk not low, right?" Li Milan sighed. "Zhang Yu, can't we just sell seeds honestly?" Zhang Yu said, "Li Milan, today I will teach you something. You can't take risks easily in Kung Fu, but you can't completely avoid taking risks. As the saying goes, no one can get rich without unexpected wealth. If you work hard and honestly in Kung Fu, you won't get ahead, he continued. At present, I can't tell you the details of this matter in advance. Just decide whether you will participate or not. If you participate, I will tell you the details. If you don't participate, then just pretend that this matter never happened. Zhang Yu knew that letting Li Mulong choose like this was obviously a bit embarrassing for the other party. After all, the other party didn't know anything and had to choose whether to work with him in the dark. But Zhang Yu also understood that this was something he couldn't do. This kind of thing has never been explained clearly in advance, and it all depends on the trust between companions. Just like he trusted Zhang Pianpian, so he followed him. The only basis for Li Mulong's choice at this moment was trust. Li Mulong looked at Zhang Yu in front of her, and scenes flashed through her mind, and finally stopped at the scene where Zhang Yu and Wang Yin fought in Songyang City. She thought of her correct choice to lend money to the other party to build the foundation. Li Mulong decided to trust Zhang Yu again. Then I'll join. At the same time, Zhang Pianpian on the other side looked at the communication records between Yu Xinghan and Li Mulong, and thought to himself, it seems that there is no problem. Speaking of my brother, there is always a unique temperament on him, and he always seems to be a little out of tune with the people around him, but he always makes people around him trust him more. On the day of the action, Zhang Yu and Yu Xinghan still entered the construction site of Hulangyuan as civil engineering students as usual. Li Mulong entered as a tourist. At this moment, Zhang Pianpian was keeping in touch with the three people at the same time, providing support through the spiritual world network. Zhang Yu's mind flashed with today's plan. In this operation, the three of them will be enthusiastic citizens, and they will crack down on a flower manufacturing den together with Zhang Pianpian. As for how much flour was finally seized in the process, of course, it was up to them to decide. And to do this, it is best to ensure that no one is left alive at the scene. As they were talking, Zhang Yu and the other two had already arrived in front of the secret passage. Zhang Yu said, "We are here." Zhang Pianpian said, "Wait a minute, I will use their eye skeletons to open the door now, but the moment the door is opened, they will be alarmed. I will temporarily cover the surrounding surveillance and spiritual world network. You have 5 minutes to deal with them." As they were talking, Zhang Yu and the other two saw that the wall in front of them paused slightly and had already opened with a bang. Zhang Yu said, "I'll go in first." He was seen with a surging aura, and he had already shot in. The internal structure of this den, Zhang Pianpian had already passed it to them, and Zhang Yu had read it countless times. In addition, an arrow appeared in front of Zhang Yu, guiding him to the target location. The first thing to do after breaking in is to control the goods and prevent them from destroying them. Just as Zhang Yu was moving forward quickly, gang members rushed up from all around, and without saying anything, they brought various martial arts energy, fist shadows and palm winds to blast Zhang Yu. After all, they were doing the most dangerous business. Torture and murder were basic operations for them. Now that they saw Zhang Yu suddenly appear, they were naturally ruthless. However, several human-shaped energy flashed in the air. And they all performed different moves such as back dragon flipping mountain hand, dragon elephant collapsing mountain palm, and infinite cloud hand. None of the gang members who surrounded and killed him could get close to Zhang Yu, and they were blown away by the human-shaped energy, and crashed into the wall with broken tendons and bones, and a bloody mess. Zhang Pianpian reminded, except for one foundation building cultivator guarding, the rest are at the key refining level. Remember not to leave any alive. As Zhang Yu rushed forward, seeing that all the people who resisted were smashed into mud with one move, the remaining gang members retreated in horror. When Zhang Yu arrived at the storage point, a shadow approached quickly in the darkness. Zhang Pianpian, he's coming. Above the shadow, there was a big cross marked by Zhang Pianpian, and a sentence, foundation building, entangle him. With a loud bang, a 5-meter tall man suddenly broke out from the shadow and collided with Zhang Yu. At the same time, the den was in chaos. Someone shouted, "Enemy attack." Someone else shouted, "Why can't I connect to the internet?" Someone else ran towards the exit, but the next moment he was punched back by Yu Xinghan. "Yu Xinghan, Zhang Yu has already entangled the foundation building master. You are responsible for wiping out the remaining people in the cave." Yu Xinghan walked over and saw in his eyes that everyone in the den had a red cross mark on their heads, which was extremely clear. With a chuckle, Yu Xinghan's figure flashed quickly, and wherever he passed, pieces of blood and flesh exploded in the aura. As Yu Xinghan rushed all the way to the depths, the gang members in another fork took the opportunity to rush to the exit, but the next moment they were swept by aura, and the whole person quickly lost temperature, froze, and fell to the ground. Li Mulan, you stay at the door first to prevent anyone from escaping. After Yu Xinghan has dealt with the rest of the people, the three of you can come together to kill the foundation-building cultivator. At the same time, the 5-meter-tall man watched the key refining cultivators around him being killed one by Yu Xinghan. He shouted angrily, "Who are you? Do you know who is protecting this place? If something happens here, support will arrive soon. You are dead." Amid the crackling explosions, human-shaped auras flashed by the man's side, making him feel as if he was besieged by several foundation-building masters. Although they were not as strong as him, they seemed to be endless. After each shattering, they kept surging up. The man took a deep breath, and the heartless skeleton in his body beat violently. He was about to activate the burning heart mode, enter the super explosive state, and exert his full-strength martial arts. But the next moment, a deduction message popped up in his eye skeleton, showing that his savings were rapidly disappearing. What? Fear talisman, activate. Seeing the rapid decrease of his deposit, the big man felt a pain in his heart and was stunned for a moment. Before he realized that all this was just an illusion arranged by the other party with a spell, a large amount of information began to refresh in his eyes. Vajrazuanzao, each piece is a master's product, your best choice for a magic body dragon soul workshop. Reaching the peak with concentration. Xinchuang Medical launched the latest installment medical discount. Advertising talisman, start. With a refresh of a large number of advertisements, the big man's eyes could hardly see the scene on the scene. At the same time, Zhang Yu had come behind the big man, and the raging Genki with the power accumulated by Jixia Yangquangjin was blasted out by him with a palm. Puff. The big man suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, waved his hand and hid a palm, but only shattered a human-shaped Genki. At the same time, he felt a bone-chilling chill along the other party's Genki, straight into his body, making him shiver. Not long after Zhang Yu and the big man were entangled, the remaining gang members at the scene had been strangled to death. Yu Xinghan and Li Mulan joined the battlefield together and surrounded the big man with Zhang Yu. The big man roared, bursting out palm prints all over the sky, and attacked in all directions like a mad tiger. Zhang Yu was at the forefront, relying on the layers of Genki and his own super physique. He took most of the big man's offensive. Yu Xinghan opened the full concentration state of Xian Wu Liang Xinju, and the big man's movements became extremely slow under the gaze of his 3-eye supernatural power. With a 3-eye supernatural power, he could easily imitate the opponent's moves. With his strong martial arts qualifications, he did not imitate the opponent's movements at this moment, but just went through the moves in his head, identified the flaws in the moves, and attacked. On the other side, Li Mulan retreated, and the sweat with the excitement of the drug was secreted in her palm, and then she hit it out with the ice mana, continuously injecting the cold poison and drug power into the opponent's body. Watching the two roommates playing styles, Zhang Yu thought to himself, although they all have the same Dao seed as me, their development directions are quite different. Compared to the enhancement of the chain diagram, Dao seed is more like an ability. What kind of effect it can produce still depends on how the user develops it. Chapter 335 Seizure and Distribution. GZHI was once a student of Wanfa University. After graduation, he joined a pharmaceutical company and was responsible for the cultivation and planting of medicinal materials. With his outstanding professional skills and hard-working spirit, he swept away his predecessors in the position and was responsible for a large medicinal material planting park alone. His salary was getting higher and higher, and the number of floors of the apartment he rented was getting higher and higher. The pills he took gradually changed to big brands, and the Dharma bones on his body were also replaced with high-end goods one by one. He started to eat a bite of meat every month and listened to the guidance class of Yuan Zhenzhen from time to time. He no longer used the Yuan magnetic channel to go in and out, but walked in the anti-gravity channel. Just when GZHI thought that he would become richer and richer step by step, and his life would get better and better, God seemed to play a joke on him. The evil spirit on the 18th is heavily polluted, and the evil spirit has penetrated into the internal organs. Surgery must be performed immediately, otherwise you will lose your ability to work in a month at most. When he heard these words from the doctor, GZHI felt dazed and his mind was blank. Later, he learned that the growth hormone used by the company to cultivate medicinal materials contained a large amount of number 18 evil spirit. This evil spirit is a key factor for the growth of the medicine he cultivated, but long-term exposure is extremely harmful to the human body. In order to raise enough money for the operation, Gzhi was in debt, and after the operation, he still needed to spend spirit coins every day for the treatment of evil spirit purification, which lasted for a lifetime until his death. He wanted to change jobs, but found that with his work experience and professional skills, he could not find a formal job other than medical planting that could afford the treatment costs. He wanted the company to compensate, but the long process, the shirking and wrangling of each department exhausted his patience. He knew in his heart, they are waiting for me to die, just like dealing with those victimized customers. So in order to support medical expenses, Gzhi could only continue to work in the company. But in order to reduce the harm of evil spirit pollution, Gzhi's work efficiency inevitably declined, and his salary performance became lower and lower. At that time, Gzhi finally understood the eyes of those predecessors who were eliminated by him. It was not jealousy or hatred, it was looking at his former self, just like he was looking at the college students who were about to eliminate him. In order to fill the funding gap caused by the decline in income, Gzhi had to reduce his spending. His apartment was getting lower and lower, and the Dharma body on his body was gradually replaced with cheap ones. The drugs he took mainly relied on defective products produced by the company. But this made his workability decline again, and he was eventually on the company's layoff list. Without the company's income, Gzhi could only rely on temporary workers to make a living temporarily, and it was even more difficult to afford his medical expenses and debts. Just when he was desperate, Mai Yinghu found him and offered him a job to grow ground wheat. This immortal wheat seed contains a strong food essence. But it is also difficult to grow. It requires experts like Gzhi to cultivate it in large quantities. At first, it was just farming, then flour processing. Next, in order to increase income, he took on tasks such as killing people and gang fighting. Later, in order to further increase the harvest of ground wheat, he launched a project to steal mortals to make blood pool fertilizer, turning mortals into his food and prolonging his life. This is Kung Fu. Kung Fu has to eat people to make money and survive. It's like the company eats us, just like we eat mortals. In this way, Gzhi lived a life of poverty in the dark farming world, with his head on his belt. Until today. Under the siege of Zhang Yu and the other two, Gzhi was furious, and his murderous intent kept pouring out. If I were in my peak state, how could I be suppressed by you like this? Roar. In the roar, the built-in potion of the arm's Dharma skeletons automatically pierced, and Gzhi's body expanded again, and the violent Genki surged out, pouring in all directions with terrifying heat. The vision was covered by advertisements, and the moves were constantly blocked, so Gzhi burst out his Hori Genki with all his strength, and launched an all-round attack with a high-temperature field. Zhang Pianpian reminded, he wants to destroy the goods, don't let him succeed, Zhang Yu, I'll stop him head-on. Feeling the high temperature coming towards him, Zhang Yu was the first to meet it, and clamped the opponent together with several human-shaped Genki. With a collision of the two sides ki and the squeeze of power, Zhang Yu felt as if he had caught hundreds of tons of concrete in one breath. Zhang Yu used the 3i supernatural power to instantly grasp the changes in the moves of everyone present. With a flash of his figure, he had already resisted the rolling heat and punched the floor behind Gzhi. With a bang, accompanied by the explosion of the key that originally covered Gzhi's back was blasted open by Zhang. As the key rose rapidly and was about to close again, this place was clearly marked in Zhang Pianpian's eye skeleton, and two golden characters were written, hit this. With a blessing of the deep cold veins, Li Milan pointed out with one finger, and the ice magic power mixed with a medicinal power in her body was sent to Gzhi's vest before the key closed. Gzhi, who was already in an explosive state, was stimulated by this medicinal power, and his blood vessels expanded and his heart beat more violently. At the same time, Zhang Yu once again activated the nine heavens clouds energy, and with a humanoid energy, he hugged Gzhi fiercely, and bursts of scorching Hori energy suddenly burst out. What? My Hori energy? Gzhi's body temperature had already increased with the activation of Hori energy, and Zhang Yu's attack at this moment was like adding fuel to the fire, causing his body temperature to soar again. This sudden increase in temperature also accelerated the effect of the medicine in his body, and coupled with the violent beating of his heart, Gzhi felt dizzy. But this was not over yet. Just after the Hori energy brought by the nine heavens clouds energy was struck out, Zhang Yu followed with a palm strike, pouring into Gzhi's body with terrifying coldness. Zhang Yu and Li Mulan. The ice power of the two gathered in Gzhi's body, and then exploded together. The two forces of burning and cold conflicted with each other in Gzhi's body, causing some of his blood and ki to be wildly accelerated, and some to be extremely slowed down or even frozen, causing the meridians all over his body to burst. Puff. Gzhi suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, and the ki around him was slightly leaked. In an instant, the middle door opened wide, and Yu Xinghen seized the opportunity to punch him several times. Zhang Yu and Li Mulan also chased after him the next moment, and the violent offensive they launched completely engulfed Gzhi in an instant. After just a few seconds, Zhang Yu, Li Mulan, and Yu Xinghen all stopped their hands, looking at the quiet hideout, and subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. After the three knew that they were going to fight with the gang members of the dark farming world, it was impossible to say that they were not nervous. After all, according to their understanding, these gang members are extremely vicious and murderous, and they will fight to the death once they start. And once one person is leaked, it will be a big trouble. However, under the guidance of Zhang Pianpian, this action can be said to know oneself and the enemy. Not only did they choose the time when the opponent's defense was the weakest at the beginning, but they also had the upper hand from beginning to end. Don't be happy too soon, Zhang Pianpian's voice appeared in their ears. The next thing is the most important thing. She walked in slowly, her eyes sweeping over the bricks of flour. Because combat spells are too easy to be discovered by the gods, Zhang Pianpian did not take action directly, but chose to support from behind. Looking at the flour bricks on the ground, Zhang Pianpian said, "We need to ship this batch of goods out." Yu Xinghen asked, "What should we do with the ground wheat that is still planted in the field? In addition to the storage room where they are now, there is also a planting room in the entire den, in which a lot of ground wheat is being planted." Zhang Pianpian said, "The ground wheat in the planting room cannot be moved, it is too easy to be discovered, leave it for the sweeping team to check. As for this batch of flour bricks," Zhang Pianpian estimated and said, "the market price is about more than 100 spirit coins." Hearing this, Zhang Yu, Yu Xinghen, and Li Mulan all breathed quickly. This batch of bricks is probably worth more than 100 spirit coins, which is enough for us to share. Yu Xinghen couldn't help but say, "It's so valuable, but they only sent one foundation building guard to guard it." "They are too careless," Zhang Pianpian said lightly. "Usually there are two foundation building soldiers. We just chose a time when the other one is not there, and no matter how many foundation building soldiers there are, it's meaningless when facing the patrol team. The key to the dark farming world is hiding. The secret passages here are secretive enough, and their law skeletons and surveillance are not connected to the external network. If Zhang Yu hadn't accidentally discovered the clues and I hadn't forcibly invaded, it would probably have been able to operate smoothly for a long time." Zhang Yu thought to himself, "If it weren't for the evil god's ritual, I wouldn't be sure that someone from the dark farming world was here." Yu Xinghen squatted down, looked at the law skeleton on the corpse, and asked curiously, "They clearly have goods worth more than 100 spirit coins in their hands. Why do their law skeletons look like cheap stuff? Those key refining gang members also look thin and weak, as if they haven't eaten enough." Zhang Pianpian said casually, "Who told you that you can have enough to eat by farming? Do you think that if you grow ground wheat, they can afford to eat ground wheat? Besides, after these goods are sold, the bulk of the profits will be distributed to the higher-ups. Just say that they can build this kind of underground planting base in Hulong Garden. Do you think there is no trader in the cemetery cooperating with them? The status of this trader is probably not low." Yu Xinghen's heart moved slightly when he heard this, and he said thoughtfully, "Some people above are severely suppressing the dark farming world, but some people are secretly supporting the dark farming world. Do they make money from this?" Zhang Pianpian said, "Okay, don't waste time, Zhang Yu, you give out 1/10 of the goods." 1/10, thinking that 1/10 of the share is only more than 10 spirit coins, Zhang Yu couldn't help but said, 1/10, are we taking too little? Zhang Pianpian said lightly, 1/10 is left here for the patrol team, we will eat the remaining 9/10. Zhang Yu was shocked when he heard this, and said, "How do we transport it out?" "This is a cemetery," Zhang Pianpian said, "the simplest way, of course, is to transport it as ashes." Chapter 336 Taking Talisman. The underground cemetery, as a large-scale mana production base, has a large number of corpse parts coming in and out every day. As the corpse parts continue to age and become scrapped in the process of producing mana, how to deal with them has become an important issue. Zhang Pianpian said, Those with a certain residual value are taken to draw blind boxes, or flow into the market as second-hand organs. This is a source. There are also many that are completely damaged and have no reuse value. They are often turned into ashes and sold as waste. For example, the production of some law skeletons, the performance of some Taoist magic, or the arrangement of formations will use ashes. Some people will buy it to supplement calcium, which is more cost-effective than buying medicine. Zhang Pianpian picked up the flower brick on the ground and said, "It's just right, we will transport these flowers as ashes." After a moment, Yu Xinghan and Li Milong stayed temporarily and sorted and arranged the scene under the guidance of Zhang Pianpian. Zhang Yu carried a large box of flour and prepared to leave the underground hideout. Before leaving, Zhang Yu watched the video of a man emerging from his eye skeleton. The muscles all over his body rose and fell, and he gradually became the other person's appearance. This is the disguise image Zhang Pianpian chose for him. He is a worker who often transports ashes in Hulong Garden. Changing his image is not a difficult task for Zhang Yu. As early as the first year of high school, he was able to change his appearance more skillfully by controlling his muscles. Later, after special training from Xinghuo Zhenren, he was able to change himself into the target image in an instant. At the same time, Zhang Pianpian has cast a spell for him again. Concealment Talisman, activate. The concealment talisman that Zhang Pianpian cast at this moment is obviously much more powerful than the one cast at the first level. Her palm slowly wiped over Zhang Yu's body. The data displayed by Zhang Yu in the eyes of others, whether it was the name on his head or the relevant information and evaluation, had already become that of the transport worker. Zhang Pianpian continued, "This concealment talisman can last for about 10 minutes. You should hurry up." Zhang Yu left the den with a large box of flour on his back. He couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He felt much more nervous than the battle with the gang members just now. He took a deep breath and focused on the Kenyushi body and mind technique in his mind. With a roar of the white bowl, he gradually eliminated the tension in his heart. When they arrived at the gate smoothly, a security guard stopped Zhang Yu and asked, "What are you carrying behind you?" Zhang Yu turned his head and looked. His eyes suddenly focused slightly, and found that the person who spoke was Shengji from Xiandu. The last time he met him was at the top floor construction site. Zhang Yu thought to himself, "Is he on duty here?" Although a little surprised, Zhang Yu's face remained unchanged on the surface, and he said calmly, "Ashes." As a cemetery security guard, Shengji had a hint of pressure when he looked at the workers carrying ashes in front of him. At this moment, he said proudly, "What are you carrying it out for?" Zhang Yu said lightly, "Selling it to people to supplement calcium." Shengji nodded, "Open it and let me see." So Zhang Yu put the box in front of him, opened it, and put it in front of Shengji. "Is it really ashes?" Shengji frowned and said, "Is it smuggled flour?" As he spoke, he grabbed the powder in the box and said, "I have to taste it." Zhang Yu's breathing paused slightly, and he watched Shengji grab a handful and swallow it in one gulp. As he tasted it, he licked his lips, and suddenly frowned and said, "Is this the taste of a pig demon?" The next moment, Shengji smiled and said, "You are quite good at buying. Let's go." Zhang Yu breathed a sigh of relief, and his mind flashed back to what Zhang Pianpian said before the action. According to the intelligence I have collected, the security guards at the gate of the cemetery are normal for taking bribes, and the ashes have to be tasted when they pass by. Zhang Yu thought to himself that it was a good thing that Zhang Pianpian prepared the ashes to cover the upper layer in advance, just to deal with the security guards. After leaving Hulong Garden, the rest of the journey was smooth. Under the guidance of Zhang Pianpian, Zhang Yu came to a room on the 45th floor and put down the box full of flour. Looking at the empty room, Zhang Yu thought to himself, "Is this the room that my sister secretly found?" Next, Zhang Yu returned to the secret passage of the cemetery and successfully reunited with Zhang Pianpian and the other two. At this point, most of the work had been done. Zhang Pianpian explained, "Although the flour has been shipped out, it is impossible to cash it in immediately. After the storm has passed, I will find a way to ship it as soon as possible, but finding buyers and the steps of money laundering will take a lot of time overall. It may take 2 to 3 months for the money to reach you." Yu Xinghan and Li Milan naturally expressed their understanding, and they were looking forward to the day when the money would arrive. Zhang Pianpian looked at their excitement and reminded them, "Remember, this matter must not be known to outsiders, so you must control your mentality next time. Don't be too proud, and don't talk about this matter again even in private. Also, don't make unplanned large-scale consumption for the time being. You should save money when you can." In short, it will be the same as before, just pretend nothing happened. Then, with Zhang Pianpian's initiative to contact, the inspection team quickly arrived at the scene. The leader of the team looked at the flour bricks on the ground and the large area of ground wheat in the planting room, and immediately smiled from ear to ear, praising Zhang Pianpian. Zhang Yu, Yu Xinghan, and Li Mulan, as enthusiastic citizens who acted bravely, were also taken back for questioning. However, with Zhang Pianpian's care, the aftermath was handled very cleanly, and the inspection team was eager to close the case and receive credit. After being commended, the three were quickly released. Before coming out, the inspection team said that the three would also receive a bonus of 1 spirit coin each, which would be transferred to their accounts in a few days. After the three of them returned to the dormitory together, they gradually relaxed. They looked at each other and laughed at the next moment. Yu Xinghan thought to himself, 90 spirit coins, damn. I have to save for several years without eating or drinking to earn this much, right? Although it has to be shared by 4 people, it is also a huge income. It is true that no one can get rich without unexpected wealth. Li Mulong thought to himself, with this money, when I transfer to the foundation building class next semester, I should be able to have a good ranking. Zhang Yu has already picked and chosen on the website displayed by the eye, what should I spend the spirit coins on next? Previously, relying on Wang Yin's funding, Zhang Yu's savings had a surge, and now there are more than 26 spirit coins left. If the flour money in 2 or 3 months is counted, the disposable income can reach 40 spirit coins, or even more than 50 spirit coins. But thinking of this, Zhang Yu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Alice, the business of killing people can't make money as fast as fraud, let alone the money in the hands of rich second generations like Wang Yin. After a night of hard work, Zhang Yu missed Mr. Wang even more and missed the easy work of live streaming. Even if the poor break the law, they can't make as much as the rich legally. Hearing Zhang Yu's sigh, Fuji said as a matter of course, nonsense, how can a low-end job like robbery compare to fraud? Selling flour is far less profitable than fraud, otherwise how can the gang do it? Fraud is the shortcut to heaven on the road to immortality. When you help me find more colleagues and recover more strength in the future, I will take you to play fraud and cheat a few rich people, and then you will know what it means to make money. As for this time, if it wasn't really easy and Zhang Pianpian was escorting me, I would definitely not recommend you to make this money. Zhang Yu shook his head, feeling that Fuji was now defrauding him. He suppressed his thoughts and continued to think about the use of spirit coins. With such a huge sum of money in the future, Zhang Yu immediately came up with many ideas that he had never dared to think of before. For example, the Journey of Soul and Flesh Unity in Chuksinju, which claims to guarantee success for 30 spirit coins, and can be refunded if it fails. This is a higher level of the operation of the mind method. Even if you lose consciousness, you can still keep a trace of spiritual light in the sea of consciousness and always maintain the operation of the mind method. It is also a prerequisite for the operation of the second mind method after the Dao heart level reaches level 15. According to teacher Feng Jiu, if you want to achieve the unity of soul and flesh, you must continue to practice hard and grind it out bit by bit. In addition, there is the Journey of Soul and Flesh Unity in Chuksinju. Zhang Yu's current Dao heart level is getting closer and closer to level 15. Originally, he thought that he could only rely on his own hard work to grind out the unity of soul and flesh bit by bit, and then practice the second mind method. It may take a very long time. After all, many foundation building students have not achieved the state of soul and flesh unity until they reach level 20 Dao heart. If it can be solved with spirit coins, then it will definitely be solved faster with spirit coins. However, it was a huge amount of money of more than 30 spirit coins after all, and Zhang Yu's current savings had not yet increased to 30 spirit coins. He planned to try to practice the unity of body and soul. If I still cannot break through the unity of body and soul after the spirit coins arrive, I will go to the Hammer Heart residence. After a burst of excitement, the 3 people in the dormitory suppressed their emotions. They all remembered Zhang Pianpian's reminder and must not get carried away. For the whole night, the 3 did not go to work or work overtime, but practiced silently in the dormitory. When the time came to the next day, after a night of practice, the 3 had changed their emotions and no longer looked excited. When Zhang Pianpian returned to the dormitory, Zhang Yu looked at the other's chest with a bright look. Zhang Pianpian looked at Zhang Yu and sighed, "Thanks to your careful discovery at the construction site this time. With this contribution and my previous preparations, I will probably be promoted to deputy captain next month." You may not understand, but this matter is really important to me. Zhang Yu smiled slightly. Senior sister, you have helped me so much, and I am really happy that I can help you. While speaking, Zhang Yu focused more on the Tao seed that emerged from Zhang Pianpian's chest. In the days when he was with Zhang Pianpian before, although he could sense the Tao seed in the other's body from time to time, each time it was fleeting, appearing and disappearing, and the feeling was not real. Zhang Yu could only barely see that Zhang Pianpian's Tao seed was called taking talisman, but as for how to activate this taking talisman and what its use was, he knew nothing. At this moment, I don't know if it's because of this action, or because they have been together for a long time, or because I have a better understanding of my sister. In short, when Zhang Yu looked at each other, it was like seeing Yu Xinghan and Li Mulan, and he could really and continuously sense the Tao seed in Zhang Pianpian's body. When Zhang Yu focused his attention on this Tao seed, he felt a mysterious feeling, or information, from it that was difficult to describe in words. As the sensing time increased, more and more information came, and finally converged into something that Zhang Yu could understand. To activate this taking talisman, it requires 50 spirit coins. Zhang Yu looked at Zhang Pianpian in a daze, thinking that this requirement was really difficult and simple. It is extremely simple for rich people, but extremely difficult for poor people. Feeling Zhang Yu's blank gaze, Zhang Pianpian asked in confusion, "What's the matter with you?" Zhang Yu asked, "Sister. Senior sister, are you short of money?" Chapter 337 Competition Team. Hearing Zhang Yu's question, Zhang Pianpian was slightly stunned and said, "Who in this world doesn't lack money? I am indeed trying to collect some money. Although I am still short of it, it shouldn't take long to collect it." Hearing Zhang Pianpian's answer, Zhang Yu thought to himself, "Isn't it just 50 spirit coins?" But he was not sure whether the 50 spirit coins reflected in the Tao seed were related to the money Zhang Pianpian collected, and he couldn't say it, so he could only bury his doubts in his heart for the time being. At the same time, Zhang Yu also felt that he had less and less spirit coins to spend. "Alice, it's true that the spirit and the body are one. I'd better try it myself first, and spend money if I can't figure it out." In the next few days, Zhang Yu and the other four studied, practiced, and worked as usual, as if nothing had happened. This day, Zhang Yu was still practicing the breathing method in the cemetery as usual. After these days of hard practice, he has completed the 7th breathing method of the long flow of key meridians, and is practicing the 8th breathing method, the soul-inducing and body-tempering technique. At this moment, his mana was flowing, and the strong spiritual power was flowing in his meridians, and it was constantly dissipating, silently tempering his muscles. During the period of time working and practicing in the cemetery, because he spent more time meditating and breathing every day, Zhang Yu specially chose such a breathing method that could temper his muscles while breathing, so that his body training progress would not fall behind too much. But when he was practicing the 7th and 8th breathing methods, he could also feel that his practice efficiency had slowed down. And his slowness was not caused by the environment, or his state had changed, but because the breathing method Zhang Yu practiced was getting more and more difficult. "But there is nothing we can do about it," Zhang Yu sighed in his heart. "There are more than 10 breathing methods in the key meridian Chandelier set. I have already practiced the simplest ones. The rest are quite complicated. It takes a lot of time to practice each set for a week. In this way, even for me, it will probably take more than half a month, or even a month, to upgrade a breathing method to level 20. Zhang Yu knew that if someone heard his sigh at this moment, they might want to beat him up. But for him who has been accustomed to the rapid improvement of the level of the skills, it is indeed a bit lacking to practice a skill to level 20 in 1 month. After a long time, Zhang Yu felt that the power of the medicine he took in the last meal was exhausted, so he slowly stopped practicing and took the time to look at the accumulated messages in his eyes. First, he replied to the information about medicine in the dormitory group, and then some homework information in the class group, which Zhang Yu scanned one by one. Then there were all kinds of messy messages in various groups. There was a weapon refining group that Ji Zingli from the weapon refining department had pulled him into. 2 groups of people were arguing about which of the 2 brands of leg tendon Fahei, King Kong's Wanzhou and Xiangong, was better. There was also bad news from the Songyang hometown group. A student from Shu's Haoyaoi Vocational College stayed up all night, all year round to save money and didn't take medicine. He had a cardiac arrest and almost died suddenly. Now he is borrowing money from the group to buy energy capsules so that he can stay up all night. Chu Kim from King Kong University, don't borrow money in the group. One warning, the second time, kick him out. Shuang Wenwu from Xianyao University, we are all from the same hometown. He just wants to borrow some money to stay up late. There is no need to be so strict, right? Chu Kim from King Kong University, if he doesn't have money, he can go to sleep. Another Yaoi student jumped out and replied, what's the difference between asking him to sleep every day in college and asking him to die? He is a college student. He just doesn't want to sleep and wants to get up to study. What's wrong with him? Chu Kim from King Kong University, who knows if it's a scam? If you are so poor that you can't even afford to stay up late, what kind of immortality do you want to cultivate? After casually glancing at the quarrel in the group, Zhang Yu looked at other accumulated information. Then he found that Kong Na from the competition team had sent him a message. Kong Na, everyone else in the team has agreed. I will send you the competition information and invite you to join the group. Zhang Yu first accepted the competition information, glanced at it, and then agreed to the other party's invitation to join the group. Zhang Yu, hello everyone, I'm a newcomer, please take care of me in the future. Kong Na, welcome Ma Zhuan, welcome to join. Zhang Yu greeted him, but apart from Kong Na and Ma Zhuan, no third person came to welcome him, and the chat records of the three of them were quickly swiped up. Zhang Yu took a quick look and found that there were 3 other people in the group who were chatting about Taoism, as if no one was around. Lines of words were swiped out quickly, occupying the entire chat box. Zhang Yu looked at the information of the other 5 people in the group besides himself. He found that except for Kong Na, who was only ranked 5th in the class, the others show the ranking of the whole department in addition to the class ranking. Among them, Ma Zhuan was ranked 35th in the department, and the remaining 3 were ranked in the 40th or 50th. Including Zhang Yu, there were 6 people in total, which was the number of people in a competition team. Zhang Yu looked at their grades again, and found that they were at most 5th-year college students. Zhang Yu understood that they were able to enter the top 50 in the department at this stage, and it was obvious that these people were elite students in the civil engineering department. No wonder no one paid attention to me. Zhang Yu completely understood this. After all, it was normal for high-ranking students to humiliate low-ranking students, and ignoring low-ranking students was really polite. At this time, one of the students named Bu Ziren sent a short video, which contained a lung dharmakaya that had just been unpacked. Bu Ziren, Wandao Jiangzhuang's newest lung dharma skeleton, can accumulate and condense lung gold sword energy just by breathing. Bu Ziren, subscribe to Wandao Jiangzhuang's monthly service, and there are 23 kinds of sword energy that can be replaced. Bu Ziren. 18.88 spirit coins to get it. When Zhang Yu saw the price, he wanted to say it was expensive, but another student named Yang Yan replied, this price is cheap, did you get a discount? Bu Ziren, I have an uncle who works in Wandao Jiangzhuang. This time I bought it at an internal price. Looking at the subsequent conversations in the group about dharma skeletons, medicines, Taoist techniques, and magic weapons, Zhang Yu thought of the flower brick that he had fought hard to snatch not long ago, and felt that he was increasingly out of tune in this group, and couldn't participate in these topics even if he wanted to. Seeing that the 4th and 5th year students in the group were not ranked in the top 20 in the department, Zhang Yu sighed in his heart, Master Xinghe asked me to enter the civil engineering department and then transfer to the refining department. Does he know how difficult it is to transfer departments in college now? It's difficult to climb to the top 20 in the department before the end of the 3rd year. Zhang Yu knew that in order to surpass the middle and high-level students in the lower grades, he would need to take middle and high-level courses in advance. This not only requires terrifying talent, but also requires a lot of money. And Ji Yuanshu in their class is a genius who aims to transfer departments. During this period, Zhang Yu gradually figured out the regular practice plan of the geniuses who transferred departments. In the freshman and sophomore years, I was basically laying the foundation and pushing the basic data to the peak of foundation building. In the junior year, I started to study in advance, accelerated through the spirit world, completed a large number of senior courses in the department in advance, and passed the exams. Finally, in the junior year, I accumulated a lot of comprehensive scores and pushed the ranking to the top 50, so that I could transfer to the department, and if the civil engineering department transfers to the alchemy department, the requirements are even more stringent. At least I have to be in the top 20, Zhang Yu thought to himself. Xinghe Liaodang may have been away from college for too long, and my sister thinks, even if I can't do it, I can take the postgraduate entrance examination and transfer to the alchemy department in the future. But, Zhang Yu's eyes condensed, and he made up his mind, I want to join the top 10 sects, and I have to hurry. and get into the top 10 sects before the entry channels to the top 10 sects are closed, and the top 10 sects do not accept civil engineering departments. Zhang Yu thought to himself, I must join the alchemy department earlier and start practicing the content of the alchemy department earlier, take the postgraduate entrance examination and then transfer to the alchemy department. It's too slow, too slow. Looking at the rankings of Maj 1 and others, Zhang Yu's sense of urgency surged again, and he hurried to continue practicing. However, the effect of the last meal of medicine had been exhausted, and the efficiency of breathing was much lower at this moment. Zhang Yu decided to take advantage of this time to try the unity of body and soul before taking the next meal of medicine. According to teacher Feng Jiayu of the Dao Heart class, the realm of the operation of the mind method, 24-hour operation is just the foundation. Above this, it is to reach the semi-instinct realm, and above semi-instinct, it is the realm of complete instinctive unity of body and soul. Zhang Yu felt the operation of his mind at this moment, and recalled the feeling of entering a state of suspended death when he was on the first floor as the building collapsed and his body was buried. At that time, I was completely unconscious in the eyes of the outside world, but in fact, I still had the last thought of survival. At that time, I didn't think about anything, I just felt that I was in a dark world of consciousness, and I was trying my best to activate my body to maintain the growth of flesh and blood. This state of maintaining the last bit of clarity in the mind is almost to the level of semi-instinct, and the state of unity of body and soul is that even if you really lose consciousness and completely comatose, you can continue to maintain the operation of the mind method like breathing. Zhang Yu tried to activate the suspended death state of spring and autumn endless Zen, constantly erasing the distracting thoughts in his mind. But no matter how he eliminated the many thoughts in his mind, there would always be that last thought left, maintaining his last bit of clarity. It's really difficult, Zhang Yu thought to himself, maintaining the operation of the mind method even if you lose consciousness. This is really not something a human can do. In the following time, Zhang Yu tried the state of unity of body and soul whenever he had time during his daily practice. Although he never succeeded, he could feel that the operation of the mind method was slightly smoother. Especially every time he wanted to enter the state where there was only one last thought left in his mind, the speed of entering became faster and faster. As time passed, it was the beginning of June in a blink of an eye. It has been more than a month since Zhang Yu first set foot on the cemetery project. In the past month, there was funding from Mr. Wang in the early stage, but it was gone later. But relying on the daily tiger and wolf medicine and the unique environment of the cemetery, Zhang Yu still made great progress in mana, which soared to 661.3. As the value of mana quality increases, the efficiency of improvement slows down, but it has also reached 168%. Under the constant operation of the mind method, the heart of Tao has also steadily improved, reaching level 14, 64.8%. Because of the focus on breathing these days, there is a lack of exercise time, and the physical strength has only increased to level 15.18. And the conduction rate and the farthest conduction distance of Genki have also steadily increased along with the increase of the basic value, reaching 42% and 44 meters. On this day, Maj 1 contacted Zhang Yu again and invited him to participate in the running and training of the competition team. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338, First Meeting at the Club. Longday Health Massage Club. Zhang Yu looked up at the club sign in front of him, nodded slightly, and thought to himself, the first training location of the civil engineering competition team is in the club. Very reasonable, very civil engineering. After changing clothes and taking his handcards, Zhang Yu had already come to the room where Maj 1 and the others were. As soon as he entered, he felt a wave of heat coming at him, and the temperature of the whole room was as high as a big furnace. Except for Kong Na, who was not so strong, the other 4 meat mountains were lying on the massage bed, like 4 active volcanoes, and their muscles were constantly emitting rolling heat waves. After all, Zhang Yu was a man who had gone to a massage parlor every day with the support of Mr. Wang, and he already had his own set of opinions on the evaluation of the massage parlor. At this moment, he looked at the female technicians beside Maj 1, Kong Na and others, looking at their Tyrannosaurus-like bodies, their eyes full of fighting spirit, and the stubble grown from long-term medication. Zhang Yu could immediately judge that this massage club was very formal. Ma Zhuan raised his head and said, "Zhang Yu, you're here, lie down first, we'll talk while we warm up." Ma Zhuan was a young man with a bald head without a single hair left. Zhang Yu looked at the other person's jade-like scalp and thought that this might be some special dharmakaya. The other person's hands and feet were removed and placed aside. Obviously, because these were dharmakaya, they did not need massage. Ma Zhuan was the captain of this competition team, the first person to create the team, and the most muscular person at the scene. Looking at the multiple dharmakaya on the other person's body, and the habitual stretching posture, not shrinking himself, Zhang Yu knew that the other person must be quite rich. As Ma Zhuan spoke, the other 4 contestants at the scene also looked at Zhang Yu at the same time. Except for Kong Na's relatively friendly eyes, Zhang Yu could feel that the other 3 team members' eyes were full of scrutiny, and it was obvious that they did not fully approve of him as a freshman. Zhang Yu lay down on an empty massage bed at Ma Zhuan's invitation, and then heard him say, "Before the formal training, let's come here and do some massage to warm up, so that we can reduce the wear and tear of the body during the training later." "Zhang Yu, you have read the specific rules of the competition, right?" Zhang Yu nodded and said, "I have read them all. The construction competition of the civil engineering department requires construction to be carried out in a high-risk environment simulating a battlefield, and at the same time, it is necessary to withstand the attack of the opponent. This is a competition that requires strong construction capabilities, anti-strike capabilities, and stress resistance." Just as Ma Zhuan was telling everyone about the points to pay attention to in the competition, Zhang Yu felt a pair of steel-like arms pressing on him. At the same time, a voice sounded, "Sir, do you have a dharmakaya on you?" Before the massage, it is the technician's experience to confirm that the dharmakaya on the other party has been removed. Otherwise, if the dharmakaya on the other party is accidentally damaged, it may be a waste of time for the next long time. Zhang Yu casually said, "Except for my eyes. I don't have any other dharmakaya on my body, so you can press it without worry." The next moment, a powerful force came from the other party's big hand like a palm leaf fan, deeply penetrating into Zhang Yu's flesh and blood. Zhang Yu smiled slightly and said to the technician, "Master, I'm struggling, please use more force." As a long-term user of tiger and wolf medicine, Zhang Yu's body has grown through constant wear and tear and repair. His bones are reinforced by number 20 secret steel. He has also been tested in massage parlors for a long time, so he has very high requirements for massage force. When the technician behind him heard this, his eyes also flashed, and he had silently increased his strength. "Master, press harder, I'm particularly struggling." The technician exhaled suddenly, and the dharmakaya in his hand suddenly started becoming hot and scalding. In addition to heating, it also shot out electric currents that penetrated Zhang Yu's skin and reached deep into his muscles. On the massage bed next to Zhang Yu, Bu Ziren was silently observing Zhang Yu. Bu Ziren is the 48th ranked student in the department. If Zhang Yu were to say what he remembers most about him, it would be the last time Bu Ziren unboxed the Wandao Jiangzhuang's Lung Dharmakaya in the group. At this moment, watching the technician activate the hand dharmakaya and use his strength to press Zhang Yu, Bu Ziren thought to himself, "Oh? Do you want to show your physical strength through massage?" Bu Ziren understands that when college students enter an unfamiliar circle, showing their strength to integrate is like dogs sniffing each other's butts after meeting each other. It is a necessary means to quickly integrate. The stronger the body, the higher the strength of the body, and the stronger the force required for massage, which is the so-called effort. In a massage parlor, the more demanding the customer is, the more powerful he is, and he is respected by countless technicians. This is even more true in the civil engineering department. The strongest person on a construction site is often the most demanding person. Bu Ziren thought to himself, in ancient times, when the spiritual world network was not so developed, the best way to measure a stranger was to take him for a massage. After a set of massage, you can see how much effort he puts on, and then you can know his strength, but this is not ancient times anymore. With Zhang Yu's data, under the full strength massage of the technician's Fa Hai, it would be amazing if he can hold on for at most 5 minutes. 10 minutes later, Bu Ziren looked at Zhang Yu in surprise. This guy, isn't he really just holding on? Zhang Yu felt the power hitting deep into his flesh and blood, wiping away the fatigue and damage accumulated over the past few days bit by bit, and only felt a burst of soreness 20 minutes later. The technician behind Zhang Yu had gradually started to sweat, just because she felt that she was not massaging a person, but massaging a piece of Fa Hai. This guy's bones are so hard, is there really no Fa in his body? 30 minutes later, the technician looked at the hand Fa that kept alarming, and had to stop the action and asked Zhang Yu to change people. If she pressed down with all her strength, her hand Fa would be seriously worn out and malfunction. The situation on Zhang Yu's side soon attracted the attention of others. Ma Zhuan laughed and said, Zhang Yu, it seems that you have practiced a body protection technique well, and the strength of your body is far beyond your own level. Zhang Yu smiled slightly and said, it's just that I can resist more. At the same time, Bu Ziren and others looked at Zhang Yu with completely different eyes. It was obvious that Zhang Yu's massage performance had been recognized by them. Then the 6 people left the massage shop and came to the simulated construction side of the civil engineering department for training, working together to build and get to know each other. Seeing Zhang Yu releasing several human-shaped Genki to work together, Kong Na's heart moved again. Ma Zhuan is right, this guy's progress is really fast. When I fought with him before, I could only fight for a short time with Vega Genki. How long has it been? You can actually maintain the human-shaped Genki so delicately to work. At the same time, Ma Zhuan on the other side slapped out with a palm. An invisible wave surged in the air. Then the ground actually rose up under his palm, like a rolling wave, engulfing all kinds of materials on the construction site, and then placed them in different positions. Zhang Yu looked at this scene and was slightly surprised. This power is very similar to the power of Yuan Kunlun to move mountains. Ma Zhuan saw Zhang Yu's surprised look, laughed, and explained, this is the small 3-in-1 practiced by the first 3 of the 7 unique skills of civil engineering. It can control the Earth's energy and manipulate the ground under your feet with an invisible force field. Zhang Yu asked curiously, can the ground be manipulated by any material? Ma Zhuan said, most metals and minerals are no problem. While Ma Zhuan was talking, he saw him use the small 3-in-1 to control the terrain with a proud look on his face. The earth was like a wave, and it deformed at will under his control, swallowing up construction materials from time to time, covering the building from time to time to become a layer of wall protection, and smashing a built wall from time to time. Although other contestants also have different skills, Zhang Yu is still the most envious of Ma Zhuan's small 3-in-1. Zhang Yu thought to himself, if I can stay first in the class for the first 3 years of college, I can also master this technique. In the following days, Zhang Yu's daily life has added another competition training content. Although it doesn't take much time, it still makes Zhang Yu's life more fulfilling and busy. After repeated attempts to combine the body and soul, Zhang Yu has been mentally prepared to spend spirit coins. So in order to open up new sources of income, this time he contacted people who traded underground mana and planned to sell his mana to the other party. Still in the deserted alley below the 100th floor. Just like every time they met in the past, the other party was shrouded in a layer of black fog, and neither his face nor any information could be seen. It's just that every time in the past, Zhang Yu bought mana from the other party, but this time he wanted to sell mana. The man in the black fog said, we can help you find customers, but the agency fee is necessary. And secondly, we have to test the quality of your mana first. Zhang Yu said lightly, no problem, come on. The man in the black fog threw a mysterious relic to Zhang Yu and asked him to inject mana into it. Zhang Yu took the relic and urged his mana to be injected into it. However, he did not stimulate the power of the deep cold veins, but only injected mild normal mana into it. After injecting almost 500 units of mana in one breath, Zhang Yu threw the Xuanzao relic to the other party. Not long after, this Xuanzao relic appeared in Li Zulian's hand. Tasting the quality of the mana in the relic, Li Zulian murmured, it's improved so fast, and he can sell mana, which means that his total mana and recovery speed must have increased significantly. It's only been a year, right? Dad's vision is really right. At this moment, a message appeared in Li Zulian's eyes. Yu Xinghan, senior sister. Do you have any orders? Originally, Li Zulian was quite pleased to see Yu Xinghan, who had made a name for herself in the dark massage industry. But at this moment, seeing Zhang Yu who had already started the underground mana trading, Li Zulian couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 339, Advanced Key Meridian Flow. Li Zulian, do you want to take some orders from the Department of Civil Engineering? You might meet someone you know. Yu Xinghan, take them. Li Zulian, you don't want your classmates to know that you are doing underground massage, do you? Yu Xinghan, I understand. I will hide my identity. Looking at the message sent by Li Zulian, Yu Xinghan thought that the Department of Civil Engineering has a huge massage market. How could he give up so easily? Yu Zhenhen thought of the time when he and Zhang Yu were practicing the skills of appearance change under the guidance of Zheng Zhenren on the first floor. At this moment, he sighed in his heart, Master is still foresighted. He knows that he will do some shady things when he comes to the upper level. Yu Zhenhen guessed in his heart, maybe he started out by giving massages to people. Looking at the address of the order sent by Li Zulian next, Yu Zhenghen's figure fluctuated and turned into another stranger. Alice, it's a pity that my senior sister doesn't like massage. When he was learning in the massage shop before, Yu Zhenhen only wanted his senior sister to give him a massage every day. Now that he has become an underground master, he only wants to give his senior sister a massage to repay her. Yu Zhenhen thought that this might be a sign of a man's maturity. All the way to the target location, then clock in, start, and finish. Finally, Yu Zhenhen smiled and said to the other party, Brother, call me when you are satisfied. After finishing his part-time job, Yu Zhenhen rushed to the underground cemetery without stopping to continue working overtime at the construction site today. This time he happened to be assigned to the same place as Zhang Yu, and he saw a human-shaped aura walking back and forth from a distance. Zhang Yu's aura operation is getting more and more sophisticated. Just as Yu Zhenhen was sighing in his heart, the human-shaped aura suddenly rushed towards him. Zhang Yu said, it's a rare opportunity to meet. Let's practice against each other. Yu Zhenhen laughed and said, you want to fight me with just this one energy? Aren't you too arrogant? During this period, Yu Zhenhen thought he had made great progress. His part-time massage increased his income, his 3-eye supernatural power greatly improved his training efficiency, and his work in the cemetery allowed him to breathe in and out in his spiritual veins for a long time. At this moment, seeing Zhang Yu's humanoid energy coming, he shouted, brought up a fierce energy with his right palm, and slapped it out. With a loud bang, the humanoid energy was shattered. Just when Yu Zhenhen thought that he had defeated the humanoid energy with his palm, he saw a skeleton emitting a chilling coldness break out of the body in the broken energy, and also slapped his chest with a palm. Huh? Yu Zhenhen was slightly startled when he saw this scene. In his impression, although Zhang Yu's humanoid ki can be used to fight back, it is not strong and is often easily broken. It requires constant consumption of mana to generate new humanoid ki. But the humanoid skeleton that attacked at this moment showed a different degree of solidity. Amid the crackling sound, Yu Zhenhen collided with the skeleton several times, only to find that the skeleton was not only extremely hard, but also piercingly cold. After a few moves, Zhang Yu once again added the rolling key to the skeleton, filling the skeleton back to the original humanoid key. After this round of trial, Yu Zhenhen roughly understood what was going on. Zhang Yu, this kid, froze the key and filled it into a skeleton to increase the overall solidity of the human key, and the outside of the skeleton was filled with ordinary key, forming a layer of flesh and skin. Ordinary attacks, even if they broke the surface layer of flesh and skin, could not break the skeleton structure underneath. Then, as long as the key is refilled with flesh and skin, it can be restored. His tactics are becoming more and more mature. Yu Zhenhen also immediately understood that if he wanted to destroy Zhang Yu's human key, he had to smash the skin and bones in one breath. Hey, let me show you the martial arts that I just pushed to level 15. He suddenly used his ki and performed the Dragon Elephant Vajra Palm, which was in the same vein as the Dragon Elephant Collapse Palm. Unlike the Dragon Elephant Collapse Palm, which can be pushed by physical strength alone, this Dragon Elephant Vajra Palm uses explosive ki to assist the explosion of physical strength. When the palm strikes, the energy does not break out of the body, but is contained in the body, enhancing the strength and power of the body. It is a pure close combat martial art, and it is also one of the exercises that Zheng Zhenren planned to practice for Yu Zhenhen. Yu Zhenhen shouted, and the energy filled every muscle of his right arm, dyeing the entire arm with a layer of gold. The next moment, as he slapped his palm, the wind whistled, and the air in front of him seemed to be emptied by a palm. The human-shaped energy also blasted out with a palm, and the palm contained the power of Yu Zhenhen's previous palm strike. With a loud bang, the palms of both sides collided fiercely. Under Yu Zhengen's palm, the skin and flesh of the human-shaped energy shattered inch by inch with a palm as the center, and the whole body exploded. The skeleton under the skin and flesh also squeaked, and dense cracks emerged, as if it would shatter in the next moment. Just when Yu Zhenhen was about to strike out with another palm strike to crush the humanoid energy in front of him, he saw the broken skeleton raise his right arm and was about to use the same Dragon Elephant Vajra Palm to attack him. Feeling the explosive energy contained in the opponent's palm strike, Yu Zhenhen quickly stepped back and shouted, "Stop, stop, Stop, this is too harmful to your body, I won't fight you anymore. Yu Zhenghun didn't want to take on his dragon elephant Vajrapalm power. No matter how minor the injury was, it would be too much of a loss for him. He sighed, your 9 sky cloud power is already bad enough, now with the tactics of this humanoid Genki, not only can you fight for your life with every move, but you can also use the opponent's force to fight back, while your main body can hide aside and be extremely safe. It's a pity that you don't work as a security guard. At the same time, Yu Zhenghun could also imagine that once someone fought with Zhang Yu, they thought that they could defeat Zhang Yu by smashing or bypassing the humanoid Genki. They will find that this guy is incredibly tough, so it is better to go back and fight the Genki head-on. Yu Zhenghun thought to himself, the only shortcoming may be Zhang Yu's fighting style. It takes a constant supply of humanoid Genki to maintain the mana. And the mana consumption is serious. He secretly concluded in his heart, it is better to fight the humanoid Genki than the main body. When fighting the humanoid Genki, you can't use fierce moves, otherwise it is easy to be used against by the opponent's force and get hurt instead. In other words, the most appropriate way to fight this guy is to slowly consume his humanoid Genki. Any violent attack will only increase your medical expenses and the cost of repairing your Dharma body, but it takes a long time. He is losing his spiritual energy and magic power, while I am fighting with my own physical body, so I have to use my spiritual energy to fight him, and my spiritual energy will be depleted a lot. And, Yu Zhenghun thought of another point, I don't know what kind of dirty deal this guy has made with Li Mulan. Now both of them can bring a chill when they attack. If I want to consume this guy, I'll have to worry about the accumulation of cold air in my body after fighting with him for a long time. Disgusting. The more Yu Zhenghun thought about it, the more headache he felt. He frowned more and more. He felt that no matter how he fought with Zhang Yu, he would lose. All he saw were various deficits and expenses. He felt uncomfortable just thinking about it, and he no longer had any interest in fighting with the other party. Fortunately, he is my good brother who I have spent money on and borrowed money from. If you want to disgust someone in the future, you should let him beat Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu was very satisfied with today's test, thinking, not bad, not bad. My human-shaped Genki can withstand Yu Zhenghun's full-strength palm after being frozen, from the initial Genki arm, to the human-shaped Genki, and then to the frozen Genki in front of him, the human-shaped Genki with a skeleton. The work efficiency has been increasing. These are the results of Zhang Yu's recent attempts. Because it is composed of Wuxiang Yun Gang, he calls the simple human-shaped Genki Wuxiang Lishi. And with the help of the deep cold veins, the human-shaped Genki with a skeleton is called the deep cold Lishi by Zhang Yu. Among them, the Wuxiang Lishi has a faster movement speed, but the efficiency of Genki transmission is low, the strength tolerance is poor, it is easier to break and dissipate, and it can be generated instantly. The efficiency of the Genki transmission of the deep cold Lishi is higher, the strength tolerance is stronger, but the movement speed is slower, the consumption of mana is also greater, and the generation is slow, and it takes at least 5 seconds to create it. Zhang Yu secretly estimated in his heart, with my current mana, if I release all of it, I can probably create 6 phaseless warriors, or 2 deep cold warriors, but that's just for show. If I work at full strength, I can only maintain 1 deep cold warrior, or 3 phaseless warriors at most, but when the effect of the long flow of key meridians is improved, this number should be able to increase. While thinking, Zhang Yu smiled at Yu Zhenghun and said, if you are afraid of getting hurt, then change the training method. Let me help stimulate your spiritual roots. Your spiritual roots have not yet reached 100% fusion, right? So Zhang Yu exhaled his ki and turned into a phaseless warrior, and fought with Yu Zhenghun again. But this time, it was the same as his past sparring with Yu Zhenghun. Constantly stimulating the other party's body and spiritual roots to improve the other party's training effect. In the next few days, Zhang Yu took advantage of the fact that he and Yu Zhenghun worked in the same area, so he seized the time and helped the other party improve the fusion of his spiritual roots from time to time. On this day, Yu Zhenghun shouted loudly, and the third eye in his brain trembled, causing the muscles all over his body to twitch continuously. My spiritual root fusion degree has reached 10%. Yu Zhenghun felt his body, and felt that he had unprecedented control over his flesh and blood. Whether it was the physical body or the mana, the mobilization was more than 10% faster than before. Zhang Yu nodded with satisfaction, thinking, to upgrade the 3i supernatural power to level 2, in addition to the 100% spiritual root fusion degree, the remaining requirement is more than 500 mana. Yu Zhenghun will definitely achieve it before the end of this semester. The only pity for Zhang Yu was that the accumulation of mana still depended on using Han himself, and he could only feed some blood at most. As for giving money to using Han, it was impossible to give money. He didn't have enough money himself, so how could he give it to using Han? As time gradually came to the end of June, the cemetery project was officially completed, and Zhang Yu's ki pulse flow finally reached the 8th floor. Advanced, continuous flow of ki, 8/8. The more breathing techniques you master, the lower the additional loss of mana and mana derivatives during operation. Chapter 340 Hammer Heart Resonance. Zhang Yu looked at the new effect of the long flow of ki, his eyes slightly focused, and he tried it immediately. He saw the mana in Zhang Yu's body running, turning into waves of formless clouds rising from his danshan. The next moment, the rolling energy had turned into 3 formless warriors who emerged behind him. As the 3 formless warriors punched and kicked, practicing the various martial arts that Zhang Yu mastered, the mana in Zhang Yu's body was also consumed violently. But Zhang Yu felt that under the influence of the new effect of the long flow of ki, the speed of mana consumption was obviously much lower than in the past. Zhang Yu thought to himself, in the process of mana running, there must be additional loss. When the energy runs outside the body, the loss is even greater, but under the effect of the long flow of ki, the loss is reduced, which means that my mana is more durable. In addition to the original mana recovery speed of the long flow of ki, while thinking, with Zhang Yu's mind moving, another 2 formless warriors emerged and ran at full power. After many attempts, Zhang Yu determined that with a blessing of the ki vessel flow, his mana was enough to support the full operation of 5 Wuxiang Lishi, or the full operation of 2 Shinhan Lishi. This time, my work efficiency has almost doubled. Feeling the second level of the effect of the ki vessel flow, Zhang Yu sighed in his heart. Although it only reduced the loss of mana, it was like a qualitative change point, greatly improving his work efficiency per unit time. I wonder what the last level of the ki vessel flow will be. Zhang Yu calculated the time. He should be able to complete the last level of the ki vessel flow in August, that is, to obtain the full effect of the ki vessel flow before the final exam, so he became more and more excited. In addition, there is the upgrade of Yu Xinghan's 3i supernatural power, Zhang Yu's own soul and body unity, and the second mental method. He is looking forward to completing them before the end of the semester. At the end of this semester, I will definitely be able to defeat Ji Yuanshu and take first place in the class. As long as I get first place in the school for 3 years, I will be able to obtain the first 3 civil engineering skills. Zhang Yu has been coveting Ma Zhuan's little 3-in-1 for a long time, and at this moment he sighed in his heart. Fortunately, as long as I stay first in the class, I can get the skills. It seems that this ranking system of the university is still very valuable. A few days later, just when Zhang Yu was thinking about showing his improved strength during the next training of the competition team, the captain of the competition team, Ma Zhuan, sent a message. Ma Zhuan, Zhang Yu, I have something to tell you about the specific arrangements for the competition next semester. Ma Zhuan, you are very talented, and your strength has been improving rapidly. I always think you can become the secret weapon of our team. Ma Zhuan, Kong Nai also admires you very much and feels very happy to work with you. Seeing this, Zhang Yu had a bad feeling in his heart. You said so many good things right at the beginning. It seems that there is nothing good, Ma Zhuan, but now there is a student who is ranked higher than you to join our team. Ma Zhuan, the team has unanimously decided that you will be the substitute for the time being. Hearing what Ma Zhuan said, Zhang Yu was slightly stunned and cursed in his heart. This kind of unhealthy trend of only focusing on grades and rankings is too strong in universities. Can ranking show my full value? Fuji said, that's not what you said when you surpassed Gong Shujin in ranking last time. You can't think that ranking is good only when you are ranked higher than the other party. Zhang Yu curled his lips. Of course, he understood that ranking is king in university. Whoever ranks higher is right, and whoever ranks higher has priority. As a system to measure the value of a college student, Zhang Yu had no choice but to abide by it in Wanfa University City. At least at this moment, he did not have the power to counter this system. Even he himself was a beneficiary of this system. But the substitute position. Zhang Yu thought that if he did not play, even if the competition team won a place, his comprehensive score would not increase much. Oh, what a trouble. Just when Zhang Yu was worried, he found that the new team member had been pulled into the competition team group by Ma Zhuan. Ji Yuanshu, seeing that the person who joined the team was Ji Yuanshu who ranked above him, Zhang Yu frowned and said, he's the guy who's 1 place higher than me, Speaking of which, he wants to transfer to the finance department. Is it to improve his comprehensive score to participate in the competition? Ma Zhuan, welcome classmate Ji to join Kong Na, welcome, welcome, fireworks, 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 Bu Ziren, Junior Ji, long time no see Yang Yan, haha, it's great that you're here, Yuan Chu, then our ranking in the competition next semester will definitely be higher. Looking at the warm welcome from everyone in the group, Zhang Yu thought to himself that this was too different from how he was when he first joined the group. And looking at the way several people were chatting happily in the group, Zhang Yu felt more and more that he seemed so out of place here. A few days later, the people in the competition team organized training again, but this time they didn't even notify Zhang Yu. These guys, Zhang Yu thought to himself, it seems that they have completely given up on me. After all, I can't get along with these rich guys. Do you want to change teams, or stay here and get a comprehensive score? But the next moment, Zhang Yu frowned slightly. No, if I stay in the team, then no matter how many comprehensive points are added in the end, as a substitute player, my added points will definitely not be as high as Ji Yuanchu's. Then won't I get lower points than him from the beginning next semester? Could this guy do it on purpose? Deliberately use this method to suppress me? Gain an advantage in the rankings? Zhang Yu was not sure, and it was even more impossible for him to ask Ji Yuanchu, but he had more thoughts about switching to the competition team. Forget it, let's continue to accumulate strength and prepare for the final exams. Anyway, the registration period is still long. After the final exam, when my ranking goes up, I'll see if I can change teams. So in the following days, Zhang Yu seemed to be holding his breath, and he practiced harder and harder. In the blink of an eye, it was late July. There was more than a month left before the final exam at the end of August. On this day in the dormitory, everyone finally received the spiritual coins from the last robbery of the dark farming world. And looking at the numbers on the bank account, several people's eyes flashed, as if a ray of hope emerged. Yu Xing'an's face was ruddy, and he thought with a beaming face, now I can change my Dharma body, but should I change to a massage Dharma body for the hands to further improve my money-making efficiency? Or should I change to cultivation type Dharma body to increase my cultivation efficiency? Countless Dharma body models immediately emerged in his mind. They were all the targets he had carefully selected and compared when he couldn't afford a new Dharma body. Li Mulan on the other side looked at the numbers on the bank account and said to himself, combined with my own savings, it should be enough to complete the advanced surgery of supermetabolism. Li Mulan, who came to the second floor, under the guidance of his brother, soon discovered that the company above had already developed an advanced supermetabolism surgery. Zhang Yu was also looking at the numbers emerging in his eyes. Although he sold some mana as a subsidy in the past 2 months, in order to continue to make progress, Zhang Yu also spent a lot on elixirs, spirit stones, Taoist magic, magic weapons, etc., and his savings have been decreasing. However, with today's wave of spirit coins, the number of spirit coins in his account has reached more than 42.9. For a moment, Zhang Yu's heart was surging. It was the first time he had so many spirit coins. And the question is, where to spend it? The taking talisman from my sister always requires 50 spirit coins, 42.9 to 50 spirit coins, although it doesn't seem like much, but relying on my current income, even if I live frugally and am willing to reduce the speed of my cultivation, it will be impossible to save it without 2 or 3 months. The key is this taking talisman. I don't know what the effect is. Zhang Yu thought to himself, if I invest in the unity of body and soul, I will be able to practice a second mental method right away. Zhang Yu has been trying to integrate body and soul these days. Although he has made some small progress, he can't see any hope of success in a short time. This also made him gradually give up the possibility of relying on himself to break through, and he is ready to choose to spend money directly. On the one hand, there is the taking talisman, which will take another 2 or 3 months, but the future is unknown. On the other hand, there is the unity of body and soul and the second mental method, which can be successful in a short time and has clear functions. In particular, Zhang Yu also took into account that the final exams will start in more than a month, and his current plan is related to his success rate in striving for the first place in the class. It's better to integrate body and soul and strive for the second mental method. After thinking for a while, as the chill of the ritual power spread, as if urging him to hurry up and not stop, Zhang Yu finally put on the spirit world mask. His consciousness went deep into the spirit world, and in the blink of an eye he came to Chukxinju. An empty pure white small room. A line of handwriting appeared in front of Zhang Yu. Hello, I am Ling 3,001,001 of Chuksinju server, happy to serve you. May I ask what you need? Zhang Yu said. The one that combines the soul and the flesh, it costs 30 spirit coins. As Zhang Yu's voice just fell, the pure white small room in front of him expanded rapidly. And in the blink of an eye it turned into a pavilion with mountains and water. And below the original handwriting, a beauty in palace dress appeared, looking at Zhang Yu with a smile, and said, "Hello, Mr. Zhang Yu, please have tea." Zhang Yu took the teacup handed over by the other party, looked at the original simple small room, and in the blink of an eye it was changed into a luxurious courtyard, and thought to himself, it changed so fast, it really depends on the person, but I feel a little happy. Consumerism is really harmful to people. Zhang Yu asked, "Tell me first, how can you help me achieve the unity of body and soul?" The other party said, "Chuksinju has collected a large number of breakthrough experiences of practitioners. According to your specific situation, we can select and match your breakthrough experience and simulate the environment for others to break through at that time, and as long as you purchase this service, you can simulate a breakthrough once a day. According to our company's current data statistics, the longest time for a breakthrough is 29 days. Zhang Yu's eyes moved, and said, "You mean that after buying this service, even the person with the worst qualifications can successfully reach the realm of unity of body and soul after 29 simulated breakthroughs?" The other party smiled and said, "You can understand it this way." After confirming that Zhang Yu really wanted to order the soul-body integration service, the price list, contract, various discounts and packages all appeared in front of Zhang Yu soon. "I don't want to become a member, I don't want to participate in activities, I don't want additional services, I just want 30 spirit coins to practice the soul-body integration." Zhang Yu had just finished speaking, and after seeing the installment payment offered by the other party, he hesitated for a moment. How many installments can it be divided into? 12 installments, 3.3 spirit coins per installment. Will the deductions start next month? Zhang Yu secretly estimated in his heart. That means I have to pay back 9.6 spirit coins in more than a year. Relying on the extra spirit coins temporarily obtained from installments, can I earn an extra 9.6 spirit coins in a year? Just as Zhang Yu was thinking about this, the beautiful woman in palace dress in front of him said again, "If you apply for installments now, you will get a free mind method matching test, which can help you calculate the second mind method that best suits you." Zhang Yu made the decision, do it. He knew in his heart that after the unity of soul and body, he must choose the second mind method. After signing the contract, Zhang Yu first participated in the psychological and will test. According to his mind method, psychological condition, Dao heart level and other parameters, a simulated breakthrough environment matching Zhang Yu's condition was quickly generated. Chapter 341, The Journey of Soul and Flesh Unity. The first stop of the journey of soul-body unity has been generated. This simulation environment is based on the big data model of soul-body unity breakthrough, combined with massive historical data and user data, and has a very high degree of authenticity. Those with a Dao heart level below level 13 and the following diseases, please consult your doctor before starting. Please confirm that you have read and agreed to the user agreement. All data generated in this scene belongs to Hammer Heart House. Please do not use it for any commercial purpose. Do you want to start your journey of soul-body unity? Zhang Yu opened his eyes, and a moment of confusion flashed through his mind. I am. Gradually, he remembered that his name was Zhang Yu, and he was an employee of a law corps factory in Xian'an City. The factory provides food and accommodation, starting work at 8 a.m. every day and getting off work at 5 p.m., with a 1-hour lunch break in between. The cafeteria provides 3 meals a day, eggs and milk in the morning, 2 to 3 meat dishes at noon and in the evening, and tea and snacks in the afternoon. Zhang Yu used to go to bed on time at 9 o'clock every night, fall asleep in the dormitory listening to the light music on the jukebox, and then sleep until 7 o'clock in the morning, welcoming the new day with full spirit. After 5 days of work in the factory, there are 2 days of rest. During these 2 days, Zhang Yu sometimes goes to the nearby mountains to complete a hiking tour, or swim, which can make him feel calm. In addition, he has recently developed a new and fashionable hobby, which is to surf the internet in the library of the factory. However, facing this new thing, many workers in the factory are interested, and Zhang Yu does not always get the opportunity. Ordinary life goes on day by day, and Zhang Yu's biggest wish is to live like this until the year he retires, and then spend the rest of his life peacefully with his pension, just like his father. And this day is the annual physical examination day. Zhang Yu lay on the operating table, silently practicing the Kenyushi mind and body secret in his mind, and then felt a scalpel passing through his abdomen, and the doctors in the factory took out the impurities in it. It was a thing that was like a tree root with tangled roots and covered with strange tentacles. Zhang Yu had heard the doctors talking before. They seemed to call this thing a spiritual root. Anyway, it was not a good thing. Every year, Zhang Yu and other workers had to undergo surgery to cut off the spiritual roots after the physical examination. But I don't know if it was too stubborn or the surgery was not done cleanly. The spiritual roots would grow out every year. Zhang Yu was glad that the factory reimbursed their medical expenses and provided them with free physical examinations, treatments and surgeries every year. At this time, he heard the doctors talking on the side. Have you heard? The artificial synthesis of spiritual roots technology of the Nether Palace has been put on the market. I heard that it seems that our factory will not be open for a few years. Alice. How can breeding compare with their industrialized production? Does it just require shaving? Shave it. The weather is hot recently. The factory director plans to save air conditioning fees. Zhang Yu looked at the fur on his body falling off and couldn't help struggling. Why is he awake? Increase the dosage of medicine. In a daze, Zhang Yu only felt waves of pain from the wounds on his body. He naturally operated a Kenyushi body and mind due to resist the pain. But in the following years, his illness seemed to be getting worse. The doctors in the factory cut off more and more parts of his body, which made him unable to sleep every night due to the pain. In order to get a good night's sleep, he could only constantly practice the Kenyushi body and mind art and constantly practice the mind method. Finally one day, when Zhang Yu was silently practicing the mind method even after falling asleep, he was finally able to temporarily forget the pain and get a good night's sleep. Fuck, Zhang Yu took off the spirit interface mask, thinking back to the experience just now, with a strange look in his eyes. I was harvested as a demon descendant in the spirit root breeding farm. Because I was afraid of pain, I practiced a Kenyushi body and mind art day and night, and finally I was in pain and became a unity of spirit and flesh. Zhang Yu temporarily suppressed all the emotions in his heart, trying to recall the feeling of gradually turning the Kenyushi body and mind art into instincts during those days and nights of pain. I feel something, but it seems that there is no progress. Fuji looked at Zhang Yu's appearance and said, the mind method is often very ambiguous and vague. Don't think too much. The more you think, the more confused you will be. Just keep practicing step by step. As the saying goes, success will come naturally. Zhang Yu had also heard similar words from the teacher of the Daoxin class. He naturally understood the truth, but recalling his experience in the spirit world, he couldn't help but have some ideas. That factory seems to be the old Kung Su, right? Even the internet was not popular, and the spirit root still needed to be cultivated in the Kung Su. The company should have collected data on the cultivated demon descendants who broke through to the state of unity of spirit and flesh in the factory, and then use this data as one of the references to generate a simulation environment. But the problem is, Zhang Yu frowned slightly. The broken cowhouse mind and body technique that broke through in the simulation environment is not the complete version of the broken cowhouse mind and body technique in my mind. Is it possible that I can't succeed? Forget it, since Chuxinju said that I can apply for a refund if I can't succeed. I'll keep trying. Then Zhang Yu gathered his mood and went to the 667th floor to start today's work. On the construction site, the Wu Xiang Li Shi flashed back and forth, twisting, cutting, and erecting steel bars. Of course, Zhang Yu did not hang up the Qi Mai Chang Liu at this moment, but chose the University Saint body and continued to practice the ninth breathing method. But even so, Yingzhen, who was inspecting not far away, was still shocked when she saw this scene. I haven't seen Zhang Yu for more than 2 months. His work efficiency has improved so much, using Gang Qi to maintain the human form to carry out construction. This shows that his Gang Qi conduction rate, as well as the total amount of mana and recovery ability, are greatly improved compared to the past. Could he really rush to the first place in the class? Thinking of this, Yingzhen shook her head subconsciously. Impossible, Ji Yuanshu is too rich. And there is no way anyone in our class can surpass him. In the 100 square meter suite on the 450th floor, a notification of a luck monitoring popped up in Ji Yuanshu's eye. The luck has changed again, and Zhang Yu's winning rate has increased slightly during this period. Ji Yuanshu checked the source of the change in luck and immediately saw Zhang Yu's recent work performance. Not a small improvement. As a traditional civil engineering student, you have done well, but unfortunately, the civil engineering department only thinks about making progress on the construction site, and will never be able to jump out. The gap between us is a dimensional gap. After school the next day, Zhang Yu started a new journey of spiritual and physical unity. When he opened his eyes, he recalled his identity. He is Zhang Yu from Jingshu County. He and 4 other people in the county monopolize the county's seed, water, agricultural machinery and money bank businesses, collectively known as the Jingshu 4 Young Masters. Zhang Yu owns the largest area of medicinal fields in the county, and has hundreds of demon slaves under his command. His first pleasure every day is to watch the many demon slaves at home working hard in the vast medicinal fields. The second pleasure is to go hunting in the mountains. One day, he was surpassed by another rich young man in hunting and then encountered some ridicule. Zhang Yu, in a bad mood, returned to the county and bought a magic weapon produced by a large company in the city from a traveling merchant. It is said that as long as you carry it all year round, you can prolong your life, have sharp ears and eyes, and be agile. It is the most popular health magic weapon in the city. I don't know if it was a coincidence or luck, but he won the first prize in the next hunting and defeated all his opponents. Since then, he has believed in this health magic weapon and bought a large number of them afterwards, filling his room. After a few years, Zhang Yu felt that his health was getting worse and worse. During a physical examination, the doctor found that his internal organs had been completely infiltrated by the evil spirit. In the next few months, his body lost weight rapidly, and in order to cut off the continued corrosion of the evil spirit, his organs, eyes, and limbs were removed one by one. In order to resist the pain of body and mind, he practiced a Kanyushi body and mind tactic, running the mind method day and night, just hoping to forget the pain in his body. And every time he felt that he couldn't hold on, the call of his family always supported him to continue to endure. Zhang Yu, open your eyes and take a look. This is Dad's remittance information. Everyone is transferring money to you for treatment. You must hold on, son. Do you feel it? The family's savings are pouring into you. Don't underestimate our family bond. Hold on, brother. You've spent so much on treatment. Are you willing to die like this and watch so much money go to waste? Watching the ups and downs of his savings, Zhang Yu only felt that pairs of family members' big hands were pushing his back, trying to push him back from the face of the king of hell. In addition to his family members, there were also pairs of doctors' hands dragging him, as if they wanted to pull him back to the world of the living. But it was too painful. Zhang Yu felt that his flesh and bones had turned into mud, and he had only one thought. I might as well die. How is the patient? No hope. Keep holding on. His family has given too much money. The entire hospital relies on him to generate income. Just hold on as long as you can. This case of earthly evil ki corrosion is also very rare. Does it turn out that after being corroded by earthly evil ki, it will cause such great harm to the body? Try to record his data as completely as possible until he dies, and then you can sell it to the company. In the endless pain, Zhang Yu gradually could not hear or see the outside world. In the darkness, he could only practice the Kanyushi body and mind technique over and over again, hoping that he could forget the pain and never be awakened by the pain again. Fuck, Zhang Yu took off the spirit interface mask again, and felt that there was still a phantom pain all over his body. It hurts so much, because I'm practicing the Kanyushi body and mind art, so I'm arranged to have this kind of simulated environment. Will the next journey of soul and flesh integration be like this? Isn't there a normal way to break through to the soul and flesh integration in this Kanyushi body and mind art? Although there were many distracting thoughts in his mind, Zhang Yu still forced them down one by one, and then tried to recall the feeling of breaking through to the soul and flesh integration in the spiritual world. He felt that the white bull in his mind seemed to be more agile, but there was still no sign of soul and flesh integration. At this time, Zhang Yu received a message from Tulishan. Tulishan, Ji Yuanshu joined the team, and Ma Zhuan replaced you as a substitute? Zhang Yu, yes. Zhang Yu knew that it was Tulishan who recommended him to join Ma Zhuan's team. The other party received the news from the competition team at this time, and obviously came to inquire about the situation. However, Tulishan was not here to stand up for Zhang Yu or anything, he just wanted to confirm the news. Looking at Zhang Yu's reply, he thought to himself, Ma Zhuan is from the old director's department. The old director has always been neither supportive nor opposed to either of us. Now this action, is Ma Zhuan just for the competition results, or does the old director have some ideas? In the dormitory on the other side, a figure quickly passed through the dormitory door and came to Zhang Yu's side after a while. Zhang Yu, let's hurry up. Li Milan hurriedly walked in and sat down in front of Zhang Yu. Chapter 342, Zhenzhen is coming, the end of the semester is approaching, and the tutor is selected. Facing Li Mulan's attitude of seizing the time, Zhang Yu nodded in approval. After all, college students, especially those at Wanfa University, are indeed pressed for time and need to seize it. He slapped out with his palm, resting his palm on Li Mulan's back, and a chilling mana was injected into Li Mulan's body. The mana, which also came from the deep cold vein, made it easier for Li Mulan to digest Zhang Yu's mana. But the chill of the two's mana quickly accumulated together, and a layer of purple appeared on Li Mulan's face. Zhang Yu understood that if he continued like this training would not last long and would end. Otherwise, if he forced himself to hold on, the other party would inevitably be severely frostbitten. By then, once the medical expenses were paid and the body was rested, the progress of the immortal path would be greatly regressed. Zhang Yu, who was still looking forward to Li Mulan opening the second level of the deep cold vein, how could he accept such a thing? So after feeling the rapid drop in the other's body temperature, Zhang Yu had to raise his blood and ki, and pressed his palm, which was emitting rolling heat, on the other side of Li Mulan's back. Zhang Yu, don't just touch my back, I'm cold in other places too. Feeling the other's trembling body approaching, Zhang Yu could only change his posture to better raise the other's body temperature. At this moment, he felt like he was hugging a ball of soft ice and snow, cold and slippery. Suddenly he frowned and said, "Don't twist it, don't rub it, or I won't touch you." Li Mulan immediately stopped her waist, nodded obediently, and said with trembling purple lips, "Yeah." Outside the door, Zhuanjie was listening silently to the movement in the dormitory. On weekdays, he always remembered Li Mulan as cold and indifferent, ignoring the classmates around her, and her personality could be described as withdrawn. Especially after she became the ancestor of the foundation building, the ideas of the classmates around her immediately changed one by one, and the mere key-refining juniors all had the idea of dual cultivation. Li Mulan's attitude towards her classmates became more and more distant. Zhuanjie often saw her treating her classmates as air, as if she couldn't hear or see the Qigong practitioners. At this moment, Zhuanjie, who was eavesdropping outside the door, felt that he had discovered another side of Li Mulan. Dual cultivation is really a training exercise, Zhuanjie sighed. Classmate Li Mulan has been trained to have two faces. In the next few days, Zhang Yu continued to try the journey of spiritual and physical unity again and again. On this day, as he opened his eyes in the spirit world, he remembered his identity this time. Zhang Yu was an experimental worker who grew up in the laboratory. He began to practice the Kenyushi mind and body technique since he was a child, just to make himself more endurable and allow the laboratory to collect more data. But when his first day of work officially began, he found that the laboratory staff had not arrived. Instead, a group of people he had never seen before, they were dressed in uniforms, opened cages one by one, and released all the experimental workers. Because the laboratory allowed underage experimental subjects to practice immortality without authorization, all the relevant persons in charge have been arrested. Next, your destination will be determined according to the level of your cultivation. Because of his low cultivation, Zhang Yu was protected by the mortal protection law and was released from the laboratory and gained freedom. Zhang Yu, who knew nothing about the world, wandered around in society at a loss. He had nothing. The only thing he had was the Kenyushi mind and body sutra in his mind. Stealing things, robbing food, working illegally. He practiced a mind method over and over again, and finally one day he could keep the mind method running while sleeping, and he could sleep peacefully without fear of the cold and pain. But the next moment, the whole world suddenly stopped. Zhang Yu looked up blankly, and saw two figures emitting rolling divine power walking towards him. The high intelligence spirit has achieved the unity of body and soul. It seems that there is no problem now. The next step is to wait for the formal experiment in the material world, recover it first, don't let it escape into the spiritual world network. As for the formal experiment in the material world, hey, the cost of the high intelligence spirit cannot be reduced, and it's useless to say more. It can only be blamed on those soul cultivators who are too cheap. They are better than any spirit. Zhang Yu took off the spiritual world mask again, thinking in his heart, this time it's simply the feeling of a high-level spirit breaking through. Why do I feel that this high intelligence spirit is much easier to break through than a human? He shook his head and tried to experience the feeling that remained in his mind. When the time came to this night, Zhang Yu opened the communication with the Bai Zhenzhen as usual. Yuzi, Bai Zhenzhen looked at Zhang Yu with a smile and said, I have good news for you. I will come to Wanfa University next semester. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up and he said in surprise, really? Are you free to come? Bai Zhenzhen said, well, I will participate in the college flying sword competition next semester. This flying sword competition will be held at Wanfa University. Bai Zhenzhen's projection came over, leaned in front of Zhang Yu, and smiled brightly. Then we can finally meet again. Bai Zhenzhen hung up the call with Zhang Yu happily, and she was looking forward to the arrival of the flying sword competition. The next day, Zhang Yu landed in Chuksinju again. This time, when he opened his eyes, he looked at the many key refining monks in long robes and long sleeves in front of him, and knew that he was leading them to ask for their salaries. Zhang Yu took out a box from his sleeves, opened the box, and showed several golden pills in it. Since the Xingxiao sect split in the sect war, the weapons of the sect's army have been circulated everywhere, and this is the Tai Thunder. Those Taoist officials sent by the Wanfa sect are trying to kill us. Only this thunder can help us fight for our dignity and blow out the bitterness in our hearts. Everyone come together, I will help you find the source of goods. As long as you give enough spirit stones, what magic weapon can't you buy? Under Zhang Yu's instigation, the magic weapons and flying swords circulated by various armies were equipped to everyone. A Tai thunder blew up the Taoist officials in the government office, and the war started. Zhang Yu fell to the ground in the first wave of battle. After a long time, he lifted the state of suspended death. Suddenly opened his eyes, and secretly left the battlefield. Zhang Yu found his superior and reported, the mission is completed, where's the next order? Zhang Yu is an arms dealer. He wanders around the territories of various sects. When there is war and resistance, he directly sells weapons. If there was no fighting, he would guide riots and wars with his outstanding abilities, and wantonly sell the skills, magic weapons, and flying swords that flowed out of various armies. His motto was that we support what the enemy opposes, and we take 30% of what the enemy supports. In this era when the internet had not yet been born and the system of righteous gods was not well developed, his business was very good. There were many people like him. There were wars and riots everywhere in the world. But Zhang Yu understood that behind all the wars and riots was nothing but the will of the immortals. Later, when the immortals decided to cease fire, the control method of military-level power was born, and Zhang Yu felt that it was becoming more and more difficult to make money, and he was becoming more and more dangerous. Finally, in a rest and sleep with a trace of fear, he unknowingly pushed his mind method to the realm of unity of spirit and flesh. Zhang Yu took off the spirit interface mask, and recalled the scenes of killing the Taoist officials of the sect in his mind, and felt that the mind method in his mind was becoming more and more agitated. It seems like there is some progress again. Recalling the experience in the simulation environment, Zhang Yu had only one feeling: the immortals don't care about riots or resistance, even the riots themselves are created by them, and the data of war can be sold. In the following time, Zhang Yu continued his daily journey of soul-body unity. Although he could feel that he had made some progress after each end, the white bull in his mind became more and more vivid, as if it was coming to life. He felt that he was getting closer and closer to the unity of soul and body, but it seemed that he was always a little bit short. Just a little bit short. Time came to August in a blink of an eye. There was only less than a month left before the final exam. It was on this day that a righteous god suddenly contacted Zhang Yu and asked him if he had chosen a mentor. The final deadline at the end of the school year was approaching. Zhang Yu was naturally prepared for this. After the previous high school foundation building exam, as the winner, he had the right to designate a mentor in college. The mentor in college represents the faction in the future in college, which is related to a student's development path in undergraduate, master's, and doctoral degrees. Zhang Yu was naturally very cautious about this, especially for him who wanted to switch to the refining department. The choice of the teacher was even more important. He also consulted Zhang Pianpian about this. Zhang Pianpian said to him, if your goal is to transfer to the equipment refining department in your junior year, the stronger the instructor, the better. Although the relationship between the equipment refining department and the civil engineering department is pretty good, you need to successfully transfer to the department after you rank in the top 20 in the department. A strong instructor can save you a lot of trouble. However, the stronger the instructor, the higher the requirements for students. As the equipment refining department is a trump card major, the requirements for strong instructors there are even higher. Plus, in your case, you are transferring from the civil engineering department. Although they have to accept you as a student at the beginning because of the rules, I'm afraid they won't give you a good face. The worst case scenario for choosing an instructor is to choose an uncooperative instructor. If the other party is unwilling to teach you, there is no point in accepting you as a student. Instead, it makes you lose the opportunity to truly receive guidance from an instructor. I think if you want to transfer departments, you should take it slow. Wait until you graduate from the civil engineering department and take the postgraduate entrance examination before transferring. Zhang Yu knew that what Zhang Pianpian said was right. In terms of the success rate of transferring departments, the postgraduate entrance examination obviously has the highest success rate. But he knew that under the pressure of the evil gout ritual, he had to enter the top 10 sects, and he had to enter before the top 10 sects completely closed the channel, and the sooner the better. He had to transfer to the refining department as soon as possible, take the postgraduate entrance examination as soon as possible, and find a way to enter the top 10 sects as soon as possible. So under Zhang Yu's insistence, Zhang Pianpian also helped to collect information, and finally decided to choose the magnetic pole master of the refining department. This is a deputy director of the nascent soul realm, and it is also very likely that he will become the head of the refining department in the future. It can be said that this is one of the most promising teachers in the refining department. Once he has the support of the other party, as long as Zhang Yu's grades are enough, there will be no problem in transferring to the department. But such a big figure in the refining department will naturally not take Zhang Yu, a student of the civil engineering department, to heart. If he is directly designated by the righteous God, it is very likely that he will accept Zhang Yu as well as confiscate it, leaving Zhang Yu in a situation where having a mentor is equivalent to having no mentor. But fortunately, Zhang Yu also found the help of a good friend. A message appeared in his eyes. Deng Bingding, classmate Zhang Yu, long time no see. With the merits he made on the first floor, Deng Bingding successfully came to the second floor and obtained a brand new position in the territory of Wanfa University. After coming to the second floor for a while, Deng Bingding lay dormant for a while, watching more, listening more and talking less, constantly collecting information, confirming the situation, and in the process, he became more certain of some of his past guesses. The person behind Zhang Pianpian may be a great god-level figure from the one-man department. Zhang Yu should also be from this department, so he was arranged to break up the actions of the Nether Palace on the first floor. These two people are worth helping, so with the help of Deng Bingding, Zhang Yu finally added the friend of the magnetic pole master through the spiritual world network before designating a mentor. Zhang Yu, teacher, I don't know if Deng Yaoshan has told you about my situation. Zhang Yu, I want to switch to the refining equipment department in my third year. So I want to worship you as my teacher. After waiting for a long time, just when Zhang Yu thought that the other party didn't want to pay attention to him, the magnetic pole master finally replied yeah. After waiting for a long time, the other party did not send the next message. Zhang Yu had to follow Fuji's instructions and reluctantly sent a red envelope of 0.1 spirit coins. The red envelope was instantly accepted, and the reply from the magnetic master came, I don't recommend you to do this. Zhang Yu had no choice but to invite Deng Bingding again. The righteous god pulled the two into a group and said, I have a proposal. Next, Deng Bingding talked about a plan he had discussed with Zhang Yu before. Deng Bingding, Director, I know that the requirements for transferring to the refining department are very high, and I also know that your requirements are higher. Deng Bingding, but Zhang Yu is really talented. Deng Bingding, how about this? After designating a mentor, you can keep it secret, and no one will know that he is your student. You just need to give him a little guidance. Deng Bingding, if he can barely meet your standards by the time he is a junior, then he is your student. Deng Bingding, if he does not meet your requirements by then just pretend nothing happened. Seeing that the other party did not respond for a long time, Deng Bingding patted Zhang Yu in the group. Zhang Yu had no choice but to send another red envelope of 0.1 spirit coins. Magnetic Pole Master, that's interesting. Magnetic Pole Master, if in your junior year, you can not only enter the top 20 of the civil engineering department, but also complete the first 3 years of courses in the refining department and pass the junior year final exam of the refining department, then I will accept you as my student. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. As long as there are requirements and standards, it will be much easier for him. So with the help of Deng Bingding, Magnetic Pole Master was temporarily designated as a tutor by Zhang Yu, but Zhang Yu had never met this tutor. Except for them, no one else in the university knew about him. After the matter was over, Zhang Yu thanked Deng Bingding again. Deng Bingding rejected Zhang Yu's red envelope and smiled. For me, it's just a few words of help. Students Zhang Yu, work hard, I think you will definitely be able to enter the refining department and become a disciple of magnetic pole master." After temporarily confirming the teacher, Zhang Yu continued to devote his energy to studying, practicing and working. As time went by and the deadline for the final exam drew closer, Zhang Yu finally mastered the last level of the Qi Meridian Flow. Using An's three eyes divine power was finally upgraded to level 2. The state of unity of body and soul finally appeared in front of Zhang Yu, allowing the Kanyu-Shi body and mind art to reveal more mysteries to him. Chapter 343 Zhang Yu's Engineering Team. August. Using An's three eyes magical power finally reached level 2. Using An's hands brought up after images, knocking, rubbing, and squeezing the huge piece of meat in front of him, constantly adjusting the force structure and relaxing the overworked flesh and blood. Under his three eyes magical power, the flesh and blood structure in front of him seemed to become extremely clear, and every worn, injured, and fragile point appeared accurately in front of him, greatly improving his massage effect. With a finger pointing, the customer's body shook violently and let out a long groan. Using Han, who was watching this scene, had a hint of pride in his eyes. "I've made another breakthrough, now I can raise the price of massage." But the next moment, looking at the news in the Songgyang fellow villager group, Using Han frowned suddenly. "It's Lian Xianji again." In the group, it was Lian Xianji from Helho University who was sending video links again, asking fellow villagers for likes. While massaging and watching Lian Xianji's video, Using Han had to sigh that the other party's performance was more than 10 times better than his. Helho University does have a unique advantage in video creation, things like the temptation of the head teacher, the secret search of the patrol team, and the peak, sensitivity, drug, chastity, made Using Han feel a huge gap. Wanfa University's technology in this area has been far behind Helho University, and Lian Xianji, this guy, seems to have started shooting videos in high school. Could he have been ready to debut in college? Sure enough, none of the top 10 in Songgyang City is simple. Not only Zhang Yu was selected to join the field construction site, I successfully joined the dark massage industry, and Lian Xianji's videos were also shot vividly. While thinking, Using Han had already sent a message to Lian Xianji. "Xianji, can you cooperate on a video? Or can you help forward my video? Lian Xianji, for business cooperation, please send a private message to." Using Han pulled the corner of his mouth and thought to himself, this guy, in high school, he could only appear under Li Mulan's ass, but now he doesn't give me any face at all. At the same time, Zhang Yu was also studying the three-eye supernatural power upgraded to level 2. He closed his eyes tightly, and the three-eye divine power seemed to be able to penetrate his skin and flesh and see every part of his body. Zhang Yu saw his intestines and stomach slowly moving under the number 15 secret steel. He saw the blood flowing all over his body. He saw that after today's work, the slightly damaged meridians were slowly repaired under the activation. He also saw the uneven distribution of number 20 secret steel on the bones. The three-eye divine power is used for external observation, but it can only see some weaknesses in others, which is meaningless. If it is used for internal observation, it can detect various subtle changes in the body. If Zhang Yu used to activate his body to heal himself, it was like a blind man touching an elephant, relying entirely on feeling. Now with the cooperation of the level 2 three-eye divine power, he felt that his self-healing became more accurate and more effective. When I digested the number 20 secret steel, if I had this ability, my bone strengthening would be more balanced and effective, Zhang Yu thought to himself. The level 2 three-eye supernatural power is mainly for me to better avoid the wear and tear of the body in daily actions and further improve the efficiency of self-healing. The second is, the future. In the future, when I transfer to the refining department and start to refine my body into raw skeleton, this ability may be very useful. Inside the construction site on the 667th floor, Zhang Yu was sitting cross-legged, breathing in and out, refining magic power, and promoting the 10th breathing method of the Qi Mai Chang Liu. Around him, several human-shaped gang Qi flash back and forth, constantly advancing the work of the construction site under Zhang Yu's operation, completing one task after another. Until Zhang Yu's breathing method was also pushed to level 20, his Qi Mai Chang Liu finally reached the final realm. Ultimate, long flow of Qi, 10/10. Convert a physical strength and essence in the body into mana. The more breathing techniques you master, the higher the conversion efficiency. Looking at the final effect, Zhang Yu's eyes slightly condensed, and he thought to himself, is this consuming blood for mana? Zhang Yu tried to activate it slightly, and immediately felt that there seemed to be strands of power being forcibly squeezed out of his flesh and blood, and then converted into mana, and gathered in his danshin. Is this the conversion of physical strength into mana? During the conversion process, Zhang Yu felt that his flesh and blood were like vigorous exercise, and gradually began to feel tired. As Zhang Yu's mind deepened, the essence that he had accumulated in his body through eating and taking medicine over the past few days seemed to be ready to move, and could be converted into mana at any time. But of course he didn't do this. These were his physical foundation, and they were the foundation for him to promote his cultivation and improve his physical strength. It was impossible to use them easily. Next, Zhang Yu simply continued to convert physical strength into mana and tried this ability. Zhang Yu thought to himself, this is an ability that can instantly generate more mana, making my total disposable mana far exceed my upper limit. If I cooperate with as his mind moved, another humanoid aura appeared behind him. Under the premise that physical strength was constantly converted into mana, Zhang Yu's consumed mana was quickly replenished, so another Wuxianglishi appeared behind him. However, soon these two Wuxianglishi were dispersed by him. Zhang Yu thought to himself, I have to find an excuse to cover it up, otherwise my mana power will be too eye-catching. So on the construction site the next day, Zhang Yu held a bottle of Xianji powder that could damage his life, pretending that he had taken it, and then silently converted his physical strength into mana. As his abundant physical strength was converted into the surging mana in his danshin, Zhang Yu felt that his flesh and blood were burning, and waves of mana were constantly extracted and surged into his danshin. Feeling the expansion from his danshin, Zhang Yu directly summoned 5 Wuxianglishi. But under the influence of the speed of the mana recovery of the long-flowing ki meridians and the continuous conversion of physical strength into mana, he soon felt a vague expansion in his danshin again. So Zhang Yu continued to summon one Wuxianglishi after another. In a blink of an eye, a full 10 Wuxianglishi appeared in front of him. With Zhang Yu's thoughts, they rushed out with a bang and swept away all the construction waste around. By converting physical strength into mana, I can maintain a maximum of 10 Wuxianglishi. Zhang Yu secretly estimated in his heart, it will take about half an hour to run at full power. If you just pursue quantity, then dozens of Wuxianglishi may be able to maintain for a few minutes. This time, Zhang Yu's eyes flashed with excitement. I can almost replace a construction team by myself. How much is the improvement in construction efficiency? I am equivalent to my own contractor. Zhang Yu knew that many jobs on the construction site can be paid according to piecework, which is a more labor, more pay. This is also the reason why his income from the construction site has risen sharply after his cultivation has gradually improved. Now that his work efficiency has been improved again, his income can be increased again. However, when Zhang Yu summoned the 7th Wuxianglishi, he found that he could not control it, and it was difficult for all 7 Wuxianglishi to complete the refined movements. When it came to 10 Wuxianglishi, if he wanted to move all of them, he could only complete some vague operations. He could only barely control 3 or 4 of them to perform martial arts moves, and the remaining Wuxianglishi could only complete the routine movements of the human body. Zhang Yu thought to himself, I still have to practice. As my cultivation continues to improve, my physical strength and magic power will become higher and higher, and my actual disposable magic power will continue to increase, and the number of human-shaped Genki I can create will also increase. Then I need to have stronger control and be able to control more Wuxianglishi. Otherwise, it will be useless no matter how many there are. Just as Zhang Yu was controlling his engineering team to work, Li Xiao, who was passing by not far away, was already shocked. Zhang Yu can now use so much Genki to work by himself. How many times more than mine is his income? But this was just his first thought. With further observation, what really shocked Li Xiao was not this, but the bottle of pills in Zhang Yu's hand. No, Zhang Yu is taking that kind of tiger and wolf medicine again. Is he forcibly squeezing out the mana in his body to refine the ki? Come to work. Even if the salary increases, the body will be seriously damaged. Is it necessary to work so hard for daily work? This is what shocked Li Xiao the most. He felt that his mentality was a little broken. If I do this, even if I can earn more, how much more can I earn after deducting the medical expenses in the future? It's too greedy. It's too damn greedy. After finishing work today, Zhang Yu looked at his income and felt a little satisfied. From the initial 0.05 spirit coins a night, to more than 0.07 spirit coins a night, and then to today, his salary for a night directly broke through to 0.1 spirit coins. As long as you are willing to endure hardships, You can really save money in civil engineering. When Zhang Yu completed the long flow of key veins and the 3i supernatural power in August, his journey of spiritual and physical unity was once in trouble. After trying day after day, he always felt that he was about to break through, but he always failed. On this day, when Zhang Yu logged into Chuxinju again and entered the simulation environment again, Chuxinju's back-end management staff began to observe Zhang Yu. All they saw was a pure white spiritual world control room. Chuxinju's manager Yao Chuan said to the customer service staff beside him, "He's here again." The customer service staff replied, "The user has entered the simulation environment." Looking at Zhang Yu's relevant data, Yao Chuan couldn't help but frowning. Since a few days ago, Zhang Yu had not made a breakthrough for a long time, and the relevant user alerts had been sent to Yao Chuan. In order to increase the success rate of his breakthrough, Yao Chuan had to increase his authority, allowing him to log into the simulation environment 3 times a day. But with 3 times the efficiency, the other party still showed no signs of a breakthrough. If Zhang Yu continues to drag on, the average breakthrough time of our group's customers this month will increase again, and this kid hasn't made a breakthrough for so long. I think he has the potential to surpass the 29-day record. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu has become an unprecedented enemy in the eyes of manager Yao Chuan. Chapter 344 Black Skills. In the spiritual world office of Chuxinju, Yu Chuan said, "Zhang Yu's simulation environment is very suitable for him this time. Help him open the deep connection, and then at the critical breakthrough moment, play it at 0.3 times slow speed, and then loop it 10 times. Hearing Yu Chuan's instructions, the customer service frowned and said, "The pain index of this simulation environment is very high. If a deep connection is made, I am afraid that the memory of the simulation environment will affect his mental state." Yu Chuan certainly knows that once the deep connection is opened, the possibility of breakthrough will be greatly increased, but the memories, feelings, and emotions left in the simulation environment will be more profound. But he said calmly, he has already agreed to the user manual, and the accident will happen at least a few months later. Who can blame us? The customer service said again, but so many computing resources are mobilized, and he has to suffer so much for free. Isn't it too easy for him? Yu Chuan sighed. There is nothing we can do about it. 30 spirit coins will definitely succeed, which is the selling point of this package. The bet is that the students' qualifications are strong enough, and they are hardworking enough to break through. Most of them can reach the state of unity of spirit and flesh within 5 times. When we encounter such students who are slow to break through, we can only consider ourselves unlucky. At the same time, after Zhang Yu opened his eyes in the spirit world, he remembered his identity. He is Zhang Yu, a worker on a construction site. But because of his physical injury, his work efficiency is too low, and gradually no construction site is willing to accept him. Fortunately, the advancement of technology and the appearance of Dharmakaya gave him hope. Fahei, Xiangguan Group's epic-making product, leading the world with cutting-edge Xiandao technology, allowing everyone to have higher work efficiency. In the future, everyone who installs Fahei will only need to work for 2 hours to complete the current 12-hour workload. Xiangguan, let Xiandao technology better benefit Kungsu. Looking at the advertisement in the video, Zhang Yu made up his mind and sold everything that could be sold, including his hands and feet. He borrowed a large sum of money and finally installed Fahei, and immediately became able to work again. He was placed on the construction site, swallowing materials every day and spitting out high-quality concrete. The technical content of his work increased greatly, and his salary increased several times at once. But the good times did not last long. The Fahei, which had just been released, had a serious rejection reaction in him. Due to lack of funds, Zhang Yu had no money to carry out weekly Fahei modulation, let alone monthly Fahei maintenance. These first-generation Fahei in his body gradually began to age, began to be unable to adapt to the natural changes of the body, and began to cause structural imbalances in the body. All of this eventually led to a continuous decrease in his Fahei synchronization rate. The synchronization rate is too low, causing your dispatching nerves to overload and eventually causing abnormalities in the cerebral cortex. Listening to the analysis of the company's people, Zhang Yu murmured, "Is this the reason why I have phantom pain?" The other party said, "You go and pay the bill first. And then we will help you with the Dharmakaya modulation immediately. You must know that your body changes every day. The current Dharmakaya cannot actively adapt. It must be modulated once a week to perfectly match your body. If it is not modulated for a long time, The body structure will be alienated, and the flesh and nerves will be compensated. Zhang Yu could no longer listen to what the other party said, because he had a lot of debts and had no money at all. He could only endure the phantom pain in his body and run the Kanyu, Shi Mind and Body Sutra over and over again. But this pain became more and more frequent and more intense as the working hours increased. The pain of limbs being broken and internal organs being stripped kept coming. Zhang Yu opened his eyes and seemed to see his bloody wounds again. Under the crazy operation of the Kanyu Shi Mind and Body Sutra, he was about to step into the realm of unity of soul and flesh. But at this moment, a thought suddenly came to his mind. Why? Why can't my wound heal itself? At the same time, in the dormitory, under the influence of the deep connection, the Kanyu Shi Mind and Body art in Zhang Yu's mind started to operate spontaneously, and the activation of his hands and feet was raised to the peak. The continuous rise and fall of the flesh and blood seemed to heal the wounds of the hands and feet that were disconnected in his mind. With a violent reaction of Zhang Yu in reality, Zhang Yu in the simulation environment also trembled violently. The flesh and blood of his hands and feet surged, and his mind's method broke through, and it seemed that some kind of active changes had occurred. At this moment, a voice seemed to tear through the simulation space and passed into Zhang Yu's heart from the depths of the spirit world. Find me, Zhang Yu said instinctively. Who are you? Find me. The other party seemed to be unable to hear Zhang Yu's answer, but continued, find my spirit, find my body, find my mana. When Zhang Yu came back to his senses again, he found that he had been cut off from the spirit world. He took off the spirit world mask, recalled everything that had just happened in his mind, and murmured, me. Zhang Yu felt that his mind method was running naturally, and he had unknowingly stepped into the realm of unity of spirit and flesh. But before he could be happy, he found a strange website in his mind. Is it that voice that sent it to me? Who is he? How could he call me in the spiritual world of Chuksinju? Is he someone from Chuksinju? Has he been secretly observing me? Just when Zhang Yu was full of doubts, a request for communication connection appeared in his eyes. After the communication was turned on, the figure of manager Yao Chun appeared in front of Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, classmate, Yao Chun said with a flickering look, are you okay? At the critical moment of the breakthrough, just before Zhang Yu's flesh and blood in the simulation environment was activated, Yao Chun found that the entire simulation environment was suddenly disconnected. Then, after a few seconds, the entire simulation environment collapsed. This phenomenon immediately scared Yao Chun. He asked the customer service to quickly block the message, intercept the log and related data, and then Yao Chun immediately contacted Zhang Yu. Seeing that Zhang Yu was fine, Yao Chun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's okay. Although Zhang Yu's accident was nothing to Chuksinju, it was a major mistake for Yao Chun personally. Looking at Yao Chun's strange expression, Fuji suddenly asked, what happened? Listening to Zhang Yu's story, Fuji smiled and said, don't worry, if there is a big problem, it will not be just a communication problem. What happened to you this time may be seen as a mistake in the other party's work. Otherwise, the people from Chuksinju would not contact you privately without going through the company's channels. I think I can trick him. Zhang Yu raised his eyebrows and looked at Yao Chun and said, what's wrong with you, Chuksinju? Such a serious mistake. I almost died in it. Yao Chun's heart sank, and he secretly said that it was not good. On the surface, he refused to admit that there was a problem, but he was unsure in his heart. Because he really didn't know what happened in the few seconds when the connection was disconnected. Zhang Yu said, you don't want to be responsible, right? I want a refund, and I will sue you. I have saved the problematic spiritual world data. Hearing this, Yao Chun's heart sank again. Thinking of the simulation environment parameters that he asked to adjust, he sighed in his heart and had to pull with Zhang Yu. After some bargaining, the two sides gradually reached an agreement. Yu Chuan, as long as you do not go through the company's refund process, determine that the service is successfully completed, and do not pursue this matter, I will personally refund you 2.5 spirit coins every month for 12 installments. Yu Chuan thought to himself, it's better to ask Zhang Yu not to continue the journey of soul and body integration. It wastes computing resources and damages our group's data. What if there is another accident? Zhang Yu's eyes lit up and said, what about the interest? After another round of bargaining, Yu Chuan finally took on the interest and paid Zhang Yu 3.3 spirit coins every month to let Zhang Yu pay the monthly installment loan for the journey of soul and body integration. Although Zhang Yu also thought about whether he could squeeze more benefits, He also understood that he had actually completed the soul and body integration. In addition, he was unwilling to reveal what happened in the simulation environment, whether it was the voice or the activation of his body. So Zhang Yu knew that it was impossible for him to really make a big fuss about this matter. Now you are afraid of both ends of the wolf, but I just frightened him temporarily. Shortly after the two parties signed the agreement, Zhang Yu hung up the call. Thinking that he had gotten the journey of spiritual and physical unity for free, he couldn't help laughing. This is a big win. Fuji was more concerned about the website address that Zhang Yu received. But Zhang Yu did not log in immediately. After thinking about it, he sent the website address to Zhang Pianpian and asked if the other party had any questions. Where did you get this website address? Zhang Pianpian asked in confusion. This website address points to the deepest part of the spiritual world, almost at the edge of the second floor. It doesn't look like it has been there for a long time, but it looks like it was just generated not long ago, but the periphery of this website address is encrypted and blocked. I can't view the content, and forcing it may destroy the information in it, so under the protection of Zhang Pianpian, Zhang Yu logged into the website. After a long time, Zhang Pianpian couldn't help asking, what did you see? A mental method, Zhang Yu asked doubtfully. It's still a mental method that is not on the Great Library. At the same time, he thought to himself, it can also be included in the chain method diagram set, and it belongs to the Great Sage's successor set. Zhang Pianpian raised his eyebrows. What specific mental method is it? Zhang Yu reported the content of the mental method. After collecting some data in the spiritual world, Zhang Pianpian slowly said, there is no information about this mental method in all the data I have. This shows, this is a black method. Zhang Yu asked doubtfully, black method? What does that mean? Zhang Pianpian explained, it is not on the Taoist canon catalog of the 10 major sects, there is no registered copyright, and there is no record of any method. Most people believe that black methods are those that have been banned by the 10 major sects and have had their data records erased. It may have come from some sects that have been annihilated. It may also have been created by some people who have been banned. Then senior sister, Zhang Yu asked curiously, do you think I can practice this method? After a moment's silence, Zhang Pianpian said, from the content, I don't think there is any danger. I even think that from the quality of this technique, even if it is not military grade, it is at least pre-military grade. The danger of this black technique may lie in its origin, and the person who teaches you this technique may also target you, but it would be a waste you if you don't practice a method of this quality. Zhang Pianpian seemed to weigh the pros and cons, looked at Zhang Yu and said, you choose, but remember, if you want to practice, you must hide yourself. Secondly, every time your consciousness enters the spiritual network, don't practice this black technique, so as not to be targeted. Not long after Zhang Yu practiced this black technique, time passed quickly and it was the end of August, the deadline for the final exams. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345, Second Heart Method. The exam begins. At the end of August, Zhang Yu sat cross-legged in the dormitory, feeling his current state. Since he came to the Wanfa University City on the second floor last June, he first laid the foundation for 3 months, and then worked hard after the start of school in September last year. At this moment, he finally got a rich harvest on the road to immortality. The Dao heart has reached level 15, 55.1%, and the operation of the mind method has successfully completed the state of unity of soul and body. It operates smoothly like breathing every moment, and the second mind method has also been opened. The mana has soared to 752.8 units in the day and night breathing. After the quality of mana continues to grow, although the speed of improvement has begun to slow down, it still reached the level of 173%. Although the main focus of the second semester was on breathing, through the services of multiple Taoist arts, the supplement of food essence, various tiger and wolf medicines, and the constant gravity tempering of the 9 hells Zhang Yu belt, as well as Zhang Yu's continuous overtime work at the construction site. At this moment, the physical strength has also reached level 15.88. With a steady improvement of his cultivation in all aspects, Zhang Yu's key conduction rate has now reached 53%, and the longest distance of key conduction has exceeded 50 meters. Feeling the surging power in his body at this moment, Zhang Yu couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile at the corner of his mouth. Then he looked at his bank balance again. Although he had to continue to spend money on spiritual stones, elixirs, spiritual world traffic, Taoist services, spiritual world services, etc. every month, Zhang Yu had made a fortune after all. Later, he got a free trip to the unity of spirit and flesh, coupled with a continuous improvement of work efficiency, and from time to time he sold some mana. His account balance finally increased instead of decreasing, reaching 46 spiritual coins. Looking at the 46 spiritual coins in his account, Zhang Yu felt an incomparable sense of fulfillment. This feeling of extremely solidified potential in my immortal way is really wonderful. At the same time, the white bull roared in his mind, and a new change was about to happen. And this change came from the second mental method Zhang Yu obtained from the spiritual world, a black technique. This technique is called the infinite heart dharmakaya. When Zhang Yu watched the content of the technique, he realized that this technique matched the Kanyushi body and mind technique. When Zhang Yu first understood the complete version of the Kanyushi body and mind technique, he understood that this technique was to fight to the last moment. Even if he was seriously injured and had broken limbs and arms, he had to fight again and never surrender. In order to achieve this, the Kanyushi body and mind technique stimulates the activation of the body, allowing practitioners to have a strong self-healing ability, so that they can survive in the battles of self-sacrifice again and prepare for the next battle of self-sacrifice. Otherwise, after a few battles, the body will be damaged and there will be no strength to fight again. But even with the blessing of the Kanyushi body and mind technique, it does not mean that it is safe. In the battles of life and death, there is always the possibility of serious injury and death. The existence of the infinite heart dharmakaya is to make up for this. In the content of the mental method Zhang Yu obtained, this mental method directly points to the 80th level of Dao heart, that is to say, this method can be practiced from the first level of key refining period to the 20th level of foundation establishment period, the 30th level of golden core period, and finally can be pushed to the full 80th level. This is also the first time that Zhang Yu has obtained a complete set of subsequent realm content. For example, when he bought a method before, he could only buy the key refining period or foundation establishment period version at most. As for the description of the final realm of the mental method, it is said that every strand of flesh and blood contains thoughts. If combined with the 80th level of Kanyu Shixin Shenwuju, it can be reborn with a drop of blood, immortal and indestructible, and even every drop of blood, every hair, can be divided into an external incarnation, which can be said to be 1,000,000 incarnations. The concept represented by this infinite inner Dharma body is to fight to the end. It is the determination to never stop fighting until every strand of flesh and blood and every bone are completely wiped out. After Zhang Yu began to practice this technique, he felt that every time his boundless inner Dharmakaya was upgraded to a higher level, his thinking speed would increase by 1 point. Until this moment, a qualitative change came. 9 deaths and no regrets. Only then can the soul return to the land of flesh. The mantra of the mind method flowed through Zhang Yu's mind again, and Zhang Yu's boundless inner Dharmakaya was finally pushed to the 10th level at this moment. Zhang Yu felt that his thoughts and ideas were split into two at this moment. The roaring white bull in his mind roared to the sky, and then the bull's head also split into two, turning into a double-headed white bull. With the roar of the double-headed white bull, Zhang Yu felt that he was now doing two things at the same time, and could run two thoughts at the same time. This is the 10th level effect of the boundless inner Dharmakaya, which allows Zhang Yu to run two thoughts at the same time. Next, as long as he continues to upgrade the level of the boundless inner Dharmakaya, not only will his thinking speed become faster and faster, but the number of parallel thoughts will also increase. And every 10 levels, the number of parallel thoughts can be further increased. Gradually one mind can be used for 10 things, one mind can be used for 100 things, until every strand of flesh and blood can be assigned a thought, and with the Kanyushi Shenwuju, it can reach the realm of rebirth by a drop of blood, immortality, external incarnation, an incarnation of thousands of incarnations. When Zhang Yu gradually realized the power of this technique, he also understood why his sister thought that this technique was at the level of pre-military level, even if it was not military grade. Maybe in the era when this technique was created, it was a military-grade technique. It's just that as time goes by, military-grade techniques become more and more powerful, and this technique will gradually fall into the evaluation of pre-military-grade techniques, right? Just like the Juxia or Yunquan Jin, of course, at this moment. Zhang Yu is still too far away from the legendary realm of rebirth by a drop of blood, an incarnation of thousands of incarnations. In his opinion, the greatest effect of the infinite inner Dharma body on him is not reflected in the physical body, but in the manipulation of the Genki. Two Wuxianglishi emerged from behind him, and with a crackling sound, they crashed into each other. The two humanoid kiss fought back and forth, and under Zhang Yu's dual mind control, it was as if there were really two different people fighting. Zhang Yu secretly estimated in his heart, with a blessing of the 10th level Wulian heart Dharma body, I have dual thinking. At present, I can probably control 9 Wuxianglishi more perfectly with my full strength, but correspondingly, the mana consumption per unit time must also increase. At this time, Yu Xinghun's voice came from the side. Zhang Yu, let's go, it's time for the exam. Yu Xinghun clenched his fists and said with a fighting spirit, after so much hard training, it's finally time for us to make a splash. On the way to the exam venue, the two met many students rushing to take the exam. After all, it was the end of the school year, and too many students took exams during this period. For example, Zhang Pianpian and Li Mulan also left the dormitory early to take the exam. When Zhang Yu and Yu Xinghun arrived at the examination room, they saw many students waiting there, with faces showing nervousness, expectation, or excitement. The first Daoxin exam officially began. Deep in the spirit world, the spirit of the Daoxin teacher Fengjiu was observing the situation in the spirit world exam room. The images of students appeared in front of her, and she recorded all the details. For the content of this Daoxin exam, each student was randomly selected and combined with some public data. Although the content was different, matching different refined scoring rules could accurately evaluate the students' Daoxin scores to the greatest extent. In one picture, Li Zio was walking on the street like a zombie. His exam question was death. At this moment, he suddenly found that he had been mistakenly issued a death certificate in the data of the Spirit World Network. So he was defined as dead in all fields. His Spirit World Network was disconnected, and he could only see a gray city in his eyes. His bank account was frozen, and he could not use any spirit coins. He even lost the right to use the Yuan magnetic channel. All his titles, rankings, and fields disappeared, and he was like a phantom in the eyes of others. Even after he was hit by someone, he could not get any compensation or medical treatment because he was already dead. He wandered in this gray and white urban forest like a lonely ghost, feeling mentally tortured. The spirit of the weapon recorded Li Zio's situation: emotional autonomy 76 points, inner stability 72 points, inner abundance 71 points, lack of resistance to practicing alone, high dependence on social recognition. After giving Li Zio a score, the spirit of the weapon noticed another student. The situation facing Yingxin is called bankruptcy. Bankruptcy is considered by countless Kungsa people to be the beginning of death and disappearance of the body and the Tao. In the eyes of many people, it is more terrifying than being possessed by demons or infected by evil spirits. But Yingxin showed a sense of calmness in the face of this situation. It's time to show my family heritage of 6 generations of civil engineers. Come out. Father. Grandfather. Great-grandfather. Great-great-grandfather. Heavenly ancestor. Yingxin slapped out with one palm, and with a push of the 20th level excavation palm, a large area of land was opened, and 6 coffins had risen up. Then, above each coffin, a number appeared, which was the price of the body in the coffin. From father to heavenly ancestor, the number was getting bigger and bigger, and it also showed more and more terrifying pressure. 6 generations of remnants. Help me turn over and mend the sky. Looking at Yingxin's high morale, the spirit of the weapon recorded, the family has a high degree of socialization and has a strong psychological resilience. It once again confirms the theory that the richer you are, the stronger the function of the emotional container. Money is indeed the most important reference factor for humans. I still can't understand why the amount of property is not included in the reference data of university rankings. At the same time, more student data came to the spirit of the weapon. Yu Xinghun is facing a broken engagement at this moment. The upper-class daughter whose family assets are enough to tens of thousands of spirit coins sent a letter of broken engagement to him. Facing the humiliation of the rich, the sarcasm of relatives, the ridicule of classmates, and the explicit or implicit threats from the rich girl, a lot of mental pressure was released on his head. Yu Xinghun, if you have a bit of backbone, just accept it, then we can still be friends. Backbone? Yu Xinghun's heart was filled with anger. He had never felt so wronged. This kind of grievance of being wronged made him tear up the marriage cancellation letter and yell at the other party, No, at most, he will be the boss and I will be the mistress. I have decided on this son-in-law, and no one can stop me. Unless you go bankrupt today. The spirit of the weapon shook his head and recorded, "This test question is too old, and the question bank should be updated. Things like backbone and dignity can no longer bring any psychological pressure." Well, change the question for him. Chapter 346, First Year, Final Professional Examination. On the battlefield, Gong Shujin moved forward quickly, without stopping in the bombing, and rushed out of the thunder and fire again and again. He carried Yingzhen on his left hand and Zhang Yu on his right hand, with Yu Xing'an on his chest and Li Xiao on his back. No matter how bloody and seriously injured the 4 classmates on his body were, or even stopped breathing, he never thought of putting them down. Because he knew that only by relying on each other with his comrades could he survive. On a battlefield full of dangers, the students of the Civil Engineering Department are the best protective magic weapon. Thank you for protecting me. The spirit of the weapon nodded slightly, calm and resolute, quick to act, even on a battlefield full of dangers. At the moment of life and death, there is no panic, showing a willpower that matches the level of Dao Xin. You can recommend him for the Spirit World competition next semester. Zhang Yu, who had become rich, walked on the street. He did not choose to spend his savings of more than 1,000 spirit coins. Instead, he displayed the deposit number on his forehead, and immediately gained countless friendships and received waves of gifts. In the following various scams, he also dodged them one by one, always calm and unhurried. The spirit of the weapon recorded, in the face of sudden wealth, the core is still stable and the self-control ability is extremely strong. Looking at Zhang Yu's various scores, the spirit of the weapon said lightly, "Sure enough, his Tao heart is still above Gong Shujin, and he is already on par with Ji Yuanshu." In the mana test, one by one, the students are being tested for the power of mana, the quality of mana, and the conduction of Genki. As the numbers appear one by one, there are exclamations from the crowd from time to time. As a mana teacher, Li Mingbo will naturally be curious to check the students' scores. In his eyes, all students are arranged according to different levels of origin. As the students' scores appear, basically the scores are positively correlated with a level. According to the data that has been completed so far, the first is Ji Yuanshu of the 6th level, the second is Gong Shujin of the 4th level, the third is Yingzhen, and the 4th, but in the next moment, his eyes slightly condensed. Then he saw a name far ahead, soaring up like a rocket, surpassing Gong Shujin from the 4th floor and coming to a position comparable to Ji Yuanshu from the 6th floor. Zhang Yu, from the 1st floor. Li Mingbo remembered this name, a student who always sat in the last row with 2 other 1st floor students in class. Last semester, he could only barely keep up with Gong Shujin in terms of mana, but this semester he can actually be on par with Ji Yuanshu. Li Mingbo was slightly stunned. How can a 1st floor student catch up with the level of a 6th floor student? In the physical strength test, in the shocked eyes of everyone, 2 figures shot out like 2 lightning bolts, interlacing and flashing back and forth on the complex simulated battlefield, and no one could get rid of the other. One of them was Zhang Yu. At this moment, his essence was boiling, and his blood was violently agitated like magma. The war demon meteorite life power was exerted to the extreme, directly increasing his physical strength by 1.5 levels, pushing Zhang Yu's physical strength to a terrifying level of 17.38. Driven by such a violent body, his speed reached an unprecedented level. Even the number 20 secret steel became extremely light in his perception. At the same time, he was doing 2 things at once. While controlling his body to move forward, he controlled several Wuxiang Lishi. With the help of the 3-eye magic power in the time-residing magic pupil, he blocked various attacks on the simulated battlefield for him. But even in this case, he found that he still couldn't surpass Ji Yuanshu in front of him. This guy is so fast, he has too many Dharma bones used for acceleration. It seems that I can't beat him in this level after all. However, Zhang Yu has become accustomed to this. Speed is not his strong point after all. His current high-speed movement is based on basic data and his own hard power. Zhang Yu thought to himself, the victory or defeat depends on the construction test. After honing my skills this semester, my construction ability that has been tempered 1,000 times is my greatest advantage. Zhang Yu had already inquired that the final professional exam of the Civil Engineering Department every academic year would be the most difficult, with the highest comprehensive score content, and the exam that has the greatest impact on the ranking. Meanwhile, behind Zhang Yu and Ji Yuanshu, Gong Shujin's body was filled with surging qi, and his streamlined body was constantly tearing apart the atmosphere. But even though he had specially replaced the 4 pieces of his magic shells with displacement acceleration suits, he could only watch the 2 people in front of him getting farther and farther away, and gradually he could not even see the rankings flashing above their heads. Gong Shujin's eyes were full of unwillingness. How is it possible? How is it possible? How can the gap be bigger? In the past semester, he had borrowed a lot of money and burned spirit coins. He had equipped his magic shells with different suits for mana training, physical training, and different exams. He also calculated every detail of his training every day into every second, not wasting a single second. Why? Why can't I catch up with them? How much did they spend? As the exams progressed, Ji Yuanshu and Zhang Yu gradually became the focus of all the students in the class. Especially watching the 2 sides being evenly matched in the exams, or watching Zhang Yu chasing Ji Yuanshu again and again, all made the students realize that the first place in the freshman class would be decided between these 2. And now it seems. Yingxin analyzed, I'm afraid Ji Yuanshu's winning rate is much higher. After all, at the end of the last semester, his comprehensive score was 27 points ahead of Zhang Yu. In this final exam, even if he is not much ahead of Zhang Yu, it will be difficult for Zhang Yu to surpass him. Yingxin looked at Zhang Yu, who failed to surpass Ji Yuanshu in the speed exam, and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Zhang Yu did not surpass Ji Yuanshu. I was scared to death. I thought he was really going to be the first in the class. Yingxin couldn't imagine how uncomfortable he would be if he saw Zhang Yu defeat Ji Yuanshu and fall so far behind him. That would be many times more uncomfortable than seeing his good brother use the time remnant demon eye. Compared with the students' vague guesses, the teachers who can see the backstage scores one step ahead have a clearer grasp of the situation. Tulishan had been looking at the scores of the 2 after each exam, calculating the changes in their comprehensive scores. As he calculated, he murmured, overall, Zhang Yu's basic data is actually close to Ji Yuanshu's. It's incredible. But thinking about the amount of medicine Zhang Yu took this semester, he couldn't help but sigh that it was incredible that Zhang Yu could live to this day. His physique is even better than he said, and it is indeed worth focusing on training. Alice, it's a pity. If he was a person of the upper class, even if he was just a person of the second class, he might be able to beat Ji Yuanshu in this exam. Ji Yuanshu also sensed what Tulishan observed. Looking at the notification of the luck monitoring and his winning rate getting higher and higher, Ji Yuanshu seemed to have seen that the throne of the first place in the grade had come to him. However, he always thought that defeating Zhang Yu was justified. After all, under the luck monitoring, he could always see the opponent's extremely low winning rate. What he cared about was not defeating Zhang Yu, but now that he was sure of victory, did he need to make additional investments? After all, there is still a big gap between the goal of leading by 100 points that Master asked him to achieve. Others are afraid, but I am greedy. Thinking of the famous proverb in the Department of Finance, Ji Yuanshu made up his mind in an instant. This is the time when Zhang Yu, Gong Shujin, and the whole class are deeply shocked by my strength and fall into fear. Ji Yuanshu knew that it was not easy to gather luck, especially for a freshman like him. I should take this opportunity to further gather luck, consolidate my position as the first in the class, and lay the foundation for the subsequent practice of luck Taoism. At the same time, I can further improve my strength. Even if I can't exceed 100 points, I will exceed as much as I can. So he at Zhang Yu and Gong Shujin in the group again. Ji Yuanshu, you too, for the remaining exams, release all your potential and let me have more fun. As he finished speaking, Ji Yuanshu felt strands of luck coming from different directions. That was the confidence of one classmate after another in him. With today's exams, he was like a general who had won every battle. Through victory after victory, he anchored the word must win in the hearts of students. This is the gathering of people's hearts and the destination of luck. And a copper coin magic weapon in his sea of consciousness swayed gently, suppressing all the luck he had collected in his sea of consciousness, and began to bless his qualities in all aspects. The way to luck is to follow the trend, then guide people's hearts and borrow luck through showing off, pressure, hype, etc. Use cultivation to help momentum, and use momentum to feed back cultivation, continuously grow in a mutual cycle, finally, become a trend itself. Ji Yuanshu believed that at this moment, he had become an unstoppable trend by winning the first place in the class. As for the backlash of luck, Ji Yuanshu could not think of the possibility of defeat. Because until the last exam, he was still ahead of Zhang Yu and Gong Shujin in comprehensive scores. They have no chance. I want to get more comprehensive points in the last game. In the simulated construction site, the students of the foundation building class all arrived and welcomed the last exam of the day. Tulishan stood in front of them and said, "In order to start from reality and test professional ability more objectively, the department has carried out exam reform since last year. Today, we have decided to combine all professional skills exams together, and use examples to test your engineering formation drawing, architectural drawing recognition, building materials, construction engineering measurement, and your comprehensive construction ability. After all, the most important thing for our civil engineering department is practical ability. Today is the time to test the results of your freshman year." As he spoke, everyone's eyes had already received drawings one by one. Then Tulishan pointed to the left side of the simulated construction site and said, "On the left are all the construction materials provided for this exam. You have half an hour to select and transport the materials you need. On the right are the construction sites assigned to you. Within half an hour, you can do your best to select materials and transport them there, but after half an hour, you can no longer leave the construction site. Next, you have 3 hours to carry out the construction according to the contents on the drawings. After 3 hours, everyone, regardless of whether they have finished or not, will stop working immediately and leave the site. Next, your work will be scored on the degree of completion. Then all construction sites will be subjected to 10 waves of attacks. The performance of your work in these 10 waves of attacks will also determine your results in this exam." Chapter 347 Intense Transportation. Tulishan looked at everyone and said, "You have 15 minutes to prepare. Think carefully about what to do next." Zhang Yu looked at the blueprint that appeared in his eye shell. With a dual thinking of telepathy, he quickly constructed the finished product in his mind. "Is this a bunker?" Zhang Yu thought to himself. The structure of the bunker itself can be used to resist various attacks. At the same time, this is probably a hint, representing the 10 attacks after the building is completed. It should be related to war. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu sighed in his heart. Is it a war element again? It seems that many people in the civil engineering department really think that the university war will get bigger and bigger, so they are constantly preparing for the exams, looking at the structure of the entire bunker, thinking about the key and his own advantages. With my construction efficiency, it's no problem to complete this bunker within 3 hours. The key is to push the strength of the bunker high enough to resist more attacks and retain a higher degree of integrity after the attack. Is there any way to maximize my advantages? Just as Zhang Yu was lost in thought, Li Xiao looked at the blueprint in his eye shell. His eyes flashed, and he already had the answer in his mind. The key is the materials. Li Xiao thought to himself, we should use high-quality materials to build this bunker as much as possible. The better the materials, the stronger the bunker will be. Even if the construction efficiency is the same, we can get twice the result with half the effort, so the materials are the most important. Thinking of this, Li Xiao had already started to select materials according to the design on the drawing, and arranged them according to their importance. Since the materials are the most important, the victory or defeat of this exam actually depends on the selection of materials in the first half hour. The competition will be very fierce at that time. I want to get ahead of everyone and take the best materials. Thinking of this, Li Xiao screened again and listed the 3 most important materials. 15 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Almost at the moment when Tulishan announced the start of the exam, Li Xiao rushed out with a whoosh. But even though his heart seemed to be on fire, his mana was surging in his meridians, his legs were like giant axes splitting the air under his feet, and he had already accelerated to the extreme. He could only watch 2 figures like comets, directly smashing the atmosphere, with supersonic thunder sounds, surpassing his figure, and rushing into the building materials area. It was Ji Yuanshu who was rushing in the front, and Zhang Yu followed closely behind. And just as the 2 rushed into the materials area one after another, Gong Shujin flashed, brought a long wave of air to catch up, and rushed into the materials area third. Seeing that one person after another rushed ahead of him, Li Xiao was a little nervous, but he didn't panic, just because he had expected this. In his mind, he silently crossed out the top 3 important building materials, and directly looked for the 4th and 5th most important materials. The materials ranked at the top will definitely be highly competitive, and it will be hard for me to snatch them. Instead of that, it's better to set your sights on the next level first. But after Li Xiao searched for a while, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. What's going on? Why are there only secret steals from number 5 to number 10? What about secret steals above number 10? Why are the other materials so low end? Is this exam asking us to use these low-end, even inferior materials to complete the bunker? Just as Li Xiao was surprised, he saw Yingxin's aura shook, and she had rolled up a large number of inferior steels. As for the quality of the building materials, she was not surprised at all. It said that this is a test of practical operation, so how to reduce costs, how to cut corners, such as using inferior materials to build high-quality buildings, of course, can also be the direction of the assessment. Yingxin's aura was like a dragon, rolling up dozens of tons of building materials, and rushed towards the target location. At the same time, there were bursts of sonic booms in his ears. Yingxin looked up and saw Ji Yuanshu leading the way, followed closely by Zhang Yu. The two of them were filled with aura like a gust of wind, and they flew out with a sky full of construction materials. Yingxin sighed at the gap between herself and the two of them, but soon adjusted her mindset. My opponent is not them, my goal is to be fourth in the class. At the same time, watching the actions of many students carrying construction materials back and forth, to Lushan side, the immortal way is small transportation inside the body, and the civil engineering way is large transportation outside the body. One inside and one outside, one hidden and one visible, they are intertwined, which contains the great mystery of the immortal way. Half an hour passed in a blink of an eye. As Tulishan announced the end of the material transportation time, Yingxin looked at the large amount of materials on her construction site and showed a satisfied smile. In fact, according to the requirements on the drawings, the materials she transported in this half hour obviously far exceeded the needs of the construction. But soon everyone understood why she did this. As Tulishan announced the start of construction, Yingxin shouted, and a stream of high-temperature ore emitted a scorching force that distorted the atmosphere, wrapping around the large amount of steel in front of her. As the high temperature enveloped, Yingxin slapped out again. Amidst a crackling sound, thunderous energy hit the high-temperature steel, retempering and shaping it. If there is no high-quality material, just refine it yourself. Construction sites, especially those on the battlefield, don't have so many materials with guaranteed quality and quantity. The key is to use local materials. Seeing Yingxin refining materials, many students present were slightly startled, then suddenly realized, and then frustration appeared in their eyes. Li Xiao looked at this scene and sighed in his heart. So she wants to refine the building materials on site? Is this the practical experience of 6 generations of civil engineers? But most of the students probably thought of this, but there is no time. The requirements for cultivation are not low. Just as Li Xiao was sighing at Yingxin's rich experience and profound cultivation, the ground suddenly trembled violently. What's going on? At the same time, Yu Xinghan, who was observing the students around him, turned his head and saw that Gong Shujin had replaced the Dharmakaya of his arms at some point. At this moment, his arms looked like 2 huge battering rams, smashing down on the ground with a loud bang. At the same time, Yu Xinghan could see that behind Gong Shujin, there were several sets of Dharmakaya placed in sequence, waiting for Gong Shujin to switch and use them at any time. What a rich man! Yu Xinghan looked at this scene, feeling extremely jealous, wishing to take off all the Dharmakaya from the other party and put them on himself. Looking at the other party's movements, Yu Xinghan thought to himself, is he laying the foundation? But he soon discovered that something was wrong. Under the observation of the 3-eye supernatural power, the spiritual energy in the air changed. Is this a change in the spiritual vein? Yu Xinghan asked in surprise. Is there a spiritual vein in this examination room? Of course there is. Gong Shujin felt the change in the terrain under his feet and snorted in his heart. The examination room simulates a real battlefield construction site environment, and there are naturally spiritual veins simulated by the spiritual path under the ground. Ordinary workers look at the materials, excellent workers look at the structure, but the real civil engineering masters look at the formation. The structure and materials of the bunker are not the most important. The formation is the most critical part, as long as the formation is strong enough. Even a wall of earth can withstand thousands of troops, thunder and fire, and to enhance the power of the formation, pulling the spiritual vein is of course the most important. The 2-handed magic skeleton he put on at this moment is called the earth-shaking arm. After infusing magic power, he can perform the 20th level earth-shaking palm. Not only that, the impact structure contained in the earth-shaking arm, and the experience summarized by countless users, can make the effect of the earth-shaking palm far exceed those students who have practiced hard to reach the 20th level of earth-shaking palm. How can my skills, which I have honed through thousands of years, compare to the Dharmakaya and martial arts that I bought with my spirit coins, spirit veins? "Come out." Gong Shujin's whole body was burning like a flame, and then he injected it into his earth-shaking arm. After a series of impact structures, it turned into transparent ripples visible to the naked eye, bringing up distorted air and dust, and fiercely slammed into the ground under his feet. With a loud bang, one student's feet softened and he fell to the ground. At the same time, the simulated spirit veins underground were deflected towards Gong Shujin's construction site in a violent vibration, which would greatly increase the power of his formation. But at this moment, a similar vibration sound came, and the spirit veins were deflected to the other side. Gong Shujin turned his head suddenly and saw that Ji Yuanshu was also performing the earth-shaking palm, and he performed this skill with his bare hands without the help of the power of the Dharmakaya. Level 20 earth-shaking palm. Gong Shujin was surprised and said, "He has already mastered the level 20 earth-shaking palm? And it is more powerful than mine? Is it because his basic data is higher than mine?" Gong Shujin felt that it was not just because of this. In his observation, every time Ji Yuanshu struck out, no matter the strength, movement, or energy, it was just right and perfect. It was as if the spiritual vein that Ji Yuanshu was pulling was supposed to be in that position. Everything was destined by heaven, and if Gong Shujin disobeyed this point, he would be going against heaven's will. After another round of bombardment, Gong Shujin was extremely unwilling, but he had to admit that he was completely at a disadvantage in the competition of pulling the spiritual vein. Ji Yuanshu on the other side did not care about it. After pulling with Gong Shujin for a while and completely defeating him, he pinched the Dao formula with his hand, and the surging luck in his mind slightly swayed, and the feeling of divine help from the earth-shaking palm had dissipated. But the next moment, this luck was added to his condensed ki, making this ki move like a magic work, and every bit of power and every bit of ki were just right. His condensed ki was only level 10, but at this moment it exploded with the effect of level 20. This is the horror of luck. As long as Ji Yuanshu is willing to consume his luck, he can make any of his skills add good luck and burst out the ultimate effect that can be achieved in the current realm. Of course, this process also consumes luck. Once the luck is greatly damaged or even exhausted, not only will the power of the skills not increase, but even the power will decline between shots, and mistakes will be frequent. But at this moment, Ji Yuanshu is confident that he is firmly in the first place in the class. It is the time when his luck is soaring and he is in great luck. It is impossible for him to lose in this battle, let alone exhaust his luck. Chapter 348, The General Trend, Civil Engineering is the Right Way. Using and looked at Yingxin's quenching materials from time to time, and then looked at Gong Shujin's construction actions from time to time, and then stared at other students. With the help of the 3-eye supernatural power, he had an all-round vision and was able to clearly observe the movements and conditions of each student. My construction ability is not strong. After all, I am no longer on the construction site most of the time, but give massages to people coming out of the construction site. Using and memorized the movements of his classmates, imitated their movements, and repeated their movements. At this moment, Using and was like an excellent tailor, pasting the construction steps of each person and then stitching them to his construction site. But in the next moment, he was suddenly slightly stunned. Zhang Yu, this kid, in his observation, Zhang Yu actually sat there, stuffing steel bars and cement into his stomach in big mouthfuls. What is this guy doing? Eating and drinking for free in the examination room? Is this the time to do this? On the other side of the construction site, Zhang Yu felt the building materials that he had put into his stomach, and thought to himself, Yingxin's choice is right, the quality of building materials really depends on us to improve. Zhang Yu's magic power was agitated, and his muscles expanded and contracted, bursting out with unparalleled elasticity. The true form of the mountain, push. The next moment, with the infusion of magic power, Zhang Yu's muscles and internal organs suddenly expanded, like an inflatable ball, and suddenly swelled into a giant. Then, he opened his mouth and swallowed a large piece of building materials into his stomach. But Zhang Yu was not going to digest these materials. He wanted to use his stomach made of number 15 secret steel to reprocess these building materials and severely improve the strength of the materials. Feeling the transformation of the building materials in his stomach, Zhang Yu's eyes did not relax at all. That's not enough, Zhang Yu muttered in his heart. In this examination room, there are people who are stronger than me in terms of their abilities, wealth, experience, or even Taoism. If I want to win, I must fully exert my advantages and use my most authentic and earthly strength to make this bunker indestructible, Zhang Yu shouted, and his ki suddenly surged. A series of wuxianglishi appeared behind him, caught the building materials he spit out, and began to build the foundation on the construction site. Ji Yuanshu has been observing Zhang Yu's state. After all, the other party is his student who is closest to him in strength in this exam. When he saw Zhang Yu condensing a human-shaped key, he felt a little dissatisfied in his heart. It's really a waste of mana. As the steel and concrete rose from the ground, Zhang Yu's wuxianglishi passed through them, and his construction team gradually became difficult to see. Time passed quickly in the sound of knocking and collision in the examination room. Every student was trying his best to show the essence of his freshman year and pouring it into the construction site in front of him without reservation. Watching the bunkers gradually rising from the ground and watching the actions of each student, Tulishan became more and more curious and looking forward to the final result. Seeing that the 3-hour construction time was about to end, fewer and fewer students were still continuing the construction. Most people had completed all the construction content. Looking at the crazy hammering in Zhang Yu's bunker, Gong Shujin thought to himself, could it be that the mana consumption was too serious before? The construction efficiency declined, and it fell behind, as the 3-hour construction time ended. The movement in Zhang Yu's construction site also stopped. He walked out of the bunker with a trace of regret on his face. Everyone watching this scene wondered in their hearts whether Zhang Yu had not been able to completely complete the interior of the bunker. At the same time, Tulishan's eyes flashed slightly, and a young man dressed in Taoist robes and dressed like an ancient man appeared in front of him. It was Director Gao's spiritual projection that emerged. Director Gao said calmly, "How is the situation?" Tulishan said respectfully, "The construction has just been completed and we are now going to inspect it." Assistants and other civil engineering teachers who were invigilating walked into the bunkers one by one, inspected the situation one by one, and recorded it. Looking at this scene, Director Gao nodded slightly and said casually, "Well, I came to see the results of the first-year students." Tulishan could feel that Director Gao was in a bad mood, and considering today's day, he guessed that it might be related to the final grades. Director Gao was indeed dissatisfied with the final grades of each grade this time. Among the students of the war faction and the peace faction of the civil engineering department, 5 grades of the war faction fell behind in grades and were deprived of the first place. If Ji Yuanshu took the first place in the freshman year, then 6 grades would fall behind overall. Director Gao asked, "What is the winning rate of Zhang Yu and Gong Shujin?" Tulishan hesitated for a moment and said, "It's hard to say." Director Gao frowned, "Then I'll come and see for myself." At the same time, many students gathered outside the construction site, nervously waiting for the acceptance phase and the next 10 waves of offensive phases. Soon the acceptance was completed. Yingxin looked at her 100% completion rate, and breathed a sigh of relief. "Next, it depends on how many waves of offensives I can withstand." I saw a series of spiritual projections rising around the construction site. In everyone's eyes, it was a series of flashing light bands surrounding the construction site and showing that entry was prohibited. As Tulishan announced the start of the final stage of the exam, the first wave of offensives also arrived. As the surrounding partitions rose, huge pipes were deployed from the ground. The next moment, like a mountain torrent, waves of anger like giant dragons had hit the bunkers on the site. The terrifying power surged in the huge waves, and the raging waves hit the bunkers again and again, like a siege vehicle bombarding again and again, which made many students feel uneasy, fearing that their bunkers would be washed away. 10 minutes later, the tide gradually receded. Tulishan nodded slightly and started the second wave of attack. Amid the loud noises of boom, 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 all the bunkers shook slightly, and with the activation of the formation of the simulated examination room, the next moment the ground where the bunkers were located rose and fell, as if there were waves in the earth. With a violent shaking of the ground, the bunkers seemed to have experienced a magnitude 7 or 8 earthquake. Some students looked at the cracked walls of their works with worry. Some students looked at their works that were as stable as Mount Tai and breathed a sigh of relief. 1 minute later, with the end of the simulated earthquake, no bunkers collapsed at the scene. In the third wave of attack, violent explosions rose up, and the visible shock waves swept across the bunkers. It was during this wave of attacks that the walls of the bunkers finally began to collapse. When the fourth wave of attacks ended, only 4 bunkers remained intact. But the outer wall of one of them had cracked, revealing large patches of blood in the wall. Tulishan, watching this scene, was slightly surprised. Did Yingxin survive this wave? Looking at the blood in the wall, his eyes moved, Is it a blood sacrifice? Director Gao's eyelid showed Yingxin's information, and he nodded slightly and said, in the process of refining the materials, she added her own blood and the family ashes stored in her body to complete the blood sacrifice. Director Gao smiled slightly, and his eyes seemed to show the students who looked like Yingxin. They were Yingxin's father, grandfather, and even earlier ancestors. As expected of a sixth-generation civil engineer, he mastered the skills of blood sacrifice on the construction site in his freshman year. In the fifth wave of attacks, a huge fireball rose up and engulfed the remaining bunkers one by one. As the bunker built by Yingxin was mostly shattered, a large hole was also broken in the bunker built by Gong Shujin, revealing a spine. The blood and nerves on the spine spread throughout the wall, swallowing and spitting out the spiritual power in the formation, as if it had become the heart of the building. Tu Lishan's eyes moved. He inserted his Vajrayuan-made spine into the eye of the formation. Director Gao nodded appreciatively. Oh? Is it a live pile? This is a sophomore construction technique. I didn't expect that he has mastered it at this moment, and can also drive his own body into it. The sixth wave of attack, accompanied by flashes of lightning, covered the entire construction site with lightning and fire. Amid the continuous explosions, waves of air swept in all directions, raising all the broken walls and ruins to the ground. Looking at his spine that disappeared in the explosion, Gong Shujin couldn't help but bleed in his heart, and screamed in his mind, my Vajrazuan Zao. But thinking that he only got third place after using his own spine to drive the living pile, he couldn't help but stare at the remaining two bunkers, as if to see clearly what kind of civil engineering techniques they used to stand firm until now. Tu Lishan's eyes moved slightly, and Ji Yuanchu's construction records and acceptance records emerged in his eyes. When Tu Lishan saw these for the first time before, he was surprised. And when he looked at them again at this moment, he couldn't help but exclaimed again. Really, in the acceptance record, Ji Yuanchu's body was sitting cross-legged in the basement of the bunker. He actually buried himself in there, using his corpse to suppress the luck and gather spiritual energy, strengthening the formation to the limit. No, it's not just that. As early as when he was drawing the spiritual vein, he was already constructing an auspicious tomb. At that time, he planned to bury himself. Tu Lishan's eyes swept over the broken walls and the simulated spiritual veins underground. In the beginning, he just used the auspicious tomb and the buried corpse to suppress the luck and occupied the most spiritual energy in the spiritual vein. But after each bunker collapsed, Ji Yuanchu's bunker gathered more spiritual energy. This is the essence of the luck of the finance department. Every additional resource can transport more resources, and eventually more and more resources will be transported, and even the world situation will be moved. At this moment, 90% of the spiritual energy in the simulated spiritual veins have gathered in Ji Yuanchu's bunker. Tu Lishan looked outside the examination room, at the figure of Ji Yuanchu. At this moment, Ji Yuanchu's soul was preserved in the spirit world, and what appeared here was his spirit world projection, but the students around were used to observing the world with their eyes, and most of them did not notice this. At the same time, Tu Lishan could still feel that the medical company's emergency team was waiting outside the examination room. One of the young doctors said, "Captain, how long do we have to wait?" The leading doctor said lightly, "We can go in and save people after the exam is over." The young doctor asked curiously, "How can someone who can afford to hire us die in the examination room?" The leading doctor said casually, "It's normal for rich people to die several times a year. They are not like poor people who can't afford to die. Remember, in our business, don't care how the customer died, just save the person's body every time." Director Gao looked at Ji Yuanchu's bunker coldly, feeling the stability of the bunker and formation under the blessing of luck. At this moment, a proud voice was heard, "Mr. Gao, how is my student's grasp of the way of luck?" A projection from the spiritual world appeared in front of Tu Lishan and Director Gao. It was none other than Ji Yuanchu's master, Director Lin, the representative of the peace faction of the civil engineering department. Director Gao glanced at the other person coldly and said indifferently, "That's not the right way for me to do civil engineering." Director Lin sighed, "What is the right way for civil engineering? No matter how good your construction is, how exquisite your materials are, and how clever your design is, how can it compare to luck? How can you go against the will of heaven? You must know that throughout the ages, no matter how solid a fortress is, it has all been destroyed by man-made disasters. Which one has ever been really destroyed? No matter how skilled you are in civil engineering, if you don't combine finance and don't understand luck, in the end you will only be someone else's doormat, thrown away after use." Director Gauss nodded coldly and said, The Department of Finance is turning the world into a big casino. If everyone is gambling, who'll really build Kung Fu? The sect should build Kung Fu and prosper Kung Fu. This is the general trend. Don't use big words to pressure me. Are you the one who will build Kung Fu? You still talk to me about the general trend? Whoever has the money has the general trend. Director Lin sneered, looked at the two remaining bunkers on the scene, and said lightly, I have more outstanding disciples than you, more projects than you, and more bank loans than you. If the general trend is not with me, who can it be with? Just like in this examination room now, all the inspirations are gathered to Ji Yuanshu. He is the one who is favored by luck and the general trend. How long can your civil engineering righteousness hold you back? Chapter 349. This child is born with a holy body of earth and wood. After finishing what he wanted to say, Director Lin of the Peace faction turned his head away and stopped negotiating with Director Gao of the War faction. He looked at the examination room not far away. In his observation, countless spiritual machines in the underground were constantly converging towards Ji Yuanshu's bunker. With the absolute support of the spiritual veins, accompanied by the influx of spiritual machines, the operation of the entire formation can be said to have reached its peak. Under the multiple blessings of the formation power, a faint glow can be seen from the outer wall of the bunker, like a layer of force field covering the entire building. Not only did the bunker shine as a whole, but even until the end of the sixth wave of attacks, the entire building appeared spotless under the protection of the formation. In this ruined examination room, it looked like the only holy place. On the other hand, because most of the spiritual machines were occupied by Ji Yuanshu's bunker, the formation in Zhang Yu's bunker did not operate smoothly, and the blessing for the building was even thinner than paper. After 6 waves of attacks, although the main structure of Zhang Yu's bunker was intact, the surface was covered with traces of fire, explosion, and impact, and the outermost layer of the wall had almost been peeled off. Compared with Ji Yuanshu's bunker, this appearance was like the difference between a beggar and a corporate elite. Anyone who saw this scene would only think that Ji Yuanshu's bunker must be far superior to Zhang Yu's bunker in terms of construction quality, and could withstand the next attack longer. Guang Shujin sighed in his heart. The finance department is indeed one of the 3 trump card majors. Compared with the civil engineering department, which is still studying how to work hard, the finance department has completely surpassed us in terms of pattern. How can working hard on the construction site compare to the overall resource allocation? Yingzhen on the other side glanced at Ji Yuanshu's bunker, and then looked at Zhang Yu's bunker, thinking to herself, on one side is a construction site with sufficient funds and overtime pay, and on the other side it looks like a creation that owes construction money after the project is completed. She thought to herself, the winner has been decided. Just when similar thoughts emerged in everyone's mind, the 7th wave of attack on the field had already arrived. Blue lightning flashed in the air. Before the attack began, the free electric charges in the air made everyone in the foundation building class stand on end. Students with strong perception could even feel that powerful electromagnetic forces were being dispatched from the ceiling more than 10 meters high. Guang Shujin thought, is this the power of the Yuan magnetic channel being mobilized? Sure enough, this wave of attacks is stronger than the last, and the gap between each wave of attacks is getting bigger and bigger, and it can also distinguish students' scores more accurately, but it also means that the gap between the top students and others will be bigger, and there will be no situation where they get 100 points just because the total score is 100 points. After this wave of thunder magic, Zhang Yu's bunker will probably be broken. Just as Gong Shujin was thinking, thunders with dazzling lightning, like pillars of lightning, blasted towards the only 2 remaining bunkers. Amid the crackling sound, the dazzling lightning swallowed up the entire building in an instant, making it impossible to see the situation clearly. When the lightning gradually dissipated, the air was filled with a smell of high-temperature burning. The ground in the center of the examination room was already charred black, and a large amount of sand and soil turned into viscous liquid in the high temperature, which was gradually cooling down and forming a glass-like substance. Ji Yuanshu's bunker still stood tall in the heat, seemingly unscathed. But what surprised everyone was that the bunker belonging to Zhang Yu on the other side, although its outer wall looked charred and burnt, was also standing firm, maintaining a complete main structure. Even after the 8th wave of the offensive ended, accompanied by a violent explosion of flames, and then dissipated, a large part of the fluorescence of the formation on the outer wall of Ji Yuanshu's bunker was wiped out. And on the weakest point of the formation, a huge crack emerged, faintly revealing the situation inside the bunker. On the other hand, Zhang Yu's bunker, except for the increasingly dark scorch marks, was not damaged at all. What? Gong Shujin looked at this scene in shock. How is it possible? The bunker where the formation was working perfectly was blown open with a crack. The bunker where the formation was working intermittently, on the contrary, was unscathed. Not only Gong Shujin, but almost all the students at the scene found it difficult to understand how this scene appeared. Director Lin of the Peace faction was also slightly startled, but unlike the students who could only guess in their hearts, his spiritual world projection flashed slightly and he had already arrived at the bunker built by Zhang Yu. This is, looking at the reinforced concrete columns inside the bunker that were reinforced one by one, his eyebrows raised slightly, and a guess emerged faintly in his mind. Without continuing to observe, Director Lin waved his hand and called up the acceptance report for analysis. Originally, just by observing the state of the formation of both sides, Director Lin thought that Ji Yuanshu had already established a victory. But the situation at this moment made him understand that things were not that simple. The next moment, rows of data, photos, video materials, and acceptance evaluations of the bunker in front of him appeared in front of him. 30 layers of explosion-proof armor were poured. An isolation layer was erected between the foundation and the rock mass to reduce the transmission of explosion vibrations. Sand, gravel, and alloys consume kinetic energy at multiple levels. Dense reinforced concrete columns and multiple parallel load-bearing systems. There are also viscous resistance structures at key nodes to absorb explosion energy and further alleviate structural damage. Looking at those lines of records, even Director Lin was slightly stunned. So many redundant structures. In 3 hours, his construction volume is more than twice that of others. This kid, did he achieve this with pure civil engineering skills? At this moment, Director Gao's figure appeared beside Director Lin. Looking at the extremely solid bunker in front of him, he smiled slightly and said, Director Lin, you also said that which truly impregnable fortress was not breached from the inside. The finance department may be able to stir up trouble for project matters, but in the examination room, there are only cold steel bars and cement. After all, it is our civil engineering skills that have the final say. Director Lin casually turned off the data that appeared in front of him, sneered and said, Director Gao, don't be too happy too soon. This Zhang Yu's construction efficiency is amazing, but no matter how hard the steel bars and concrete are, they have their limits and will soon exceed the fatigue limit, and the blessing of luck, the general trend, and the gathering of inspiration are the power of the right time and place, which is infinite. His eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the heavy obstacles and see Ji Yuanshu's bunker on the other side. Under the infusion of spiritual veins, the originally weakened power of the formation was restored and soon reached its peak. The formation can recover to its peak time and time again. Can this bunker? Lord Lin said with a hint of meaning. If you have money, you will have luck and countless opportunities. Otherwise, no matter how high your skills are or how hard the steel bars are, how many times can you afford to lose? Director Gao looked at the other party without giving in, and said lightly, no one can be invincible forever. I just need to fight to the end in this battle. Okay, then let's see who can stand to the end. Director Lin stared at the other party. At this moment, the thoughts of both parties seemed to have crossed multiple spiritual realms, colliding and stirring in the air. At the same time, the 9th wave of offensive had already fallen from the sky. One after another, the dark thunderbolts spread out, sweeping out in all directions with dark lightning. Under the impact of the lightning, the power of the formation outside Ji Yuanshu's bunker was violently agitated, and layers of protection were disintegrated by the dark thunderbolts, and signs of collapse began to appear on the outer wall. When the 10th wave of offensive, which was also the strongest wave of offensive, came, thunder dragons fell from the sky one after another, and the explosions, high temperatures, and electromagnetics caused the students not far away to retreat again and again. Ji Yuanshu's bunker trembled violently, and finally collapsed under the bombardment of waves like tsunamis. When the offensive was completely over, the bunker that originally had 3 floors was left with only the last floor. On the other side, Zhang Yu's bunker, except for the partial collapse of one outer wall, the main structure was still intact. Director Lin frowned as he watched this scene. Even if the reinforcement was twice the amount of construction, it would not be possible to do this. What else did he do? As soon as he thought about it, Zhang Yu's construction records appeared in front of him. Director Gao smiled and told Tu Lushan, take the students to have a good look at the side and let them learn from it. Under the leadership of Tu Lushan, Gong Shujin, Yingzhen, Li Xiao, Yuzheng and others walked into the examination room. They walked slowly to the bunker built by Zhang Yu on the still scorching ground. After seeing the large number of redundant structures inside, Gong Shujin was surprised and said, "In just 3 hours, he made so many things." Tulishan said, "This is where Zhang Yu is amazing. Today I bring you in to see his work, just to let you know the real gap between you and him." As he spoke, he tapped his fingertips, and a video appeared in front of everyone. For the purpose of subsequent acceptance, recording and supervision, the entire examination process of every candidate in the examination room will be filmed and recorded. And what is being played in the video at this moment is Zhang Yu's construction process. If the students were only slightly surprised to see those human-shaped auras running back and forth, working like a whole construction team, then what Tulishan said next made them feel a little shocked. I only heard Tulishan say lightly, "Zhang Yu has been working like this for 3 hours." Thinking of the shots of Zhang Yu taking medicine again and again during the construction process, Tulishan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This kind of drug absorption capacity, carrying capacity, and the strong physique that can be repeatedly squeezed. It's really a natural civil engineering saint body. The idea flashed through his mind, and Tulishan continued, "Of course, it's still impossible to rely on these alone to last for 10 waves of attacks. The reason why he can do this is the key to the building materials." Quotation mark. Chapter 350 Zhang Yu first. Li Xiao. Tulishan signaled Li Xiao to attack the outer wall of the bunker in front of him. Li Xiao slapped out with his palm, and the whistling energy hit it fiercely like the roar of artillery fire. However, not only did the outer wall not move at all, but Li Xiao felt a strong recoil force, and retreated several steps, looking at the outer wall of the bunker in surprise. Li Xiao was surprised and said, "After so many blows, it is still so strong? What material is this?" "This is Zhang Yu's digested food." Tulishan pointed to the entire bunker in front of him and said with emotion, "Most of the building materials of this entire bunker are his digested food." After that, he pointed to a small patch of uneven lines on the inside of the wall and said, "Look, this is Zhang Yu's stomach lines. These are the lines left after the stomach was violently squeezed during the material processing process. They are his digestive traces." In addition to the construction of the Gangqi, Zhang Yu's body repeatedly tempered the building materials with a high temperature and high pressure environment in his body. He stripped off the impurities in the building materials, leaving the essence that was difficult to digest, forming high-strength materials to build houses, and the whole process, he continued to digest for a full 3 hours. Gong Shujin was extremely surprised when he heard this, and recalled the appetite that Zhang Yu had shown when he attended the party before. He thought to himself, "Zhang Yu's digestion ability is even more terrifying than I expected before. Can he do this?" On the other side, Li Xiao was shocked when he heard this, and then he was even more frightened. The building materials used in this bunker were pulled out by Zhang Yu? He pulled for 3 hours while he was working. On the other side, Director Lin looked at the construction records, watching Zhang Yu swallow a large amount of building materials, spit out impurities, and finally spit out the strongest, most essential, and most difficult to digest parts. His face became very complicated. This building in front of him not only relied on strong construction capabilities and carried out all-round reinforcement, but also surpassed all candidates in terms of building materials. At the same time, next to Director Lin, Director Gao of the war faction looked at the pillars in front of him and said lightly, "In civil engineering, the most important thing is materials and technology after all. Without strong enough materials and truly ingenious technology, how can there be the prosperity of Kungsu today? Take this university town under our feet. If it were 1,000 years ago, no matter how much money you had, even if you could gather resources from all over the world, could you have built it?" Not only Li Xiao was shocked, but the other students at the scene were also deeply shocked when they saw Zhang Yu in the video. Yingzhen even pointed out Li Xiao's mistake. It's not just 3 hours of pooping. Zhang Yu ate and pooped at the same time, plus the high-intensity construction. For a full 3 hours, the quality of this bunker was raised to another dimension. Tulishan reminded, "Don't use the word pull." What Zhang Yu did was still moving the building materials from the storage location to his stomach, and then from his stomach to the construction site. In short, Zhang Yu's performance today is a victory in digestion ability, construction ability, physical foundation, and professional ability, all aspects. Li Xiao knew that Tulishan was right. It was impossible for him to achieve any of these abilities, but Zhang Yu achieved each one to a level beyond all the students on the scene. Feeling the shock, or envy, or jealous eyes of the crowd, Zhang Yu silently activated the camera function of the eye and took a picture of this scene. Especially Ji Yuanchu's ugly look made him unable to help but take a few more pictures. On the other side, listening to Director Gao's words, Director Lin, who is a peace-loving person, snorted coldly and said, "Materials and civil engineering are very important on this construction site, but even if you don't do it and I don't do it, do I need someone to do it? Yes, you are right. The current university town could not have been built 1,000 years ago, but who of those who could mobilize huge amounts of wealth and gather resources from all over the world 1,000 years ago has not lived to this day? Whether it is technology or materials, all the results will eventually belong to them." Listening to the other party's response, the Taoist robe in Director Gao's projection surged, and he said angrily, "Stubborn, didn't you see that in today's battle, Zhang Yu relied on the strength of hard bridges and hard horses to defeat Ji Yuanchu head-on, haha. Do you think Zhang Yu's hard power is hard power?" Director Lin smiled faintly and said, "Old Gao, you are not old, but your heart is really too old. Listen to what those students are saying." A student from the foundation building class said, "Although Zhang Yu beat Ji Yuanchu this time, he didn't spend much money. I always feel that he is not confident enough and not long-lasting enough. He doesn't have real hard power." Another student said, "In terms of foundation, Zhang Yu is indeed a little worse, but he won today after all. He may be the first in the class this year." Director Lin said, "Did you hear that? Money is king and it is the real hard power. Your ideas are outdated. If you continue to hold on, you will be eliminated sooner or later." Director Gao said disdainfully, "Haha, anyway, no matter how much you say, Zhang Yu won this game." When they said this, the two paused slightly, only because the final grades and comprehensive scores had been settled. With the authority of the two directors, they can naturally see the specific grades and rankings in the background at the first time. For a moment, Director Lin's face stiffened slightly, while Director Gao's smile deepened. If Ji Yuanchu had focused on the content of his major, he might not have lost, but he lost now, and he lost after taking a finance course and gambling on his luck, so he lost even more miserably, just like what you are doing now. Have you ever thought about what the consequences will be if you lose? Looking at the final ranking at the end of the semester, Director Lin snorted coldly, and without saying a word, his spiritual projection dissipated directly. Director Gao looked at the direction where the other party disappeared, and the coldness in his eyes became heavier, but slowly retracted after a moment. Then he looked in the direction of Zhang Yu, smiled slightly and said, "I didn't expect everyone to look down on you, but you are the most competitive." Director Gao didn't have much confidence in the competition between Zhang Yu and Ji Yuanchu. But he didn't expect the other party to give him a big surprise at the end of the semester. The investment in Zhang Yu can be increased. It's just right to accept him as a registered disciple according to the previous agreement, and beyond Kunlun's power to move mountains. Thinking of this, Director Gao's mind flashed a figure of Gong Shujin. Originally, the next successor of Yuan Kunlun's power to move mountains that the war faction was going to train was Gong Shujin. But at this moment, Zhang Yu's performance was obviously completely better than Gong Shujin. Then let's replace Gong Shujin with him, just give it another push and see if this kid can get the military certificate. Outside the examination room, as the examination was completely over, the blockade of the venue was lifted, and the medical team that stayed outside immediately rushed in. They skillfully found the body, set up a cordon, and then started on-site treatment while projecting advertisements. Are you still worried about going crazy? Are you still worried about accidentally dying during overtime and delaying your work? Do you want to gamble your life in a crucial exam? Try your best, and leave no regrets. Ranks in medical allows you to die whenever you want, and completely realize the freedom of death. Many students were surprised when they saw the medical team digging up the bunker and taking out Ji Yuanchu's body for rescue. Some people looked at the advertisement and understood it, and then they were shocked. What an expensive service. Some people thought, Ji Yuanchu actually called a medical team. He is so rich. Some people looked at Ji Yuanchu's body and thought, as expected of a rich man, he looks so handsome when he's resurrected. He is so handsome. Ji Yuanchu turned into a projection of the spirit world and was also watching this scene. According to his original plan, after winning the first place in the whole field, the medical team entered the field, and then dug out the body under the attention of everyone, resurrected from the dead. At that moment, people's hearts were attached to him. Not only did he become the first place that everyone expected, but his luck would also soar more and more. But at this moment, everything was completely different from what he thought. Ji Yuanshu felt that his body that was dug out was like a stepping stone, which was stepped on by Zhang Yu. It was only because many students gradually realized the cause of Ji Yuanshu's death. Yingxin looked at Ji Yuanshu's body being dug out, and was shocked. Ji Yuanshu. He actually used human sacrifice? Gambled his own life? Did Zhang Yu beat Ji Yuanshu's life? Yingxin quickly calculated in her mind. Before this exam, Ji Yuanshu's comprehensive score was higher than Zhang Yu's. But judging by the difference in this exam, it seems that Zhang Yu has a chance to surpass Ji Yuanshu. Gong Shujin on the other side was also shocked to look at Zhang Yu. Ji Yuanshu sacrificed his life, but he didn't even beat Zhang Yu? I just don't know if Zhang Yu's ranking will be higher than Ji Yuanshu after the comprehensive score of this exam is calculated. If Tulishan's analysis made everyone know that Zhang Yu was very strong, then at this moment when Ji Yuanshu's body was dug out, many students felt Zhang Yu's strength even more. At the same time, a flash of lightning flashed across Ji Yuanshu's body, and his heartbeat and blood flow gradually recovered. Then his brain resumed working. Then the spirit in the spirit world was also led back to the body. Looking at Ji Yuanshu's opened eyes, the leading doctor smiled and said, "Mr. Ji, welcome back. We are going to test your consciousness recovery now." Ignoring the other party, Ji Yuanshu felt the accumulated luck in his mind churning violently the first moment he regained consciousness, like boiling magma, wanting to burst out of his body. Reluctantly using the copper coin magic weapon in his mind to temporarily suppress the luck, Ji Yuanshu's face became even uglier. He knew very well, once the comprehensive score and ranking list were updated tonight, as long as he fell behind Zhang Yu's ranking, he would face an extremely violent backlash of luck. On the other side, Zhang Yu looked at Yu Xinghan beside him, patted the other's shoulder and said, "Xinghan, what's wrong with you?" Yu Xinghan said, "Zhang Yu, I'm so damn happy for you." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.